Hey everyone. Welcome back for the second part of What If Naruto Went Back to the Time of Madara and Hashirama. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 9. When Naruto woke up far more slowly than what he usually did, he knew that something was wrong, possibly very wrong. Then he became aware of the water and was instantly more alert due to the adrenaline that spiked through his system, because water meant Kurama. Kurama was a rather undesirable fox to see when one was supposed to be in the middle of a clan war. Yet he could not sense any fighting. Was that because he was here? Or because it had stopped? He got to his feet, endlessly fascinated with the fact that the water, while liquidy, was never actually wet. He wasn't directly by Kurama's cage, but he was close enough. The walk there would help. The walk there allowed him time to try and sort through his memories. He wasn't sure what had happened, and he was even less sure that he wanted to find out because he did remember the burning ecstasy that came with using the Kyuubi's chakra. And using the fox's power never ended well. Flashes of rage, infuriation and frustration bubbled to the forefront of his mind, but nothing that could actually tell him what he'd done while he'd been under the fox's influence. His thoughts strayed and froze on the fact that Takashi was dead, that he was gone and that it was all his fault. He had been so fixated on trying not to kill the enemy, on trying to decide what he should do, that he had failed to realize what was truly important. Sacrifice was needed. That's what Hashirama and Madara's entire existence was all about. Just look at the history of his own village. He was a fool for not seeing it sooner, but then, hadn't he always been a fool? Hadn't he always been the idiot ninja who was too loud, who didn't know any better? He didn't even know what to say to that anymore. Did he even really have an answer before? Funerals. How did the Uzumaki handle funerals? He'd yet to see one, and he wasn't entirely sure he really wanted to see one now. He had all this power, but he was still so useless, so weak. What would Sasuke say if he saw Naruto now? As the clan heir, could he say that he'd already failed his clan? It sure felt like it. He'd failed the first friend in this world that hadn't known his secret, and that was the whole reason Takashi's friendship had meant something so different to him. Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama, they were precious to him, but Takashi had been something different. Not more, just different. Maybe it was because he hadn't known the truth, had realized that Naruto was hiding something, yet he'd still accepted Naruto, in spite of all his faults. Madara and Hashirama had seen him as the proof of their dreams first and a friend second. That didn't make their bond any less precious, just different. Now Takashi was dead and it was all Naruto's fault. Naruto wasn't even supposed to exist in this world. Takashi wasn't supposed to have died. And to make it worse, Naruto could have prevented it all. He had the power. All he'd have had to do was reveal Sage Mode. The Uchiha would have recognized him, and the Senju would be quick to follow. The attention would have been focused on him and not each other. Problem was, that placed Hashirama and Tobirama in trouble, and that was also likely to only work once. The fighting didn't appear to be stopping anytime soon. Stop being so morbid, brat, it's giving me a headache. The deep growl-like grumble of the Kyuubi reached him before he even got to the fox's cage. I'm allowed to be morbid. Naruto muttered. I'm just a dobi, a foolish dobi at that. All this training, it hasn't changed anything. Doesn't sound like the annoying human I thought you to be. Kurama shifted as Naruto rounded the corner and walked towards the cage. But then I'm not complaining. When you're weak of heart and mind, I have free reign of your body. I can force as much chakra as I want on you. A dark chuckle that promised chaos and violence. Naruto's head snapped up from where it had been slumped on his shoulders before. His gaze sharpened as his eyes narrowed. What did you do? Nothing lasting. I was stopped before I could. The disappointment in the fox's tone was far too evident, and strangely Naruto felt relieved by it. If the fox was disappointed, then that was good for him, mostly at the very least. What did you try doing? Naruto demanded, tone growing angrier as his thoughts became panicked. Kurama could have killed someone, could have seriously hurt his precious people. How hadn't Naruto been aware of that? Naruto glared hard at the fox when he didn't appear to want to answer, and it almost looked like Kurama was guilty or something. Well? Kill the Senju and Uchiha brats, Kurama stated tonelessly as though trying to appear indifferent. You what? See, that's why I didn't want to tell you. You're so unreasonably loud. Kurama grumbled. Why the hell would you try to do that? Naruto screamed, moving past rationality and into a rage that was rarely thought capable from the blonde. The Kyuubi responded with his own anger, easily matching Naruto's churning storm with his particular raging inferno. He got to his feet with a warning growl, but Naruto didn't stop. Damn it, Kurama. I've been trying to keep you a secret. You don't have to respond to my emotions every frickin' time, Naruto continued, pacing slightly as his frustration built. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't question me, you brat, Kurama snapped, snarling down at Naruto, the dull lighting around them failing to hide the gleam of his razor-like teeth. You tried to kill my precious people. Naruto screamed, stopping his pacing as he whipped his entire body around to face the fox with a glare he'd only ever directed at Sasuke. What the hell is up with that? You know, I can't believe I was actually foolish enough to trust that you and I were finally starting to understand each other, maybe even become friends. I guess I'm just as much Adobe as ever. Naruto's tone had begun angry, vicious and biting, but as he continued, it grew softer, trailing off as the self-doubt clawed at him. You will never understand me, boy, Kyuubi hissed back, tone reminding Naruto strangely of someone who was striking out because they had been hurt. And I find it disgustingly offensive that you even presume that you, a lowly mortal, ever could. Friendship is something we will never share, understand that now, and understand it well. Then let me try. You say I'll never understand you, but you've never given me a chance, Naruto snapped, not in the mood for the fox's temperamental games. You speak of peace and achieving that which no other Hokage has ever managed to obtain in their reign, yet you know nothing of what it means to wear that hat. Naruto blinked owlishly at the swift change in topic, not quite sure how it was connected. But before he could comment, the fox continued. You have no idea what it truly means to be a founder of your pathetic village, what was sacrificed in order to bring it to fruition. You are blissfully oblivious in your ignorance, and I both envy you and pity you for it. Keep in mind, brat, that you still don't know what true sacrifice is. Your father knew it. He was the Yellow Flash after all. A man who had developed a jutsu that had the ability to kill thousands in mere moments. Do you think he slept peacefully at night because of it? Hardly. Yet he did it because his Hokage asked him to. The very man that was taught by Tobirama and Hashirama. They will ask the same thing of you when the time comes, and you will have to kill your enemy. Not be pitiful and merely knock them out. What does that really achieve? What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused in more than just physically. Kurama had never spoken like this before. It was almost like he was frustrated, agitated or something. Did you really believe that your precious Konoha sprung up overnight and was then left alone? Think about it for once, brat. Konoha, as you learnt from the one called Nagato, needed money from war to prosper, all of the larger ninja villages did. A world of peace as you brats aim for is not consistent with this. As we already know, peace was not achieved. The first great shinobi war happened, then the second and the third, with the fourth brewing on the horizon. Kurama explained, his tone showing just how annoyed and agitated he was. What was he so upset about? The Uchiha and the Senju were the two most hired clans, as rivals. It didn't help business for either of them when they entered the peace agreement. Where do you think Konoha gained the assets and the funds to actually be built and survive long enough in order to establish themselves as a permanent settlement of ninja? You're not saying that Konoha started the first shinobi war, are you? Naruto whispered, eyes wide in terror of the very thought even having an inkling of truth to it. It was entirely possible as well. With Tobirama as the driving force, and a shrewd one at that, he could easily convince Hashirama, who in turn would convince the Uchiha that such a course of action was the right one. Yet, something about that just wouldn't sink in for Naruto. He would need the proof before he even considered it as a possibility. I wouldn't care, foolish human, if their actions resulted in the death of more foolish humans. I wouldn't have tried to kill them if that were merely my problem with the brats. Kurama growled. Think. It's barely believable that you are the Toad's child of prophecy. Naruto gave the fox an unamused look before sighing heavily, posture slumping downwards once again. Just spit it out already. The Baijuu. My brethren. That is what I'm referring to. Do you not remember your academy instructor telling you about the Shodai Hokage and how he, as one of his first actions of peace, was to divide the Baijuu? He had collected the nerve of that. Like some object of materialism that can be added to your selfish perceptions of wealth, to divide the Baijuu amongst the 5 hidden villages, creating the fickle thing you know as the balance of power. It was his hope for peace. That is the official version for you whelps. Kurama paused, his frustration and agitation growing large enough for a moment that he was unable to actually place thoughts into rational words. You, as a Jinchuriki, have felt at least a fraction of the fear and the irrational anger that humans have towards us. They don't see us as anything more than mindless beasts with endless volumes of chakra. Since the creation of your villages we have been used for nothing but personal gain, for chaos and violence. You blame us for the madness you have created within us and condemn us for your own foolish selfishness. You, as a Jinchuriki, are placed in this category as well. You are damned to a cycle of hatred and fear that has been born from ignorance and greed of your own creation. I don't understand. Naruto admitted. Kurama was going in circles and he was struggling to keep up. He did understand that this was something the fox felt very strongly about. Look around you, Naruto. This isn't exactly a luxury den. Kurama snorted. We are treated with fear, prejudice and hatred. We are forced to give over our chakra, to comply with your violent wars and cruel existences. We are tied down to you pathetic mortals so that we cannot escape, cannot wait for you to die because that would mean our own demise. We are collected and traded like toys in a schoolyard only to be carelessly discarded when we are no longer of use. You realize that I am placing Jinchuriki into this category as well. So you tried to kill Madara and Hashirama because of the Jinchuriki? Naruto questioned. Hardly. That foolishness was invented by Suna. No, I tried to kill them because they grew powerful enough to control me, and my kind. Powerful enough to collect us. You still don't understand what it means to wear the Hokage's hat. You, who struggles to kill the enemy because it might hurt a few feelings. Madara and Hashirama grew to be legends in your eyes, yet no one remembers the sacrifices they had to make to get to those pedestals that your generation has placed them upon. You still haven't realized just how much you're going to have to sacrifice to build that beloved village. You've already come to the conclusion that others will not sit back and let you achieve this dream peacefully. There will be resistance. Which brings us back to Konoha, the foundations of their prosperity and the division of the Baijuo. Hashirama sold the Baijuo to the other villages for money in order to help maintain peace and mostly to build Konoha. Kurama pinned Naruto with a steely yet fiery gaze. Your brilliant Shodai Hokage gave weapons of destruction, weapons you idiot mortals created, to your enemies. So in other words, he might not have started the war, but he did give them the means to believe they could win, Naruto whispered. Oh? And how do you reach that conclusion? Kurama scoffed. When a ninja has a powerful tool, most tend to forget about limitations. I've seen it happen. They don't understand how their tool works and know only that it has the potential to be extremely powerful in battle. Potential is nothing without understanding. None of the hidden villages understood the tailed beasts they had bought, but they did understand that they were beasts of immense amounts of chakra and therefore potentially powerful weapons. Naruto explained with a heavy sigh. They would have grown arrogant and attacked, believing themselves to be the victor because of the tailed beasts they possessed. Humphrey, your time with the Uzumaki does not appear to have been entirely a waste. Kurama scoffed. But yes, you could say that. Or you could say that you foolish humans cannot live in a world of peace. It is in your nature to be violent. You yourself are a ninja, whose very definition is a silent killer. Naruto did not reply. What could he really say? Arguing with an immortal construct of chakra was harder than it had any right to be. Besides, Kurama was being difficult about the whole thing anyway. The blonde Uzumaki shook his head, thinking things over before nodding his head once and walking closer to the furball's cage. Kurama watched his every step, not saying a single thing as Naruto got close enough to slip through the bars. Instead, Naruto stopped just in front of them, close enough to almost touch them with his forehead if he sneezed. Kurama, I'm going to make you a promise, a once-in-a-lifetime promise. Naruto began quietly, looking down at the ground. And what comfort must I find in a mortal promise, no less a mortal who couldn't even uphold his last once-in-a-lifetime promise. Kurama scoffed, the puff of breath ruffling Naruto's hair. The blonde grit his teeth but otherwise didn't get visibly upset with the fox. Instead he continued with his chosen decision. I promise you, that Jinchuriki will have no meaning in this world. No one will ever become one. I promise you that I will find a way, no matter what, to ensure that the tailed beasts are never used by ninja again. Kurama was far too quiet for Naruto's comfort, but he didn't move as he waited for the fox's reply. When it did come, he had to resist the urge to jump in surprise because it was just that sudden. You cannot keep that promise. You won't live forever and humans are too greedy for power to simply leave us alone. I will find a way. Dadabayo, Naruto stated firmly. That is my promise of a lifetime to you. Do as you will, Uzumaki. But know this, the day you find a permanent way, is the day I will cooperate with you fully. Then you may use that blasted bloodline of yours. But I should warn you. Your bloodline inherently suppresses my chakra. Your mother was chosen as a Jinchuriki for this reason alone. That is for you to ponder and for you to decide. These are my terms. I know yours. Now leave me. Kurama turned his back without so much as a swish of his tails as growled out his reply. Naruto didn't understand what had gotten the furball in such a bad mood, but he didn't have time to contemplate it. He had a far bigger and far more important project on his hands. He wasn't doing this for himself, so Kurama's words meant nothing to him. He was doing this for them, the tailed beasts and all their Jinchuriki. And he would succeed. It was his ninja way. 0.0.0.0 Naruto opened his eyes only to see the shimmery haze of a barrier. The slight snap of lightning told him that it probably wasn't a good idea to approach it. But with his training he knew what kind of barrier it was, how to create it, and most importantly, how to break it down. The clan head would know this, so why had they used this particular barrier? A test perhaps? If he was under the influence of the Kyuubi's chakra, then he'd probably rush right for it a few times. But as himself he could either sit passively in the center or he could break it down himself. Which did he choose? But then, Takashi was dead. And that was all his fault. A lot of deaths were his fault, and that was something he wasn't quite sure he knew how to deal with. What did he say to Takashi's family? What did he say to the other Uzumaki? How did he explain Kurama? Naruto couldn't sense anything outside the barrier, couldn't see anything either. So he didn't even know who was watching him, because this barrier was designed to be see-through from the outside. He lifted a hand to his forehead and immediately regretted it. Using Kurama's chakra always made him feel like he'd been run over afterwards. How many tails had he gone up to? Had to have been at least 4 with the way his body felt. Everything burned and all his muscles were tensed up. He had to get moving, to stretch everything out. The faster he did that, the quicker the pain went away. Without the adrenaline of immediate danger to help him, he was just going to have to do this the hard way. Even if all he managed was a basic academy kata, that was at least a start. With that in mind, the blonde Uzumaki braced himself mentally before slowly and painfully getting to his feet. He would do this. It was no different from when he was recovering from the time jump. Just a little more painful, like a really bad case of sunburn. He could do this. One step at a time. He'd figure out what to do about Kyuubi later. He'd come up with a way to tell the Uzumaki about what he really was. 0.0.0.0 They'd told him to stay away, but he just couldn't. Hashirama gazed at the barrier with distant eyes. Naruto was still in there, like some caged animal. The Senju heir had begged and pleaded the Uzumaki to allow him inside the barrier, if only to heal Naruto, because whatever had happened to him, it had hurt him, and badly. All his skin had been completely burned off. Watching him get to his feet now, seeing the way he struggled to do such a simple thing, Hashirama knew that it had indeed been painful. Hashirama watched helplessly as Naruto moved into a stance, the blonde's body seeming to rebel against him. A standard, far too simple kata, and Naruto couldn't even move through the motions without jerking unexpectedly and sometimes even violently. How long has he been awake? Hashirama startled at the sudden appearance of the Uzumaki clan head and quickly rose to his feet so that he could bow to the older man, who also happened to be his father-in-law. About 2 hours, Uzumaki-sama. Hashirama replied. Ah, so then he has had 2 hours to break this barrier. I wonder why he has not. The clan head mused. I'm sure he knows how. If I may, I believe he thinks it will make his situation worse if he does break it. Hashirama replied slowly. The clan head did not reply immediately, but Hashirama made mastered enough of sensing to feel the contemplative edge to the older shinobi's chakra. Do you know what that was? The clan head stated eventually. The way he acted. No, I'm afraid I do not. Hashirama admitted quietly. The Uzumaki sighed and sat down heavily next to Hashirama. The poor Senju could only think that this man was his father-in-law. And that was a daunting thought if ever there was one. Hashirama lowered himself back to his feet more slowly than the other ninja, waiting patiently for him to speak once again. We among the Uzumaki have our own theories, and we pray that we are wrong, because if we are correct, then we fear the kind of person who believed it would be necessary to do such a thing to a child. And we believe he was only a child. His familiarity with his situation shows practice. The fact that he felt he had to hide it leads us to believe in our theories as well. Hashirama swallowed at the dark undertone that the clan head's words held. And what do you think happened to him? He almost didn't want to know. Well, as Uzumaki, we are rather curious, especially when it comes to sealing. When we had learned all that we could about sealing while settled in one place, the Wandering Fraction was born. One of the things that the Wandering Fraction was particularly interested in was a theory that the Uzumaki had developed. It had long been speculated that an entity or a body of chakra could be sealed within another living being. I won't go into the reasons for that as it is irrelevant and rather numerous. However, it was just a theory and one that no one wished to attempt no matter who volunteered for the project. The whole idea was left as nothing more than something to discuss late into the night when nothing else was forthcoming. So you think that something is sealed within Naruto-kun? Hashirama asked, eyes wide with disbelief. It would explain the rage-ruled chakra within him. It is a chakra that is not naturally his own. What will happen to him now? Hashirama asked, eyes growing dejected at the thought that Naruto would no longer be the heir to the clan. He'd worked hard for that. We will talk to him. The barrier was merely because we did not know what state of mind he would be in when he woke. If he was still under the influence of the other chakra, then the barrier would have held him and prevented him from harming others. However, if he was no longer under its influence, then he could easily break through it. Those were our thoughts on the matter. Then perhaps he will need to be told. It doesn't look like he's going to break that barrier anytime soon. Hashirama suggested meekly. He will come out when he is ready. The Uzumaki were eternally a mystery to the Senju boy, and he was married to one. Perhaps it was time he learned. Otherwise he was going to be left floundering around behind them for many more years to come. 0.0.0.0 Naruto stared at the ground miserably. He had no idea how long he'd been in the barrier, and he wondered how much longer he was going to have to stay within it. He knew they had to at least know he was awake, and he also knew that he'd been there long enough to work out all the tension from his muscles. With hindsight, that might not have been the greatest idea. Well, maybe it had been, but there were drawbacks. He could move freely now, no aches and pains. But he was so frickin' hungry. What he wouldn't give to have some ramen. He hadn't had ramen in months. Oh, the sacrilege. It was an insult to the very gods of ramen of the highest degree. He deserved to be in this barrier. Sighing miserably, the teen stretched out on the ground, glad that the Uzumaki had been thoughtful enough to give him the room to do so, and upon a nice patch of grass. He didn't even have any storage scrolls with him. Another zing and crackle of lightning accompanied by another sigh. Strangely, the lightning sounded wrong to him. It always did when he was around anything lightning-based. He supposed it was because it lacked the high chirping of 1,000 birds. A sound that reminded him painfully of the world he'd lost and would never see again. Both Sasuke team and Kakashi-sensei used that kind of lightning, and with them came Sakura-chan. His team. Heck, even Sai was on his team. And Yamato Taiku. The ragtag bunch of misfits that made up the unusual yet effective Team 7. A team that wouldn't exist again. Not that Naruto would see anyway. He'd be long dead by the time they were born again. He'd be just a distant memory of a bloody past. Perhaps he'd even get to have the title of one of the founding fathers of Konoha. But that wasn't really important to him. And he'd never see Ichiraku ramen again. He knew how to make the noodles. He knew how to make them well. But he'd never learnt how to make the rest because that had been old man Tucci's job. He was just so hungry. Maybe he should just bust out. But then what if the barrier was there as a test and by breaking out he failed it? Arg, he was just so confused. Why put a barrier around him that he could actually break out of if they didn't want him to break out of it? Another zing and crackle of the wrong kind of lightning, and Naruto growled in annoyance. One more of those and he was officially going to fix it. Just a few modifications here, a blast of chakra there, and there one had it, a Chidori encased barrier. Sure, it would be way stronger and a lot harder to break out of, but it would sound right. Just one more of those zing crackle things and he was doing it. He already had half a seal formula in mind. Just one more. Man, he was hungry. 0.0.0.0 I don't think he's going to break out. Tobirama muttered as he sat with his older brother. Naruto was currently stretched out on the ground, a slight frown on his features as he contemplated something. Every so often the blonde would wince, but whether he realized he was doing it was another story. Maybe he'll come out when he's hungry. Hashirama suggested, slight hope coloring his tone. No. I don't even think then. He's probably already hungry. Tobirama replied, his frown deepening. Then maybe we should get Mito-chan to bust him out. Hashirama sighed and his younger brother felt his eyebrow twitch as he sensed another bout of depression coming on. "Look, he's moving," Tobirama stated quickly, leaving out the part where it seemed that Naruto had developed a twitch of his own. Both their hopes soared when Naruto began to make hand signs, but that hopes were cruelly dashed when Naruto slammed his hand on the ground and the barrier did not come down. No, instead, it appeared to have been made stronger. Where a slight crackle had filled the air every now and then before, a full-blown wave of noise replaced it. "Does that sound like birds to you?" Hashirama asked, eyebrows pulled together in confusion. "Yeah, like an awful lot of them. But never mind that, look at the level of the lightning chakra around the barrier. It shouldn't be that visible." Tobirama replied. "I think now would be a good time to call the clan head." 0.0.0.0 It took the Uzumaki 3 days to break Naruto out of the barrier he himself had strengthened. By the time they did, Naruto was completely unresponsive. He hadn't eaten or had anything to drink for 4.5 days and he'd been exposed to the lightning chakra for far too long. It took another 2 days to heal the moron, and in that time Hashirama had never seen the Uzumaki clan look so grim. But then they could have just been angry at the blonde. Hashirama knew that they were extremely family-orientated and Naruto had foolishly and needlessly placed himself in danger. "I don't understand why he didn't just break out," Mito muttered as she watched Hashirama check Naruto over. Hashirama had come far with his medical ninjutsu and he still had a long way to go. But that still made him one of the best because there weren't many other medic nins. Think about it. He just rampaged across the battlefield after losing someone very precious to him. Not to mention that he lost that precious person because they were protecting him. He probably doesn't feel he deserves to. Tobirama muttered quietly. "Not only that. This is a secret of Naruto's that he's hidden from everyone," Hashirama sighed. "He had to have a reason. It's because I've always been hated for what I am, hunted." Naruto's raspy voice filled the small room he'd been placed in a moment before his eyes blinked open slowly. "And it's become somewhat of a habit to not mention anything about it." "You are so grounded, Naruto-kun," Mito immediately yelled, not skipping a beat even after Naruto's sudden return to consciousness. "Don't you ever do that again. What the hell were you thinking? Do you have any idea of what it took to get you out of there?" "But the lightning sounded wrong," Naruto protested with a frown. "I had to fix it." "What do you mean? Lightning chakra always sounds like that." Tobirama frowned, not quite understanding what Naruto was getting at. "All my ninja career I've been exposed to one very specific lightning-based ninjutsu. And its intensity was so great that it sounded like 1,000 birds chirping at once and was hence named the Chidori," Naruto explained. "Such an attack would have garnered a reputation on the battlefield, yet I have never heard of it." All four in the room turned towards the Senju clan head as he walked through the door. Batsuma's gaze was cold, calculating. Tobirama and Hashirama flinched, knowing that it was never a good sign. Just behind Batsuma, the Uzumaki clan head hovered in the doorway, his own features equally as grim. "Naruto, it's good to see you awake." A neutral statement of a clan head and not the near father-like figure he'd come to represent to Naruto. "I guess you all want an explanation," Naruto muttered, having not missed the lack of the kun tagged onto the end of his name. "I'll say," Mito mumbled under her breath, and Hashirama silently pulled her hand into his own and gave it a gentle squeeze. Naruto looked away, eyes growing distant before he sighed heavily. "My mother was the Uzumaki, this I have already told you. While my mother was a part of the wandering fraction, it was my father who could not bear to leave his home. My parents had a love strong enough for my mother to put aside her desires to travel and to remain in one place. She stayed with my father." Naruto began and Batsuma almost interrupted, not sure how this was relevant, but a slight shift from the Uzumaki clan head made him pause. "My mother grew to love my father's home just as much as he did, and together they strove to protect it. So naturally, the day it was attacked, they defended our home no matter the cost to themselves." Naruto paused then, a small frown on his features. The village was being attacked by a beast that could not be killed. It was a beast that inspired fear and left nothing but death and destruction in its wake. While my father was powerful, he could not find a way to stop the beast without using a sacrifice. Using their own lives as payment, my parents sealed the beast within me. By this stage, Naruto's tone was dead, unattached. "But you said your parents were killed by an enemy clan," Batsuma pointed out. "The beast did not happen upon our home by chance. It was directed there by our enemy." At this, Naruto's gaze hardened and his chakra filled with a barely contained rage. If your parents fought so hard to protect it, why did you not remain in the village? Mito asked quietly. At first I did. But the people there, they learned of what my parents had done and they could no longer see me as merely a child. All they saw was the demon that had taken so much from them. They changed, treated me differently. I was a child, who was orphaned and had nowhere to go. Yet I stayed there, despite their hatred of me. It was my home too. Naruto's features softened slightly, a deep suffering dominating his eyes. Hashirama didn't think Naruto even realized that the pain was there to begin with. There were some, few, that treated me like a person and not the demon I housed. They were my precious people. They kept me sane. One day, I returned back from a training trip, and the entire village was destroyed. Gone. The people were all but wiped out with only a few survivors managing to pull themselves out of the rubble. See, the enemy had returned and they wanted their beast back. Naruto paused. His entire frame was shaking, his chakra growing more turbulent. I realized that it was no longer safe for me to stay in one place, for those around me and for myself, so I did what my mother had always desired to do, and I wandered away. I drifted around until I found Hashirama. I had been without company for so long that I could not resist his offer to lead me home. Naruto finally turned his gaze back to them, only they landed on Hashirama and stayed there. They silently conveyed to the Senju that Naruto was talking about Konoha. Konoha was his home and it had been destroyed. This enemy of yours, are they powerful? Batsuma asked in a clipped tone. Hi, they were. But I neutralized them. Naruto shrugged. There was no point worrying over something that didn't exist anymore. Then why did you feel the need to leave? Tobirama pointed out, far too perceptive. For the first little while, I didn't actually know how many there were, so I wandered around. Every time I encountered one, I killed them since they didn't attack altogether. Eventually, they stopped coming. So I just assumed that they're either not going to bother anymore or they're all dead. Naruto shrugged. How are they identified? Batsuma asked, mind probably already going over reports and information the Senju had received. Again Naruto shrugged. No actual markings. They didn't wear any symbols or anything. I just saw it as usually the ones that just attacked me for no reason. Those guys were all crazy, Dadabayo. Naruto pouted to show his inner displeasure at the Akatsuki. Not that those in the room would understand that. Alright Naruto-kun. You didn't say anything because in the past you'd been treated unfairly due to your burden. Also, you felt it safer for those around you if they didn't know. Correct? The Uzumaki clan head rumbled thoughtfully. Hi. Naruto replied quietly. Then I have no choice but to remove you from active battlefield rotation and place you directly into full-time blacksmith apprenticeship. Understood? Hi, Honorable One. Naruto titled his head forward slightly as he replied. He couldn't help but glance over at Hashirama and Tobirama through his lashes. Their expressions were carefully controlled, but he knew them both well enough to know that they were about as happy as he was, which wasn't very. Without him on the battlefield, he had no control over what happened to the Senju and the Uchiha. However, hadn't he already proved that he was hardly adequate for the job? Besides, in his past and their future, they'd managed to survive without him. Perhaps this path was for the best. Perhaps without Naruto's interference, it would all work out for the best. It had to. Not to mention, Naruto had a promise to keep. One that was going to require a lot of studying on his part. He intended to keep his promise. No matter what. 0.0.0.0 Izuna scaled the side of the cliff easily enough. He'd done so on many occasions. He was sad to say that he'd also done so on many occasions for the exact reason he was doing it now. Aniki. Izuna greeted softly as he approached his older brother, who was seated at the very edge of the cliff, eyes distant, turned towards the vast lands below them. Those were the Uchiha clan lands. So much land that they didn't use. Yet they defended it, stopped anyone else from having it. Though, later, it would become part of Konoha, so Izuna supposed that it wasn't all bad. Hi Izuna. Madara's greeting was as distant as his gaze. Izuna knew that this time, Madara was thinking about Naruto. The older shinobi from the future had sent a shadow clone to them that had explained everything. It had helped to clip a few puzzle pieces into place, but it was still a rather sad tale with many holes in it. In fact, Izuna had caught more than a few dark winces upon Naruto's features as he'd talked of this enemy clan. Dark winces that he'd tried to hide from Madara especially. Why Madara? Why did the beast within Naruto wish to kill Madara and Hashirama? It is time to return to the compound. Izuna uttered quietly, hardly ever speaking above more than a slight whisper. He was always that way though. Already? How long have I been here? Madara would come here to escape the expectations of being clan heir. And Izuna would follow due to much the same expectations. Only Izuna was to take Madara's place should he fall like their brothers had before them. Madara would lose himself to time, thoughts wandering over to things he could not change and things he was determined to drastically alter. Such as Konoha. Now though, today. His thoughts were on Naruto. Today? Only about 3 hours. But the sun sets. Izuna replied. The sun setting meant night time, where clansmen were on high alert and Uchiha or not, returning late, was highly dangerous. Just as it was for any of the most powerful clans. Izuna, Madara stated tonelessly as he got to his feet swiftly. Tomorrow, we train harder. Hi, Aniki. The sting of defeat at Naruto's hands would burn Madara for a while yet. Having watched Hashirama bring the blonde down hadn't helped matters at all. Taima had been harsh and demanding. More so than what Madara and Izuna had ever seen from him before. So logically, to Madara, more training was required. He didn't like being left behind, and he felt very much like he was behind. Madara and Hashirama were very easily best friends, but that only meant the rivalry was so much more intense. 0.0.0.0 Why did you remove such a useful tool from the battlefield? Batsumo was quick to voice his thoughts the moment he was alone with the Uzumaki clan head. He is not a tool and it is that very attitude that will destroy ninja. The Uzumaki clan head stated immediately. And I removed him because it is a power he cannot control. He is a danger to those around him, both enemy and friend alike. Did he not attack your son directly? Hi, that he did. Batsumo looked away, not willing to show the depth of the pain that stun had caused him. Also, exposing Naruto-kun to the ninja world is like inviting them all to create something like him, or to try their very best to assassinate him. He is valuable but only in that he proves that he is something that is possible. I believe the term is Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki head explained further. Then train him. He is valuable. He could turn the tides in this blasted war. Batsuma grumbled. Ah, but you see, young Naruto-kun has the Uzumaki bloodline. It is not well known that the Uzumaki even have a bloodline, but we do. And we usually keep it away from the battlefield for its uses are more plentiful than mere death and destruction, such as the Sharingan. Tell me, Senju-sama, do you see the armor and the swords of the Uzumaki clan? Hi. A craftsmanship so delicate that most clans sacrifice many of their numbers to learn your secrets. It has long been discussed, the mystery of the vanishing Uzumaki swords. When an Uzumaki falls in battle, their armor and weapons go with them. Am I finally to learn the truth behind this matter? A low chuckle of amusement. That is simple yet clever, sealing Senju-sama. Our weapons and armor are all tailored to each Uzumaki within the clan. It would not work quite the same way for anyone else should they attempt to use it. But each weapon, each piece of armor, that is all crafted by our bloodline, and only those who have mastered their bloodline completely can create such weapons. A bloodline that creates weapons. That is most useful. You would enjoy watching an Uzumaki use such a bloodline in battle. If Naruto-kun can master his bloodline, then he will be far more useful than a rampaging chakra powerhouse. Very few can match the adaptable and volatile nature that the Uzumaki bloodline can be. Ah. I see now. You were making an invested decision. A tool is only as good as the user. You're simply ensuring that Naruto-kun will master a tool he can understand and use to its fullest potential. Batsuma allowed himself a small appreciative chuckle. Hi. Yet I fear that Naruto's circumstances have compromised his ability to use his bloodline effectively. It is something that requires the most delicate of chakra control. Naruto-kun is very lacking in this regard, an issue that makes more sense to me now. A heavy sigh. What do you make of his story? He speaks the truth, yet there have been no reports of what has happened to him in any of the surrounding villages. How far has he traveled? Batsuma shook his head. I have never heard of that Chidori Jutsu he spoke of, so how far indeed? That is a question I sense that we will never know the answer to. And Batsuma couldn't help but wonder why the Uzumaki clan head was so unaffected by that, yet it was not his place to say more. He would just have to trust that the other ninja knew what he was doing. He certainly had more experience than Batsuma. Naruto was also to be the boy that took the elder Uzumaki's place, and for the sake of the Uzumaki and the Senju, Batsuma hoped they wouldn't regret not trying to learn more about Naruto's origins. Chapter 10. Madara closed his eyes and tried to calm his breathing. He was too young for this. He didn't want to do this. Yet he'd done this 1,000 times before. Just not like this. He'd never imagined he'd have to do this. Izuna's slightly elevated breathing from next to him told Madara that the boy felt the same way. Yet they were both compelled to obey. They had no choice. None at all. Lest they join those kneeling in front of them. By clan law, you four have been found guilty of treason. Taima's soft, toneless voice drummed loudly into Madara's eardrums, and he wished he was out on a mission, fighting Hashirama, killing an enemy, anything. Just so that he didn't have to be here. Here. Where his face was cold, an expressionless mask that belied his true feelings and almost a mirror of his father's. His hands were calm, by his sides and completely under his control. His entire posture was relaxed, as though he'd been doing this his whole life. He was 16 now. 2 years since Naruto had landed in this world. Roughly a year and a half since he'd seen the blonde on the battlefield. 2 years to lie about his skills, because with Naruto's guidance he'd grown 100-fold stronger and faster than had he done it on his own. Yet it was still not enough. He and Izuna still could not take control of the Uchiha. These four before Madara and Izuna, kneeling with angry defiant scowls on their faces. They had tried. And for that treason, for that failure, they were to be put to death. 4 pairs of unmastered Sharingan swirled angrily towards 2 perfectly calm and controlled dojutsu. The brattling heirs to the clan. Madara and Izuna. Completely emotionless. They obeyed their father's order without hesitation. And what was worse, they were powerful. Extremely powerful. 16 and 14, yet both had managed to accomplish what those double and even triple their age could not. And their skill was still growing. They had 3 tomoe while most could only hope to gain 2 by the time they were 20. Madara was using his Sharingan now, not a single tomoe moving at all. A display of the control he applied, in essence, a true heir to the clan. Yet, why did they feel they could not place those 2 brats in charge? It was that uncertainty which had guided their admittedly foolish attempt to kill Taima, a man as skilled as the Senju clan head and a man who had helped birth the 2 monsters he'd ordered to kill his own clansmen. The sentence for your treason is death. Be glad that I am merciful in this. I should have cut out your eyes and left you to the enemy. With that last cold statement of indifference, Taima glanced, merely glanced, at his sons. They did not nod, they did not look to each other. They simply raised a kunai and struck, once, twice each, and the 4 Uchiha traitors were no more. Izuna and Madara had turned their heads down, standing straight and waiting for the order to say that they could leave. That waiting was a supreme effort of control. The blood was hot, the blood was wrong. This was the blood of their clansmen. Madara wanted to run from himself and that which he had to do, all in the name of the Uchiha clan. It wasn't the Uchiha that were so corrupt. No, it was Taima. His father. One day, the day would come, where Taima would no longer be able to control his sons, and when that day came things would get better. They had to. Madara knew he had to wait. He could not simply take control of the clan. He had to wait for his father to fall in battle. He had to go through the process naturally. Until then, he had no choice but to obey the man. Madara's gaze was turned towards the floor so that none could see the angry, hateful swirl within the blood red of his Sharingan. So was Izuna's. However, Madara still caught sight of the single clear and tiny droplet of salty liquid that fell to the ground at his baby brother's feet. That was what pushed him over even more than what he'd already been. A burst of anger at what he'd been forced to do to his own clansmen, and a burst of pain, of suffering, at the fact that his little brother had been forced to do it as well. Yet he could not even clench a fist to show this anger, this defiance. That would not be becoming the heir to the Uchiha clan. Later, when they were alone, staring at the darkened blood still staining their hands, Madara whispered his apologies, his promises to do better, to be a better leader. Izuna cried. He didn't say a word. He only cried. And when he looked up at Madara, pure anguish marring his still far too boyish features, Madara could only gape in surprise at the Sharingan that gazed back at him with such sorrow it was hard to believe that it was all felt by one person. Izuna's eyes were different. Brother, Aniki, it hurts so much. The sob of a child, so far from the killer he was capable of being. Izuna, Madara pulled the younger towards him, holding him close as he fell apart. I'll make it better. I promise. Konoha will be built. Peace will come. Izuna continued to sob, great heart-wrenching sobs that told those who would listen of his suffering. Madara wished he could take away that pain, to pull it within himself so that Izuna would never have to feel so much torment again. Izuna cried more that night than any other night he had cried, and Madara sensed a change in the younger Uchiha. He just knew, without having to be told, that this was the last time he'd ever see his baby brother cry. Aniki, Izuna whispered hoarsely, once his crying had been quiet for much too long. Yet his pain was still so evident in those eyes that were more than simple Sharingan. Those eyes gazed up imploringly at Madara, wide with an innocence unfairly ripped from them far too long ago. Your eyes, they're different, they hold the same pain as I feel. And there, in the slight reflection of that tortured gaze, something more than mere Sharingan peeked back at Madara. His eyes were different too. 0.0.0.0 3 years after Naruto's arrival and Hashirama could finally say he'd managed to master his wood style. Oh, he'd managed to create the wood release long ago, but there had always been something missing. It had always felt like there needed to be more. And it had taken him this long to figure it out. Senjutsu. He had to master enough of Senjutsu to mix at least a slightly amount of it into his water and earth chakra. Senjutsu was the chakra of all living things. Wood was something that was alive, something that grew and became so much more. It made sense that with Senjutsu mixed into his jutsu, it became powerful in a way that on a whole new level, a league entirely of its own. He could use his wood release in any situation, adapt it to whatever purpose he needed. It was instinctive to rely upon the ninjutsu, and he hardly had to pause to come up with some innovative way to utilize it. So yes, he could say he'd mastered it. Hashi-kun? The 17-year-old turned towards the soft call of his name. He'd been training, staying in the forest more and more as he'd strove to master his bloodline and the use of Senjutsu, and often, time would become alien to him. Mito-chan. A soft smile of adoration tugged at tired lips. Is it that late already? Hi. You should come home for dinner now. Mito grasped a calloused hand and held it close to her chest. You need rest. Nawaki-kun misses you. Nawaki is only a few months old. He doesn't even realize I'm gone. Hashirama still smiled brightly at the mention of his son. Hush. He knows when you're there. He's got that same silly smile of yours. Mito tugged on Hashirama's hand and began leading him back to their home. It was a small house, more on the edge of the clan compound than what the clan had felt right for the clan heir. But Hashirama had wanted the large space to be able to practice his ninjutsu freely while still being close to home. Tobirama was in a small house not too far, having chosen to move with Hashirama but not into the same house. The 15-year-old was far too independent for Hashirama's liking, but there wasn't much he could do about it. At least the other Senju had chosen to stay close by. Tobirama was there to greet them when they walked through the door, a bundle of blankets in his arms with only the smallest tuft of red poking through to show that Nawaki was within all that material. Hashirama's face split into a silly grin as he gently took the small child from his younger brother. It was times like these that only served to further strengthen Hashirama's resolve to bring Konoha to fruition. After all, he wanted his son to grow up in peace, not some meaningless clan war. He would achieve his goal. Just, sadly, not quickly enough to prevent Nawaki from being trained as a shinobi. Could they do that? Tobirama's eyes flickered over to Hashirama's, reflecting the depressing undertone that Hashirama's thoughts were following. Batsuma would order that Nawaki's training start the moment the boy could walk. Could Hashirama do it, knowing that the moment his son was proficient enough he'd be sent out into battle, his chances of coming back very slim? The bright red hair, the chocolate brown eyes. He was the spitting image of his mother. If he inherited her chakra reserves, her sensing ability, Batsuma would not stand for Hashirama's choice to teach Nawaki another profession, something that wasn't a shinobi. As it was, Nawaki was related to Hashirama, and hadn't he already proven that he himself was a deadly shinobi with powerful chakra all of his own? Nawaki was genetically brilliant. There was a very slim chance that Nawaki wouldn't become an excellent shinobi. Could Hashirama do it? Could he train his son, with the hope that maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't die? There was only one solution. He would have to take over the clan before Nawaki was to be sent on his first mission. That was all there was to it. Hashirama would gladly kill his own father if it meant keeping his son safe. The worst part about it was, Hashirama had enough skill to get away with it. No one would ever know it was him, and the only one that ever had a chance of guessing was Tobirama. Tobirama wouldn't sell him out. No, the younger Senju would sooner help him than condemn him. For now, he would enjoy the peace and happiness his family afforded him. After all too soon, they would see the call of the battlefield once again. 0.0.0.0 4 years. That was how long it had been since Naruto had arrived in this world, and roughly 3.5 years since they'd seen Naruto at all. Mito hadn't even been allowed to see him when she went to visit the Uzumaki clan either, and returned after every visit with a frown of confusion. Yet she would not say more on the topic. Nawaki was a year old now. His chubby legs struggling to find purchase on the rough ground as he smiled at those around him. A part of Hashirama watched proudly as his son walked around them completely unaided, as he had been doing for some months. Another part of him grew despondent because he knew as sure as he took his next breath Batsuma would come here soon. No matter how slow a child was, all of them could walk soon enough. And he'd come to see if Nawaki had reached that point yet. And he'd be angry that Hashirama hadn't told him when the boy had learnt how months ago. I wonder, brother, if he inherited my brains or yours? Tobirama joked with a small, rare chuckle. Humphrey, obviously it will be mine. Hashirama replied, he's my son. Oh, then I hope he inherited the Uzumaki's kami-given luck as well. Tobirama's smile widened a fraction just as Hashirama's cloud of doom spread above his hanging head as Hashirama muttered, so mean. I just wonder if he's going to have that neat little bloodline of yours. Mito mused out loud. Can you imagine, a little Uzumaki with 2 bloodlines? I doubt he'd have the Uzumaki one though. I hope he doesn't. Uzumaki clan law dictates that all those with the Uzumaki bloodline must return to the clan compound. That would mean either I go with him, or we lose him. Mito's gaze was distant as she spoke of this possibility. A seemingly random series of thoughts, yet Hashirama knew his wife well enough by now to know that this had been bugging her for some time. But she began with a silly smile directed at Nawaki before she scooped him up. Let us not dwell on that which is only slightly possible when there are so many other, much happier things to reflect upon. Hashirama stood for a moment, simply to let Mito's statement sink in. He'd never even thought of that possibility. Was it selfish to wish that Nawaki never developed a bloodline at all? If he did have a bloodline, he'd had an advantage in battle, he would be better than the average shinobi. That was good, wasn't it? Yet it was for that reason alone that Hashirama wished Nawaki did not have a bloodline. Because then he'd be just an ordinary senju. Then he wouldn't be used as nothing more than a powerful tool. He wouldn't be used like Batsuma continuously used Hashirama and Tobirama. He would just be an ordinary shinobi who was very skilled in everything he could possibly be skilled in. Because if Hashirama had to train his son to be a killer, he'd make sure he trained his son well. 0.0.0.0 Madara's blade clashed loudly with that of Hashirama's. So it was only Kenjutsu this time, was it not? The same humdrum as it was before, and the time before that and the time before that, the same song and dance. A predictable series of events that were beginning to crack. Soon others would begin to notice, and Madara did not have a way to explain. To explain why he did not try his very best to kill the Senju brat. To explain why they both walked away with minimal injuries. And so, Madara closed his eyes, stopped his Sharingan from seeing, as he ducked under the predictable swipe of Hashirama's blade and ran his own through the other shinobi's shoulder. There was no usual resistance of bone and flesh, no sickening suction as he pulled the sharpened blade free once more, Hashirama's cry of pain ringing in his ears. It was more effortless than what it had any right to be. In the briefest of moments, a moment that none would ever see or know about, Madara grabbed the back of Hashirama's neck and yanked the other's head towards him. Their foreheads crashed together and Madara opened his eyes to see Hashirama's features clenched in pain. Sacrifice, watashi no hitashi I, Madara whispered before letting go and jumping away from Hashirama. Why did you leave? An Uchiha demanded angrily. You'd finally managed to wound him. Madara did not say a word. He did not have to. Hashirama's blasted bloodline took effect and encased the Senju in a cocoon of wood. Immediately after that, Tobirama arrived, eyes automatically finding Madara's. And within those chestnut irises, a deep burning coldness was directed at the Uchiha, so much so it was hard to believe that Tobirama and Madara were comrades fighting for the same goal. Yet there was understanding as well. Tobirama knew what Madara had done. Because I cannot deal with the other Senju brother as well. Madara replied tonelessly. One is enough of a headache and those two work together flawlessly as a team. 0.0.0.0 Mito. Said red-haired now Senju turned to the call, features serious as they registered the tone in which her name had been quietly uttered. Tobirama. No Kun. This wasn't a social call. The other was here for something. Something serious, something important. I require your assistance in something. Tobirama looked away, eyes not meeting Mito's as he made his request. Whatever he wanted, it shamed him to ask for it, perhaps even to have it at all. It's a jutsu, that's based largely upon the sealing arts. Mito tilted her head slightly, taking in Tobirama's features. Why would a jutsu shame the older ninja? Sealing? Mito asked instead of what she truly wanted to know. Hi. If done right, all I will need is a marker, placed on a surface in an area, and I will be able to focus my chakra upon that mark and essentially teleport to that marker. I could be anywhere in an instant. It would really benefit the senju on the battlefield. Tobirama explained, his tone that of a shinobi, which meant that it was utterly toneless. He was hiding something. When it came to Tobirama, the most telling thing was when there was nothing. Right now, Mito couldn't help but wonder that if helping her brother-in-law was really the right thing to do. But she couldn't say no. What he wanted, it truly did sound like a powerful jutsu. And a powerful jutsu would only help them. Then why was he so ashamed of it? Alright Tobi-kun, I'll help you. At the very least you should use it to keep Hashi-kun safe. However, a sealing jutsu of this caliber will take time. More time than what you're estimating on. So you'll have to be patient as you work with me, and you will work with me. I won't help you otherwise. There's no point to any of this if you do not understand how your own jutsu works. That would likely end badly, Mito stated, and she noted the slightly relief that barely crossed Tobirama's features. She hoped that whatever he was planning, that he knew what he was doing and that he was willing to accept whatever consequences that might come with it. 0.0.0.0 Madara scoffed as he faced his opponent. Not Senju. Not Uchiha. They didn't stand a chance. You Uchiha think you're so great with those Sharingan of yours. You don't know what it really means to be a shinobi. The enemy Madara was facing was perhaps a year, maybe 2 years older than him. Well, we aren't at the top of the clan wars for nothing. One of the Uchiha behind Madara scoffed. Why was it they never tried to help? Just because you can see better doesn't mean you can fight better. Try copy this, you monsters. I'll get you all for what you did to my family. Madara was forced to leap backwards when a shard of, was that ice? Whatever it was fast and it came out of nowhere. It was sharp too. The blood trailing from the cut on his cheek tickled slightly and Madara raised a hand to wipe it away. Whatever that brat did, I can't copy it. One of the two Uchiha with Madara growled. Bloodline then. The other responded. I'll handle this, Madara stated, and the two Uchiha immediately fell silent. Would Madara need to use his Mangekyo Sharingan for this? No, the older ninja wasn't skilled enough. He had raw power, but he wasn't skilled enough to actually use it in a way that would allow him to actually kill Madara. Even injuring the Uchiha heir was a stretch. So you can create and manipulate ice. An interesting bloodline. But is it enough? Madara commented as he regarded the older shinobi. Che. I guess we're just going to have to find out. Madara stood absolutely still as the other shinobi ran through the hand signs for an easily recognizable water jutsu. He already knew that he wouldn't have to move out of the way when the shinobi raised his hand to his lips and a spray of water was directed at him. For one thing, the shinobi hadn't placed enough chakra into the jutsu for it to have the force needed to project to where Madara was standing. If that was the way he was starting, he was sorely overestimating his own abilities. Madara tilted his head slightly when the shinobi smirked. Your arrogance will be your downfall, Uchiha Madara. Madara tensed when walls of ice sprang up from the puddle of water created by the water jutsu he thought had been useless. No, it hadn't been. It had only been the preparation. Still, this didn't change Madara's earlier assessment. He could still defeat the ice wielder. Let's see how much you can see when I can be anywhere I need to be before you've even noticed me move. The shinobi's smirk widened before he stepped backwards, the walls of ice having surrounded both Madara and himself. Madara was curious, nothing more, when the shinobi disappeared within his own creation, looking like a reflection in one of the ice ponds he and Izuna had played upon during particularly cold winters. He was less curious when a senbone flew at him from that very mirror, forcing him to step to the side in order to avoid it. So the shinobi could attack him, but he could not attack his enemy. That was smart, but he had to run out of senbone eventually, and in that event he'd have to attack directly. Madara could wait till then. He was patient. Another senbone flew at him, followed but a barrage more. They were simple enough to dodge and Madara wondered why the shinobi had such bravado. Then the reflection moved to another mirror, running the circumference of the mirrors as the shinobi threw his senbon. Madara scowled as some managed to sink into his shoulder. Madara was going to have to get creative to dodge if the shinobi could be in any mirror he desired. But then another revelation made itself known to the young Uchiha. The senbon was cold. Almost to an icy degree. Tilting his head slightly, Madara watched the trajectory of one of the senbon, taking in the way it flew past his cheek and shattered upon impact of the mirror behind Madara. Ice senbon. The shinobi wasn't going to run out of weapons. He merely made more every time he needed them. Madara knew that now was the time to switch to attack. Defense was no longer enough. Using a fireball jutsu was second nature to him. So much so that he didn't even need to perform the hand signs. When the jutsu hit the mirror that held the reflection of the shinobi, it was powerful enough to completely shatter the mirror. However, Madara saw the way the shinobi flickered over to another mirror. More senbon flew at him, forcing Madara to duck away from the shattered mirror. It gave the ice wielder enough time to create another mirror. So as long as the mirror stayed intact, the shinobi thought he could win. Well, that could be easily changed. Madara drew his sword before rushing straight for one of the mirrors. He was surprised when the mirror did not shatter the moment his blade impacted with the reflective surface. So they were stronger than what they originally appeared. Was ninjutsu strong enough to break them all? Well, that was a redundant question. Madara leapt away from the mirror and towards the center of the structure, eyes taking in the reflection of his enemy as the shinobi flickered from mirror to mirror. You'll find that my mirrors aren't as easy to break as all that, Uchiha Madara. You have yet to realize just how trapped you are. We shall see about that. I broke one of them, I'll do it again. Madara promised. Yet the second fireball he aimed at a mirror did not even make the mirror melt. Had the shinobi strengthened the mirrors for some reason? It would make sense after Madara's initial success in breaking one mirror. Therefore Madara could try increasing the strength of his jutsu, he could try a different jutsu, strengthen his ninja tools, or he could be a true Uchiha and use a different method entirely. However, up till this point he'd managed to not even activate his Sharingan, fighting this battle without them. There were no jutsu he could copy since he was fighting against a bloodline and his visual skills were far above exceptional without his Sharingan. With a sigh Madara closed his eyes, opening them again to reveal blood-red Sharingan. In the split second that the shinobi flickered to a stop in the mirror directly in front of the Uchiha, ready to throw more ice senbon, Madara's Tomoe whirled and the genjutsu struck. Most enemy shinobi could not help the urge to look directly into a Sharingan, just to see the legendary dojutsu for themselves. It was usually the last thing they ever did. The hand that had been about to flick the senbon in Madara's direction went limp, and the shinobi fell out of his own mirrors. The moment he hit the ground, the mirrors shattered, leaving nothing but a puddle of water behind. Madara walked over to the shinobi, features completely blank as he took in the teen's frozen form. He bent down and tilted the older teen's head towards him. I think I shall let you live, Ice Wielder. Your skill is interesting. However, you have yet to learn how to properly use it. Keep in mind though, that should you ever face an Uchiha again, they will not extend the same courtesy. For that matter, a Senju might not either. There is a reason we are at the top of the clan wars. You'll do well to keep your mouth shut during the next battle you find yourself in, or at the very least have the skill to back up your boasting. As Madara walked away, he wondered just how far the Ice Wielder would get in these times of endless fighting. Had his family members he'd spoken of earlier had the same bloodline? It wasn't impossible. Yet it did not matter. Every jutsu had its flaw, its weakness. As an Uchiha, it was his job to see them and exploit them. Why did you let him live? One of his companions asked. Because I have what I need and killing him serves no purpose. Besides, perhaps if he grows powerful enough, he can be an adequate test of my strength, but I doubt that he will. He does not have the determination needed to defeat me. He did not have the look in his eyes of one dedicated to vengeance. For all intents and purposes, he's more of a child than I am. Madara replied. He won't be a threat to our clan. He simply does not have it in him. I hope you're right, Madara. A warning that should his words be untrue, then Madara would take the blame. It wouldn't be the first time and it probably wouldn't be the last either. 0.0.0.0 Madara was 19 now. And he hadn't seen Naruto for 4.5 years. Usually, if a shinobi wasn't seen for even half a year it meant that the shinobi had died. But Naruto would not be that weak, would he? As it was, the Uchiha clan heir was sitting quietly next to Izuna, a group of Uchiha with them. There were perhaps 10 of them in total, and they were seated around a large fire, speaking amongst themselves. It was the day before a large mission, a mission large enough to warrant the need of both Izuna and Madara as well as 8 or so other Uchiha. It was their task to eradicate a whole other clan, so that the Uchiha could have their land and their measly wealth. It was a detestable mission. "Oi, Madara-san, have you heard the rumors?" One Uchiha stated loudly, forcing the young Uchiha to look towards the caller. He did not reply but rather raised a brow to prompt the other Uchiha to continue. "About the shinobi who moves so fast all one sees of him is a yellow blur. Hi, and that his kenjutsu prowess is unmatched. And that his ninjutsu is powerful enough to change the landscape around him with only a single blow." Madara added. "Hi, I've heard them. The shinobi they speak of is Uzumaki Naruto. Yet I have not met him in battle myself." "You mean it's that blonde Uzumaki that was such a pathetic weakling some years back? The one that went completely berserk on the battlefield and tried to kill his own allies?" One Uchiha scoffed, pulling his lip up in disgust. "Hi, that very one. He is also the Uzumaki that stopped a clan fight between the Senju and the Uchiha. The unknown shinobi who wore a cloak and challenged the clan heads themselves." Izuna replied. "If he's so powerful, why isn't he fighting with the Senju? He used to, didn't he? Hard to miss a blonde Uzumaki." Madara didn't reply, and neither did Izuna. It was a good question. One they did not have an answer to. 0.0.0.0 They'd been fighting for days. Hashirama had been on the front lines for all of those hellish days, and even he was starting to run out of chakra. At this rate he'd grow too exhausted to be of much use. He didn't even know what they were fighting for this time. He was 19, yet he still felt like a child. Didn't his father think he was ready yet? When Hashirama had asked, he'd been told the same as always, which had been absolutely nothing. He'd been angry that day as well. Batsuma and Hashirama had been fighting again. Nawaki was 2 now, and Hashirama could not keep his father away any longer. It didn't help that the boy was clearly intelligent for his age. It didn't help that he had his mother's reserves. At this point, Hashirama almost wished Nawaki had the Uzumaki bloodline, just so that his son would go back to the Uzumaki clan. He'd be safer there, than with the Senju. Yet at the same time, he could not bear to let his son go. How had his father done this? Not just once, but 4 times? So yes, when he'd first been told of the fighting, he'd been all too happy to have something to vent his frustrations out on. He knew he wasn't always violent, and he was often called weak because he was more merciful than most. But he was a shinobi like any other, and he was a killer just like them. His opponents were weak. Always falling before him. How was that even fair? Why were some shinobi just so much better than others? Why did it have to be him? All he wanted was to bring peace to this world. All he wanted was to end the fighting. In an ironic twist of fate, he just happened to be the best killer on this field. Madara wasn't here. In fact, their opponent this time wasn't even the Uchiha. It was rare when that happened. An enemy would hire another clan, one they felt would garner more success or one they trusted more. Yet it wouldn't work. Only the Senju could fight the Uchiha, and only the Uchiha could fight the Senju. That was just the way it had always been. However, his anger had long since passed, leaving nothing but the same sense of regret, the same deep exhaustion. He just wanted it all to end. He wanted Konoha. The call for the retreat came and Hashirama cringed. It was only a temporary one. A slight truce from both clans, where at the end of each day they retreated, with the unspoken agreement to keep the peace during the night. So far, such an agreement had only been broken once. It hadn't ended well for either of the clans involved. Hashirama was exhausted, but he knew that he wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight, same as all the previous nights upon this field. Hashirama-san. Despite his exhaustion, the Senju heir snapped his attention to the call of his name, his training picking up on the urgency within the tone. "You must come quickly. It's your brother." Hashirama felt his world collapse around him. He was sure his face was pale and his eyes wide. Heck, his mouth had probably flopped open as well. Then he was running, despite how tired he was, despite how much his blood had frozen, he was running as fast as he could to where the other shinobi was leading. "Tobi." Hashirama burst into the tent that had been set up as a makeshift infirmary. The fact that his brother was here was bad in itself because most of the shinobi on the field didn't have the medical experience and knowledge needed to actually care for the wounded. All the infirmary tent really was a quiet place to die if someone managed to get one there in time. Only a few ever managed to make it out alive. Hashirama-san. One of the shinobi near his fallen brother looked to the call and relief flashed in her eyes. Not many female became ninja, but some did. Most looked to go into the medical field, preparing and administering bandages for the most part. Hashirama had more medical experience than any of the shinobi in this tent, and he was perhaps the only one that could help his brother now. He rushed towards the small cluster of shinobi only to see his baby brother lying on a mat, eyes clenched in pain as he bit his bottom lip to stop a scream from leaving his mouth. Blood. There was so much blood. What happened? Hashirama demanded. From what we can understand, he attempted a jutsu that didn't end well. He has sustained damage from both the jutsu and an enemy that took advantage of his weakness. It wasn't ready. Mito-chan told me it wasn't ready, but I didn't listen. Tobirama managed to spit out. I was desperate. I need that jutsu Aniki. Tobirama was 17 and he hadn't called Hashirama Aniki in years. Don't talk right now, Atoto. You need your strength. Hashirama dropped to his knees and spread his hands over his younger brother's chest. The armor had already been removed, leaving nothing but the dark underclothes that Tobirama usually wore around the compound. Don't. I can sense your chakra Aniki. You're too tired for this, Tobirama whispered. Don't you ever tell me not to try and save your life again, Baka. Hashirama glared at his brother with such rage that the younger didn't try to say anything again. There were very few times that Hashirama acted the older brother that he was, and this was one of those times. In those times Tobirama knew better than to even think about arguing. Yet, despite Hashirama's resolve to heal his brother, Tobirama was right. He didn't have the chakra needed. For one thing, the chakra needed to heal his brother would have to be intense, concentrated, which meant a lot more than what Hashirama had. But he had to try. He couldn't give up. This was Tobirama. He couldn't stop now. The green chakra surrounded his hands and began to sink into his brother's body. With this connection, Hashirama began to feel the extent of the damage that his brother had sustained, and what he felt shocked him. It was as though some of his brother's very cells had been shifted out of place. What kind of a jutsu had he been trying? There was also the vast amount of damage done by the enemy's sword, a sword that had cruelly and so inhumanly been serrated, so as to cause the utmost damage with the least amount of blows. Atoto, Hashirama whispered, not daring to open the eyes that he'd closed. He did not want to see his brother's eyes right now. He could feel his brother's chakra slipping, feel the way his brother's body sluggishly attempted to keep functioning. He'd felt a shinobi die before, but he'd never imagined he'd have to feel it within his brother. Don't you dare give up on me, Tobirama. I still need you. What about Konoha? You have to help me. Hashirama's eyes flew open, despite his earlier thoughts. Tobirama's eyes were beginning to glaze over. I'm so sorry, Aniki. The younger Senju sighed. No. Hashirama needed to increase the concentration of the chakra he was using to heal his brother, but he was already giving it all he had. In fact, he was soon going to run out. Tobi. No. Don't leave me. Tobirama's chakra slipped a little more and Hashirama choked on a sob. Please, Tobi, don't go. Hashirama saw the green of his own healing chakra begin to fade, watched as Tobirama grimaced in pain because of it. Then he saw the one thing he had never hoped to see within his brother's eyes. Peaceful acceptance. That was the look only a shinobi who had acknowledged their situation and had accepted it got. It was the look of a shinobi who knew they were going to die. Hashirama had never seen it upon the face of a comrade that had made it out alive, and it made his heart freeze. Anger and determination burst to life within him, and he refused to let his baby brother die. No. He found himself growling. I was powerless to help our brothers, but I'm not powerless now. I am Senju Hashirama. I am the founder of Konoha, and I will not stand at the head of the Senju clan alone. You will live. Inspiration hit, and hit hard. Hashirama needed more chakra, and so did his brother. There was chakra all around them. In every living thing. Senjutsu. Hashirama already knew how to focus Senjutsu due to his wood release, and now he was going to mix it with his medical ninjutsu. Senjutsu was life, and it had to save his brothers. Green grew brighter, changing to the purest white as Hashirama focused on diluted Senjutsu into his body, threw it and straight into Tobirama. Tobirama gasped in surprise, eyes growing wide as the distant look was flooded out with pure stunned amazement. Hashirama did not stop even when his brother cried out in pain and began to squirm beneath his hands. Hold him down. he ordered to those that had been merely watching up till this point. It hurt because it sped up the healing process 100-fold. The damage that Tobirama had done to his own body warranted a lot of healing, a lot of excruciating pain. Tobirama's cells had to be rearranged in order to fix what the jutsu had broken. With this sudden inspiration to use senjutsu in medical ninjutsu came a barrage of other ideas, all to be addressed and sorted through at a later stage. For now though, he was going to focus on his brother. You will live, Tobirama. You don't get to die and leave me here. Hashirama glared at his brother. His brother had looked at him with those eyes. Those eyes he had seen 1,000 times before, and something within the older Senju had snapped. As long as I'm alive, you don't get to die. Tears blurred Senju Hei's vision and he was surprised that he hadn't started crying ages ago. A hand weakly brushed against Hashirama's wrist before falling back to the ground. Tobirama's way of apologizing. The pain grew too much for the teen, his eyes rolling back before his body went limp. He'd lost consciousness and no longer needed to be restrained. Yet there was still more healing to be done. Hashirama refused to stop until his Itoto was in nothing but the perfect condition. Anything less simply would not do. 0.0.0.0 3 days later, Tobirama woke up in his room in the Senju compound. He sat up carefully, far too used to being injured to sit up too quickly. What had his brother used to heal him? It had felt completely different, something more. Getting to his feet, Tobirama paused to test his balance. He felt fine. No, he felt amazing. Better than what he had in ages. Walking to the door, he sensed the guard waiting outside before he was even 10 steps away. Could the guard tell him what had happened? "Where is my brother?" Tobirama asked as he opened the door. "Tobirama-san." He was greeted with a bow. "Hashirama-sama is resting. He lost consciousness shortly after tending to your wounds and is yet to awaken. The mission was a success. Batsuma-sama arrived to take over after word of Hashirama-sama's condition reached him." "Hashirama-sama?" Tobirama questioned, features remaining blank. Hi. Batsuma-sama did not return from the battle. So his father had died. And it wasn't even at the hands of the Uchiha. Tobirama closed his eyes. The jutsu he'd asked Mito to help him with, it meant nothing now. Its only purpose had been so that Tobirama could kill his own father without anyone ever catching him. A jutsu that could let him teleport anywhere where he'd placed a marker meant that he could place a mark on his father and kill him before disappearing to another setup marker. For all the other Senju knew, he wouldn't even be in the village when his father was killed. But the jutsu hadn't been ready yet. Even after he'd killed his father, he could see the benefits of such a jutsu on the battlefield and it would have been a great advantage. However, it would appear he did not have to kill his father after all. Nawaki would be safe now. Hashirama's happiness would be safe. Tobirama could not say if his tears were relief for the fact that he no longer had to bear the burden of killing his own father, or sadness for the fact that his father was dead. Whatever the reason, he did not care. He roughly wiped them away from his face before he continued walking, planning on going to his brother, who was now also his clan head. 0.0.0.0 Madara-sama. Said Uchiha paused at the entrance of the compound, returning from a mission. "What has happened in my absence?" he asked tonelessly. Uchiha did not make mistakes, and if this Uchiha was calling him Sama instead of San, then something had happened. "Your father fell in battle." "I see. Has my brother been informed?" "No. He is yet to return from his mission." "Madara-sama." Madara paused for a moment more. "Was the battle won with the Senju?" "No. The mission was a routine mission that went bad." "What was my father doing on a routine mission, and how did someone manage to kill an Uchiha, much less the clan head, on a routine mission gone bad?" Madara turned a cold gaze to the Uchiha, daring him to try and lie. "It is unknown. None of the Uchiha managed to survive. However, their eyes were all intact. None were taken." Madara looked away. Something wasn't right there. But he had more important things to go through. Such as the clan affairs. He was now their leader. A position he'd been born for, yet one he still found himself thrust within. "Inform me at once when my brother returns," Madara snapped before continuing to walk further into the compound. Something wasn't right, but it would have to wait till later. 0.0.0.0 Naruto stood atop the cliff that would later become the Hokage monument. From there he could just make out both the Senju and the Uchiha compounds. It was almost time to bring the clans together, but he needed to wait. Hashirama and Madara were now the newly appointed clan heads and they needed time to build trust. The clan had to follow them to Konoha and for that they needed to trust their clan heads. So time was needed. Naruto wondered if anyone would ever figure out that he was the one that had killed both the precious Uchiha and the Senju clan heads. He doubted it. After all, a henge did wonders and a henge enforced with a seal did even more. He'd learned a lot in the 5 years that he'd been in this world. And he'd been watching over his precious people for the 4.5 years they had not seen him. He'd seen Nawaki's birth and Madara and Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan activation. He'd even seen the beginnings of the creation of the Flying Thunder God technique. That one had been particularly painful because it had confirmed to him that his father's greatest technique hadn't really been his to start with. However, that didn't dampen his father's brilliance. After all, there was still the Rasengan and the seal that contained the Kyuubi within Naruto. He was 21 years old now. And he was almost ready to build Konoha. Naruto smirked to himself. He was different, but he liked to think he was still the same. His ninja way was still the same and he still believed that everyone had the ability to be good. But he'd lost most of his naivety and he'd grown somewhat weary within these war-torn times. Naruto took a step back, shoes crunching in the sand as he did so. He'd changed the way he dressed as well, choosing to wear the black and red cloak from his fight with Pain as well as his orange armor. The armor itself has been adjusted, redesigned to be sleeker, lighter. It helped him to move faster. Now you can begin your search for the others, Naruto. Kurama grumbled. Hi, now that I've perfected a way to keep the tailed beasts out of human hands, I can begin. When I return, I will be ready to become the Uzumaki clan head and in doing so, bring the 3 clans together to build Konoha. I just hope that those 4 don't go and do something stupid while I'm gone. Naruto replied out loud, uncaring of the fact that he looked utterly insane, appearing to be talking to himself. They are the legends that you grew up listening about, therefore they will survive. Kurama scoffed. Now let us leave. I grow impatient. Soon, all too soon, Konoha would be built. Chapter 11. Naruto was silent on the trip back to the clan compound. The Uzumaki didn't really treat him any differently from before, aside from the fleeting flickers of pity that he picked up on. As masters in sealing, they all understood that the monster within Naruto did not make him a monster himself. But that didn't mean they didn't pity him. And somehow, that was worse than anything Naruto had ever had before. He wasn't even sure how to handle it. He was who he was and that was that. He wasn't any different from the Naruto they knew before they found out that he was a Jinchuriki. Did they perhaps wonder what kind of parents he'd had? Naruto loved his parents regardless of their decision to seal the Kyuubi within him. Did the Uzumaki think any less of his parents? Naruto-kun. The blonde turned to the clan head, blinking once but saying nothing. How old were you really when your parents died? Naruto looked away, unwilling to answer but knowing that his emotions would answer enough. It might not give an exact answer but it gave enough of one for them to realize that Naruto had been very, very young. The day I was born. Naruto eventually whispered very quietly. Then, the way you were treated by the villagers. The clan head's voice trailed off. Yes. As long as I can remember. Naruto confirmed. I see. No more words were exchanged and Naruto didn't try prompting any further conversation. His thoughts trailed to Takashi. He knew he should have done things differently but this assessment was only in hindsight. There is no use in dwelling on that which has already happened and that which cannot be changed. Kyuubi grumbled sleepily from within Naruto's mind. I know, Naruto whispered back. Then move on. This Takashi human did not give his life for yours so that you could mope all day. Naruto knew that Kurama was correct but he also felt that he needed to grieve just a little longer. Takashi deserved that much. 0.0.0.0. Try harder, Naruto. The blonde panted as he rested on his hands and knees. He'd been trying for 4 weeks now and he was pretty darn sure that there wasn't much harder he could try. He'd tried with Cage Bunshine at first. But that had only made it worse, leaving him entirely on his own. Trying to control his bloodline was near impossible. All he'd managed so far was to bend the metal square he'd been given. It was the leaf exercise all over again, only this was worse. It was taking longer with little to no progress. He was starting to think that maybe he didn't have the bloodline after all. There was also a barrier around him, meant to prevent the Kyuubi from harming the clan. Naruto saw it as the Yamato that wasn't here. Still, it was rather depressing to have to wait every time, to be let out. It was worse to know that he was caged up like some wild animal but that he couldn't afford not to be. Naruto grimaced before turning to his teacher, the current blacksmith and master of the Uzumaki bloodline. What is the origin of our bloodline? Naruto had had an idea forming for some time now, that perhaps if he understood how the bloodline worked, such as how he had explained Hashirama's Makuten to the Senju, then maybe he could master his own. Well, isn't that an interesting question? The blacksmith replied, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Naruto had come to learn that in certain positions, an Uzumaki gave up his identity. Such as the clan head became the honorable one, or the clan head and those that mastered the bloodline became what they used the bloodline for. Naruto didn't know what he'd use his bloodline for, and he didn't particularly think he'd ever gain enough control to be the blacksmith. When he became clan head though, he was totally changing the rule. He was Uzumaki Naruto and there was no way that was ever changing. I do not know. It was never something I was interested in and never something I ever thought to ask of my sensei. He wasn't a patient man and he wouldn't have told me the answer. The blacksmith continued. However, is this something you need to know? Maybe. If I understood what I was doing, then maybe I could actually do it. Naruto replied, shifting his weight so that he was sitting on the ground rather than kneeling on it. I see. The blacksmith looked away, eyes dimming in thought. Then you should look to the archives. It's sure to be stored in there somewhere. You have 1 week to find your answer, Naruto-kun. I cannot give you any more time. The Honorable One was serious about you mastering your bloodline. I understand. Naruto nodded to his sensei and the barrier was dropped. Well then you might as well start now, and for your sake I hope you find what you're looking for, and I hope it helps. Naruto didn't need telling twice. He disappeared in a sunshine and reappeared just outside of where all the Uzumaki records were kept. With a small grin, Naruto readied his chakra and stated Tajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Looking around at the hundreds of copies of himself, Naruto nodded somewhat absently. You lot know what to do. I don't need to remind you of the time limit either, so no horsing around. Let's go. 0.0.0.0 Naruto learned that the archives were more extensive than what he'd first believed. A lot of the scrolls stored within the archives, however, were largely based on Uzumaki theory that had yet to be tested. There was a whole section on sealing things into living beings, but Naruto knew from experience that that was no longer theory. Not for him anyways. There were things in there that was based on stuff Naruto could neither make heads nor tails about, so he just kind of skimmed it. There were things that made him want to lose his lunch and things that did make him lose his lunch. Rather violently. In the end he made as many Bunshin as he could just to cover it all. To his annoyance, there wasn't a lot on time and space. In fact, a good portion of what they had in the archives was a few scribbles signed with Mito's signatures. But it wasn't very in-depth and basically just the beginnings of some ideas that the younger Uzumaki had. He'd thought that maybe a time and space-based seal would work best for the tailed beasts, but now he wasn't so sure. What could he really do to keep his promise? That was just something he was going to have to work on. He found a section that was rather interesting, that was based upon summoning contracts, but it was all theory-based. Painfully enough, however, Takashi's signature was on far too many of the scrolls, and a sense of foreboding filled Naruto when he noticed that. In fact, it prompted the blonde to stop whatever he'd been doing for a moment just so that he could talk to the fox. Have you come up with a way to keep your promise, brat? Kurama grumbled sleepily. Not yet. I'm currently reading the Uzumaki archives. Naruto replied slowly. But I found something I wanted to ask you about. Naruto added quickly in the hopes of distracting the fox. Honestly, it had only been a couple of weeks. What did the fox expect? A miracle. One eye opened to regard the blonde and Naruto grinned. The eye rolled in annoyance before the other opened as well. What is it? Well, I found the Uzumaki theories on summoning contracts and how it all stated because an Uzumaki had seen a summon enter our world and had spoken to it. They don't say what summon it was, but they did sketch some of the seals that activated when the summon left to return to their own world, with some of the hand signs the summon used as well. Of course I already know what the hand signs are, but that's beside the point. Anyways, so someone else continued researching it, but I don't think they took it very seriously because it's not all that extensive. A few more tried, but again I don't think they tried very seriously. Anyway, all the information kind of exploded and they were actually getting somewhere and they looked really close to finishing it. Naruto explained with wide eyes and gesturing widely as he spoke. What's your point? Kurama drawled, blinking once. The person who was doing it, well, it was Takashi. Naruto muttered, looking to the ground, shoulders slumping. Well, now is a really funny time to be worried about the consequences of your actions. It's a little late to be considering the space-time continuum and all that which you have interrupted with your foolish arrival. Kurama deadpanned. But what if Takashi actually succeeded? What if he was the one that opened the portals to the summoning worlds and created the first bonds between ninja and summons? Naruto blurted, growing desperate as his features grew pleading. What if I messed all that up? Kurama was silent for a moment. His gaze pinned Naruto where he was, and for some reason Naruto couldn't help but feel that he was being scrutinized more heavily than the times that Kurama had ever weighed up his worth before. His heart pounded loudly as he waited to see what the fox would say. Would he even care? Naruto could feel the sweat beating on his forehead and he forced himself to meet Kurama's intense gaze. Then Kurama closed his eyes and placed his head on his paws, as though all his interest in the matter had vaporized. It is simple, brat. Naruto almost relaxed but knew better. Kurama's simple was not his simple. You must take the place of the one you have caused to fall. You must do all that which Uzumaki Takashi would have done in his life. Simple indeed. Now Naruto had to be a freakin' psychic and just magically know all the things Takashi was supposed to have accomplished. He should have paid more attention in history class. And do not forget your promise to me, human. Ouch. A double blow. Human wasn't exactly a compliment in Kurama's eyes. Naruto's gaze hardened. I know. Suddenly, the extended Uzumaki lifespan just didn't seem to be enough in order to accomplish all the things he needed to do. But he had to start somewhere, and since he already knew a thing or two about summoning contracts. Yeah, that seemed like a good project to start with. 0.0.0.0. So a large portion of Naruto's clones went to finishing Takashi's research on summoning contracts. It was a simple matter for Naruto to just go to the Toads, but they wouldn't know him there, not yet. And he wanted Takashi to get the credit for this. He wanted it to appear as though the older Uzumaki had finished this work just before he died and hadn't gotten the chance to show anyone. The rest of the clones were set on finding out anything about the Uzumaki bloodline and finding anything that would help Naruto with his promise to Kurama. He did find a lot of interesting theories that would help him when it came to Konoha. And not to mention a few sealed blueprints for some very interesting things that he was definitely incorporating into Konoha when the time came to building it. He came to realize that he was going to become a shinobi that no one else would ever be able to surpass. It was a realization that hit him one moment and hit him hard enough to make him pause, to make him actually think about it. He was Uzumaki Naruto, a shinobi out of place. He came from a world that would never again exist, and by his own doing. He was a Jinchuriki, a word he planned to erase the very meaning of. And he was an Uzumaki. One who had been using shadow clones for most of his ninja training. As Kakashi-sensei had told him, using the Kage Bunshin the way he did gave him an advantage that no one else had. And Naruto only saw it now. He was a ninja in a whole other league. One that others would be hard-pressed to surpass for generations to come. While the thought was something that had once appealed so much to him, now it felt oddly bittersweet. Because he finally understood the sacrifices and the circumstances one had to be in order to have such vast amounts of power. It was something he wouldn't wish upon his most hated enemy. And if he had his way, generations to come would never experience such circumstances themselves. 0.0.0.0. The Uzumaki bloodline was based on wind, earth and water. Water for life. Earth for strength. And wind for flexibility. That was easy enough to see and understand. Yang chakra worked hand in hand with water to give the metal life. Form. To make it all possible. Naruto had all the Yang chakra anyone could ever want. Was that interfering with the balance? The single scroll he'd managed to find on the Uzumaki bloodline stated that the metal started with the earth chakra and then the water and the yang together with wind being added last. Some Uzumaki picked this up naturally, however. Not Naruto though. He was having a tougher time than what he was supposed to according to the scroll. Again, was that because he was Jinchuriki? It probably was. Naruto didn't know what it was like to be anything different though, so he couldn't be sure. Placing the scroll back where he'd found it, Naruto couldn't help but frown. The scroll itself had been exceedingly vague and had that particular brand of if you're special enough you'll just get it kind of vibe to it. Naruto hated those kinds of scrolls. It always made him feel like he was never good enough or just not on the same level as all those that were supposed to just get something. Like those scrolls that were step by step but they magically went from step A to M and you as the reader were just supposed to know how they got there. Naruto didn't think of himself as stupid, but sometimes he didn't think he was all that smart either. With a sigh, the blonde Uzumaki concluded that he'd learned all that he could from the archives and dispelled all his clones aside from the ones working on Takashi's project. It was time to go back to the blacksmith and resume his training anyway. He was going to try the cage bunshine again because while he'd been in the archives he'd noticed that with so many clones, his chakra was stretched rather thinly, but it also meant he could sort of relate to how normal shinobi felt with their much smaller reserves. Perhaps, if Naruto could learn control that way, by starting out with thousands of clones and then gradually reducing those numbers until he had complete control of his chakra, then perhaps he could gain control of his bloodline as well. The only problem was, that the less of his chakra there was, the more chance of a Kyuubi takeover and hence mindless rampage. But that's what the barriers were for. Hopefully. 0.0.0.0 I'm back. Naruto called as he popped through the door. Oh, Naruto-kun, how did it go? Well, I found something, but it was rather vague. I guess that's a good thing should there ever be a breach in security. Naruto grinned at the last part, but even he could feel that it was strained. But I do have a new idea. Mastering the bloodline is largely about chakra control, right? Naruto questioned. I suppose. The blacksmith squinted at him before picking up a dented piece of armor and running his hands over it. Naruto watched enviously as the metal rippled ever so slightly before smoothing out, the dent disappearing as though it had never been there in the first place. Naruto continued on to explain his idea of using cage bunshine until he had his control mastered, and the blacksmith paused in his work to consider the possibility of Naruto's plan working. At the very least, it should increase your control over your chakra. The time it will take will all depend on you and your ability to master your own chakra. The blacksmith concluded. We can try it and see how it goes. How many cage bunshine can you make relying on your chakra alone? A couple thousand. Naruto shrugged. The blacksmith sighed. Alright, I'll go find more Uzumaki to cover the barrier. 0.0.0.0 You're still holding out hope of returning, aren't you? Naruto backed away from the thing that resembled him. It was him, but it wasn't. There was no way his eyes would ever look that cruel, that wrong. But no matter how much he backed away, it followed him, smiling warmly, those eyes belying any warmth its features might show. Naruto tried to calm down, to remember why he was here, why he was doing this in the first place. This was supposed to help him. It had taken him a year and a half to work through his cage bunshine chakra control theory, as it had been rather lengthily dubbed. And it had rocketed his control over his chakra even if the process itself had been painstaking. Yet, it hadn't worked. He hadn't been able to control his bloodline enough for the clan head's satisfaction. Naruto had been told that he had to have enough control over his bloodline in order to use it unconsciously, like an extension of his very being. At the current moment in time, Naruto had enough control over his bloodline to create something only if he was completely focused on the task, if there were no distractions. Not exactly ideal circumstances when one thought of battlefields. So the Uzumaki were trying something else, something of a last resort. This was meant to help Naruto, but he couldn't move past the panic that tightened his chest, the denial bubbling towards his lips. Admit that you still think there's a way. You just can't let them go. A ritual that was meant to help Naruto move past all that which held him back, that which sabotaged his ability to use his bloodline. You know this won't work, Naruto. A soft growl of annoyance from within Naruto's mind. One that was ignored entirely by the blonde. You're only wasting time that could be spent on other things. Much more pressing matters. I know I can't go back, Naruto yelled out, features twisting into anger. The blacksmith had concluded that perhaps there was something else keeping Naruto from fully utilizing his bloodline. Perhaps there was something else, something that wasn't nearly as physical as poor chakra control. Chakra control was no longer an issue. Naruto could control his chakra as well as any medic nin. He just could not control the Kyuubis, and that was what Kurama believed was Naruto's problem. But the Uzumaki believed that perhaps there was a psychological issue that prevented Naruto from gaining control. After all, Naruto's past was not the happiest of ones, and it was vastly different from the life he would have had he been raised in the Uzumaki clan from the day he was born. Since an Uzumaki with the bloodline was not supposed to be a part of the wandering fraction, Naruto knew that all theories were possible and had agreed to a ritual that was meant to cleanse his mind, calm his inner emotions, and help him find peace. But no matter what, he hadn't expected to find this. He was physically sitting in the center of an active sealing array, eyes closed and completely relaxed, but within his own mind, he found himself not in the dark sewers of Kurama's prison but rather a deserted, twisted version of the old Konoha, the Konoha that existed before Orochimaru's invasion. There was no one walking through the streets, leaving Naruto to wander through them, searching for whatever it was that he was supposed to do here. He'd gone to the places he was familiar with, and with every destination, with every empty treasured place, he felt his panic grow. He felt the desperation clawing its way to the surface of his features but being held back by sheer determination. He was completely and utterly alone. A realization that had given introduction to the thing now calmly walking towards a scrambling Naruto. It looked just like Naruto, in every shape, form and size. Apart from the eyes. They were as cruel as the eyes that had once looked down at Naruto when he was younger. They were the eyes of the villagers every time he'd run past, paint bucket in one hand and paintbrush in the other. Those eyes. The thing stopped and looked to its left. A smile touched its mouth but did not reach its eyes. Ramen. It's been a while, hasn't it? Ichiraku's. The blonde did not need to look to know it was there. He knew Konoha like he knew the limits of his own body. How could he not? Naruto did not dare move his eyes away from it. He didn't know what it was and he didn't know what it was capable of. Would it attack him? They didn't tell you everything, did they? It continued. And to think you've already read so much about the clan. Could it be that you saw this ritual but you've cluttered your mind with so much information it's escaped your notice? Or do you really not know? Tell me what? Naruto asked, narrowing his gaze. He couldn't help himself but to be curious. What you'd find in here. A pause, a slight tilt of the head before a small smirk as it waved its hand to gesture their surroundings. What you'd face and the consequences of it all. I don't suppose you'd be up to enlightening me. Naruto frowned. Well, they must be desperate if they resorted to this. So I suppose I can tell you a little of something. See, there is a balance to everything, a yin and a yang. I am your yin as you are my yang. You and I are one and the same. You and I are nothing alike. Naruto growled. It doesn't work like that. We're not supposed to be alike in all aspects. We just have different focuses in life, that's all. It tilted its head a little more, features smoothing into something a patient parents would use as they explain something to a slow child. Naruto glared at it. Not replying merely because he was in out of his depth and he didn't know what to do. What makes you so afraid of me? You saw me and immediately you went on guard. Why is that? You shouldn't be afraid of yourself. But then, people are always afraid of the truth. And what is it that they say? Ah yes, the truth hurts. Are you in pain, Naruto? I don't understand. A slow admittance, a hesitant one. And wasn't that half the problem? Another pause, but this time with a small apologetic quirk of the lips as it looked down. Oh dear. Look at me getting a little off topic here. The Uzumaki sure are trusting of you though. Clan heir and they don't even know you. They don't know what you're capable of. But I know. Orochimaru knows too. He saw a glimpse of it. Heck, even Jiraiya knows. Stop, Naruto demanded. But even to his own ears it almost sounded like he was pleading. What? Can't face the truth? It took a step towards Naruto. I am you. I am that anger you feel, that rage, all that pain. When the village of Konoha rejected you, when all you wanted was a friend but got nothing in return. I am that answering emotion. I am every bad thought you've ever had, every negative emotion you've felt. And I'm not about to go away. It took another step towards Naruto. The Uzumaki didn't tell you that there was a chance that you wouldn't be waking up when the ritual is over. They didn't tell you that unless you can beat me, I'll be the one waking up. I can beat you. I'm stronger than you obviously. Because I'm the one that's in front. I'm the one that the world sees. By now, it was standing right in front of the blonde and it smiled softly. But Naruto, didn't you know, darkness is usually in the shadows. Naruto struck out, only for the other to dodge, to meet his every punch and kick. Naruto tried to hit the other with everything he had but it just wouldn't work. They knew how the other fought and as such they were at a stalemate. It's impossible to beat me. You should just give up, it laughed as Naruto panted, trying to catch his breath. It's all in my head, it's all in my head. But the chant that Naruto had taken to saying over and over within his own thoughts didn't appear to be helping. Every blow they exchanged felt as real as any fight Naruto had ever been in. He was running out of options and he didn't know what to do. You're not me. Naruto growled as he glared at the warped image of himself. Because if you were, you'd know that I never give up. Especially when it comes to my comrades. Oh? It smirked as though Naruto had given it exactly what it wanted. What about Kakashi then? And Team 7? You gave up on them pretty quickly. You just accepted that there was no way back. Hell, you didn't even try to help Takashi. That's not true. Naruto didn't bother trying to back up his statement with a blow because by now he knew that there just wasn't any point. Not yet anyway. So I'm right. You do still think you're going back? Naruto froze at that. He didn't understand what that had to do with anything. He didn't understand why the other kept going back to that. You haven't come to terms with the fact that you're stuck here and you're never going to see all your precious people ever again. You still hold out hope for finding your own way back. What, did you think you could just spring Konoha up from the ground and then quickly hop on over back to your true present? It's not that simple. Building an entire village of shinobi is not that simply. You can't unify those whom have been fighting for generations overnight. And you can't go back. It won't be the same and you won't be the same. Naruto grit his teeth as his glare hardened, his anger growing. What do you want from me? What am I supposed to believe in if not in the fact that I'll see them all again? Uzumaki lived for a long time. It's possible. You're a Jinchuriki. You're already going to die way before your time. Tsunade told you so. For the first time since it had appeared, Naruto looked away. This was his other half. This was the truth he hid even from himself. As it had stated, darkness was usually in the shadows. Had he been holding hope of returning? Probably. Perhaps there was a part of him that believed if he learned enough about seals, if he grew strong enough then he could build Konoha and then go back to his present. Was that what he wanted? Do you want to know something, Naruto? The blonde didn't want to listen to this twisted version of himself, but then, most people didn't like listening to the truth. Still, was this thing, this other half, telling him the truth? You can't control your bloodline for two reasons. Even if you make peace with Kurama and even if you manage to control his rage, you still won't be able to use your bloodline. You haven't found peace within yourself and you never will. Naruto blinked once, thinking the other's words over. He knew those words from somewhere. They were largely familiar. Had he read them? While Naruto didn't reply, the other continued, features almost pitying and tone bordering on comforting. One of us is going to be stuck here while the other goes back to our life. And you know what, Naruto, I'm tired of staying here. I'm not going to lose. I've been waiting for an opportunity to come out on top and now that I have it, I'm not about to waste it. The other paused, seeming to think for a moment before it smiled, a smile that made Naruto think more of the Kyuubi than himself. But let's not think of that for a moment. I want to talk a little more about this desire of yours, that silly one where you want to go back to your old life. Why in all of the elemental nations would you want to do that? Why the hell not? Naruto growled. Well, for one thing, you might have been the village hero in the end, but it was for such a short amount of time. Everyone just suddenly started being nice. Why would you want to return to a place that's so temperamental? As Naruto watched, the other's eyes became crueler, colder. The smile stretched unnaturally, making Naruto's blood run cold. Admit it, they all disgusted you. I would know. I felt it too. After all, we were nothing to them for the longest time. We, whom they treated no better than lepers. What did we ever do to deserve such treatment? Nothing. We were born and that is all. Naruto growled as the words began to sink in, touch emotions that he'd thought he'd buried in the moment he'd first felt them. You can't hide anything from me. I'm the real you that you've buried deep inside blackest shadows of your heart. I feel everything you feel, even that which you hide from yourself. So don't even try to deny it. The other grinned maliciously. I have to admit though, there is one difference between you and me. The Kyuubi actually likes me. His hatred feeds yours, which in turn makes me stronger. I am the combination of your darkest will and his. I can control our bloodline. Mostly because I'm not trying to deny who I really am and what I truly feel. So you have the power of the Kyuubi on your side, Naruto stated, unhappy with this fact but unwilling to let the other know. While you have vowed never to rely on Kurama's power. He's quite generous, you know. You just never appreciated what he did for you, all that he could give you. In a sense you could say that I'm the real Naruto and you're the fake. I don't hide behind a mask of smiles and optimism. I don't throw away all that which is given to me. The Kyuubi is a source of power that could have given you Sasuke, if you hadn't been too much of a weak fool who listened to the irrational opinions of others. Shut up. I'm not the fake. And don't you dare talk about Sasuke. You don't get to talk about Sasuke. Naruto was close to trying to hit the other again. Close to calling upon the chakra of the Kyuubi, but he wasn't quite there just yet. The other began to laugh, throwing his head back as his body shook with his mirth. You still don't get it. Oh man, no wonder everyone thought we were stupid, that we could never accomplish anything. Naruto's mind had been analyzing their earlier battle. No matter how short it had been, the blonde could only come to one conclusion. They were evenly matched in every way. There would be no end to their fighting unless one or the other gave up. If you keep burying every real emotion you ever feel, then don't you think that it's being no better than a liar? It's like you're lying to everyone you meet. You should just give in, save us the fights. Let me be in front because I'm not the one hiding. I am the true Uzumaki Naruto. You're not going to be able to talk me into submission. I am Uzumaki Naruto and I never give up. You should know that better than anyone, so stop trying to make me. The other tilted its head to the side slightly, considering something. Then it was gone, only to suddenly appear directly in front of Naruto. You still doubt the Uzumaki clan's acceptance of you. You're still waiting for them to reject you in some way, to treat you as those in Konoha did. It's why you didn't tell them you're a Jinchuriki. It's why you try so hard to get it all right. You weren't trying for the clan head's position, no, you were trying to remove every reason they could ever have to hate you. Kakashi, however, he has a family. One you've been avoiding. Naruto stumbled backwards, not expecting the other's close proximity. Kakashi's family. Yes, Naruto knew of them. He'd seen them at the funeral. He'd kept his distance as he watched Kakashi's tiny son place a flower on his father's grave. He'd closed his eyes as he'd watched a single tear slip down his wife's cheek. Naruto had cried that night. Silently trying to hold himself together as the guilt of what he'd done came back to him full force. He'd slept fitfully, watching the events of that day over and over again. Then he'd been dragged over to the blacksmith for his training and he'd used it as his excuse to stay away. Yet, he'd seen her that night, just before the ritual started. And he hadn't gone anywhere near her. He couldn't even meet her gaze. She was still so young and it made Naruto feel much guiltier. He'd had the power to defend himself. He'd had the means to save Kakashi from such a fate, but he hadn't used it. He'd been too much of a coward, too much of a fool to realize that he had to make sacrifices in order to become the shinobi he'd idolized his entire life. Naruto knew that the Uzumaki were different, that they didn't blame him. But then, they didn't know what he was truly capable of. They didn't know how much of what he could do that he was hiding. Kakashi's family were Uzumaki through and through. But for some reason Naruto just couldn't let go of the idea that they hated him now, that they wouldn't forgive him. Still backing away from the other, Naruto's first instinct was to deny everything the other was saying. His second instinct was to fight his way to the top, like he'd been doing for all his life. But neither of these options would work. To get out of this, to stop the other, he needed something else, something more than what he was. His mind began to race, 1,000 thoughts coming to mind. He'd read about this ritual. A ritual that was meant to bring about peace, a true oneness within oneself. This was the ultimate test of his character. It didn't always work. Not everyone was strong enough to withstand the pressure. You can't beat me, Naruto. The other stated with a soft chuckle. So in that regard I think we've wasted enough time. Let's get to it. I can't beat you by force, Naruto stated just as the other sprang towards him. His words were enough to make the other freeze. I don't have the advantage over you just as you don't have the advantage over me. If I get angry or frustrated, there's a very real chance that I'm only feeding your power, making myself weaker against you. If I fall towards the Kyuubi, then I'm not better than you. Naruto knew he was on the right path when he saw the other growl, annoyed. You won't be able to get rid of me. I'm here to stay. I know you better than anyone else. Well then, Naruto began as a soft smile tugged at his lips. You should already know what I'm thinking. And I think that you're the one denying the truth this time. So I guess you and I aren't all that different after all. What are you saying? A scowl of anger. Don't act like you don't know. Naruto smirked, seeing the weakness in the other. Then his smile softened. I realize now that I have to let go of my past if I want to move forward. I'm not saying that I should forget about where I came from. I mean that I should accept the fact that I won't go back. And like you said, even if I do, it won't be the same. I won't be the same. So I decided to stop hoping for that outcome and focus all of my attention on the here and now. I need to let go of the past in order to find peace within myself. It won't last. The other yelled. You'll mess up eventually and everyone will treat you how they used to. Everyone is just being nice because you're useful. You're a pawn to be used in place of another more precious pawn. They're just scared of you. The other gripped at his jacket as his features twisted into one of agony. It was so hard, so painful. You can't trust anyone, least we have to feel all that again. I'm the only one that will ever be able to understand your pain. I'm the only one that will be able to understand what you go through. Naruto looked down, growing serious. Yeah, trust is important. I'm the clan heir and I can't be a good leader if my followers don't trust me and I them. However, there is something else that is far more important. There is someone else that I need to trust completely, someone that I must trust first before I can move forward. I have to trust and believe in myself. I need to trust the me that all those around me believe in. Naruto watched the realization dawn on the other's features. Along with the realization came a sense of defeat, and Naruto wished the other wouldn't feel that way. Do you consider me a burden? The other suddenly asked, and Naruto was surprised by the question. Just what am I to you? Because you exist, I am stronger. I got my strength from your pain and anger. Naruto admitted slowly. Thanks to you I was able to make it this far. And what am I supposed to do now? Naruto sensed the emotional disturbance within the other, and he was ready for when the other snapped and struck on in anger, rushing towards to Naruto with a raised fist. That's simple, Naruto stated as he raised his arms, catching the other in an embrace. You just become me, Naruto whispered with a soft smile as his eyes drifted lower, not quite closed. Since you are me. Thank you for everything up till today. But everything is going to be all right now. Naruto kept holding the other, feeling the tension leave its body as the fight drained from him. Then he began to dissolve, disappearing into the world around Naruto as that too faded, the ritual coming to an end. When Naruto opened his eyes fully again, he was sitting in the center of a burned seal array with more than a few Uzumaki staring back at him in expectation. Next time, can we just try a therapy session with a Yamanaka? Naruto chuckled weakly, only just realizing how little strength he had left. As he very stupidly made a move to stand, all the blood rushed towards his head and he swayed. The last thing Naruto saw before his world disappeared were the largest green eyes staring at him in concern. Eyes that reminded him of Sakura's, only these were a lot prettier. Chapter 12. Naruto woke up to the sound of liquid falling into liquid, the soft irregular trickle tickling at the edge of his awareness. His mind had already analyzed that it was a rather small quantity and at a density that could be water. Blinking slowly, watching as the world went from blurry blobs of color to recognizable shapes and objects, Naruto came to the conclusion that he had no idea where he was. The colors and decor around him told him that he was still within the Uzumaki compound, but that was all he could deduce. Oh. A sharp intake of breath, more than a word. You're awake. That demon in you really does influence your healing factor. Even for an Uzumaki, it's quite impressive. An instinctual observation stated with the smallest hint of bitterness. Naruto shifted his gaze to see those same green eyes, only this time staring down at a cloth in small hands. Further observation told Naruto the cloth was wet and there was a small bowl on the table beside Naruto's head. Forgive my disrespect, Naruto-sama. One small hand touched cherry red lips as green eyes looked to the side shamefully. Sama, a suffix some felt they needed to add to his name with his position as the clan heir. A suffix Naruto felt was unnecessary. There was no disrespect, Asuna-san, Naruto whispered, trying very hard not to let his thoughts show on his features. Uzumaki Asuna. The wife of Takashi. In fact, it is I who must ask for forgiveness. Startled eyes returned their gaze back to Naruto and it was his turn to look away in shame. The blonde shifted on the bed he was lying in and slowly moved into a seated position. When Takashi, I should have, Naruto cut off, unable to speak due to the rush of emotions he felt, but he had to try, and as such he opened his mouth to try again. I was right there, Naruto cut off this time due to the fingers pressed against his lips. The fingers were quickly removed, as though Naruto's skin was molten lava. Asuna's emotions jumped to bashfulness, almost embarrassed with herself for even touching the blonde. Her cheeks reddened and a subtle awkwardness wove into the atmosphere, but it didn't press itself upon them and take the place of the seriousness that soaked their current conversation. I understand. A soft, barely audible whisper. Naruto could only assume that she was trying to move past an awkwardness she had imagined. I am among the most astute sensors within the clan. I feel your emotions, and your own sensory strength. Asuna met his gaze briefly and stated with a conviction rarely seen, I understand. Naruto stared with wide eyes at Asuna. She baffled him. Her emotions and actions were not something he was used to. While he was stuck trying to gather his thoughts and emotions, she continued. At first, I couldn't find it within myself to forgive you. I thought that you were the one that should have died and that Takashi had given up far too much for your sake. He had a family after all and you were a stranger to the clan and its ways, still learning that which we knew practically from birth. You see, Naruto-sama, I had never met you in person, I had never seen you. I had only the stories of others and Takashi to go on. It was hardly the same as the real person. Naruto didn't know if he should stop her, or let her continue. He knew that he should tell her that it was all right. That he didn't mind. He knew that he could say he'd been through so much and that in the end, it all blurred together. But she needed the emotional closure of letting go. It was painful to listen to simply because he had to watch and feel her struggle through her own emotions and he didn't know which would help her more. He didn't get the chance to decide because she continued all the same. You were this shining beacon to Takashi, one of a glorious new hope that I never truly understood, but to me you were the mysterious boy that showed up out of nowhere and took my husband from me. When Takashi was out, it was with you, and when he was home all he spoke of was you, your achievements and strengths, the silly things you'd say or the weird little things that you'd do. I am ashamed to admit that I grew to hate you, but I grew to love you as well. It was hard not to. Naruto watched as a smile bloomed to life on Asuna's features, warming her dazed eyes as she spoke. The way Takashi spoke of you, the way his eyes would sparkle. He was as much in love with you as I was. You were a symbol of such hope to him. He thought that you would be able to move mountains if you set your mind to it. Naruto could sense in Asuna's emotions that the love she spoke of was not that of an intimate kind, a kind between lovers, but rather the love of a family member, the love of a beloved idol. Perhaps a sensei and his pupil. It was no less powerful, however. I found myself waiting for Takashi's returns just so that he could speak more of you, just as I wished he'd say not another word of you, that he'd be mine once more. It was a time in my life that I was far too confused. So much so that my sensing ability became compromised and I had to stay home. But that gave me more time with our son Tanaka. Naruto felt that he couldn't stop her now, that this was something she needed to get off her chest. And even if he did stop her, what did he say? But when they came home with the news of Takashi's passing, and your involvement in it, all my love for you exploded into a rage of irrational misunderstanding. I didn't understand how it was possible for that situation to arise. You, who had been so powerful, had needed the help of my husband, my precious one true love. And that help had resulted in his death. The love she spoke of this time was the love of the most intimate proportions. A strong one too. She had loved Takashi with a passion that Naruto had not had the fortune of feeling in anyone else. It was painful just as it was heartwarming. I was inconsolable and unable to express my rage. It would be seen as traitorous. You are the clan heir and all I wanted was your death. In my rage, I wanted my husband back. I wanted you to be the one that was buried. Then I saw you at the funeral. I felt your pain, your guilt. In a single moment I felt all that which you tried to hide from the world. I felt your insecurities and your determination. I felt your loneliness, your agony and suffering. Naruto was too stunned to reply, too stunned to do much more than stare at Asuna as she looked up at him. I felt that golden light that made you everything Takashi had fallen in love with. And in that moment, I had forgiven you. I felt I had to make it up to you, and so it was my idea to perform the ritual. I was sure, after having felt that warmth, that you would surpass the test and find peace. I was certain you'd benefit from it. However, we had to wait for you to complete your training with the blacksmith, before attempting such drastic measures. I always thought you hated me, Naruto whispered in a choked tone. I was too cowardly to apologize to you. Too cowardly to face you after what had happened. But it's all right, Naruto-sama. It's all right. Asuna was crying, her arms crushing Naruto to her in an embrace that was more desperate than comforting. And Naruto could not find it in himself to push her away. Instead he pulled her closer and held her together as she cried, not noticing his own tears falling silently down his cheeks. 0.0.0.0 Later, when Asuna had calmed down, she excused herself so that she could straighten her appearance. She had looked around her and blushed in self-conscious embarrassment before seeming to slump in defeat and move towards the door once more. In that moment, Naruto had realized that this was her room. He couldn't stop himself from blushing as well. As he looked away instinctively, his eyes landed on some scrolls. He recognized the type, color and texture. He leapt towards them before he could stop himself. Asuna paused in the doorway to look at what had caught the blonde's attention. Those are the projects Takashi worked on in his spare time, Asuna stated quietly, sadly. I found one of his incomplete ones in the archives. I wanted to finish it before someone else noticed so that he could still get the credit for it. Naruto replied. but I always felt that there was something missing from his notes. Maybe it's here, Naruto continued, tone suggesting that he was talking more to himself than to Asuna. Well, all of Takashi's notes are locked until he feels he's finished with them. If you can open those scrolls, then you can take them. I don't have any use for them, and they've become nothing more than sad reminders of something I no longer have. Asuna looked away before she left the room, leaving Naruto alone with the scrolls. Naruto didn't miss the hitch in her voice, or the sparkle in her eyes, hinting at new tears to come. He didn't miss the way her emotions rolled and swirled violently for the slightest moment before settling once again. The blonde didn't know what to feel in regards to Asuna's confessions, and he didn't know what to do about the entire situation. What he was absolutely certain of, however, was the fact that he could no longer ignore those that Takashi had left behind. As he and Kurama had agreed upon, he would have to do all that Takashi would have done in his lifetime, and since that could have been any number of things, a vast number of things, Naruto was going to have to insert himself into the little family. He sighed wearily before sealing all the scrolls into one of his own storage scrolls, leaving them for later examination. He wasn't sure how he was going to help Takashi's family, or even if perhaps it would be better without his presence, but his mind would never rest if he left them be. Asuna's outburst was typical of an Uzumaki. They were quick in their emotions, always burning a little too high in whatever it was that they felt. But just as quickly as the emotions started was just as quickly as they cooled. The only emotions that truly lasted were the ones that mattered most, such as peace, contentment, a sense of belonging. It was when those emotions were disrupted that other emotions raged to the surface, quickly cooled again by the aforementioned ones. Getting to his feet, Naruto paused to assess his own ability to walk without falling over, and was pleased when he decided he was well enough not to have his face meeting with the floor. He left the small room, moving towards where he thought the kitchen might be, only to see a tiny person quickly disappear behind a door. Tanaka. Naruto paused by the door, raising a hand to knock, but decided against it for now. He'd go to the boy a little later. Perhaps he'd be able to train Tanaka in sealing. If his abilities were anything like his father's, then the child had the potential to be brilliant. But having Naruto around would be a big adjustment for the small Uzumaki, and Naruto wouldn't press him. Naruto continued to the kitchen, noting another closed door with Asuna's chakra signature behind it. He ignored that door, leaving the Uzumaki to her privacy. Instead, he searched the cupboards, intending to make some food for the small family. Cooking calmed him, allowed him to think somewhat. Perhaps he'd be able to organize his thoughts a little. Without his interference, who knew what Takashi would have accomplished, what his family would have become? It was interesting to consider, but it was also pointless. Kurama had pointed out that Naruto whined too much, that he constantly returned to the what-ifs. But that wouldn't get him anywhere. There were things that needed doing, and now that the blonde had a new sense of peace within himself, he felt like just maybe he'd be able to do more than what he thought he could. He absorbed himself into his thoughts, body moving through the motions of cooking some pancakes. It was a simple meal, but somewhere in the far corners of his memories he remembered Takashi saying that his family enjoyed them. He might be wrong, might be getting some of the details wrong, but it was worth a shot. Soft sizzles mixed with the slight shuffling of pancakes across the smooth metal surface of the pan. Naruto hummed softly to himself as he danced around the kitchen, trying to find all the things he'd need as he went along. He chuckled happily when he managed to find blueberries, and he grinned widely when he spotted some honey in the cupboard. The butter was in plain sight atop the counter, and he placed all three items in the center of the small table in the dining room. Knives and forks soon joined them with bright flowery placemats. Naruto grew so absorbed in his task that he almost jumped when a small voice stated disapprovingly, "You don't eat pancakes with forks and knives." Naruto didn't want to admit that the tiny child had managed to sneak up on him and managed to hide his surprise well. He turned towards where he could now sense Tanaka's chakra coming from and offered the red-haired boy a warm smile. "It's knives and forks, not forks and knives," Naruto found himself saying automatically, reminding himself of both Mito and the Sandaime. "And besides, how else do you eat them?" A tiny huff of annoyance greeted his statements, and Naruto was surprised that the boy could feel the emotion so strongly. "You roll them and then eat them, duh. Daddy showed me how." This time, a deep sadness enveloped the small chakra signature, and Naruto fought the urge to fold the child in a hug. It was too soon for such things. Instead, he continued the conversation. "And what happens to the blueberries? Wouldn't they fall out?" "No, because you're supposed to put them in the pancake mixture when you're making it," Tanaka stated seriously, and patiently, as though he was talking to someone extremely slow. "I see," Naruto stated slowly, as though he was seeing the small boy's point and taking it into consideration. Then perhaps next time you should come show me the errors of my way. Naruto grinned widely at the small boy, trying not to project too much creepy. Tanaka's entire mood shifted and darkened before the small boy straightened and stated tonelessly, "There is nothing left to be correctly. I have told you your errors and how they should be fixed." Then he was disappearing down the passage again, his bedroom door closing with a soft click. Naruto was left wondering where he'd gone wrong when Asuna appeared in the spot her son had vacated moments before. "Don't take it personally, Naruto-sama. Please, just call me Naruto." The blonde interrupted, uncomfortable with the sama. Asuna either ignored the statement, or continued on without bothering to acknowledge it because she continued right where she'd left off. He's upset about his father, and making pancakes was something they used to do together quite often. Asuna looked down for a moment before looking up again with a soft, very small, smile. "I'm just glad that he spoke to you at all. He's been far too quiet lately." Naruto didn't quite know what to make of the meeting, but he decided that he wasn't going to give up just yet. He was going to keep trying because he owed the small red-haired boy that much. That much and so much more. 0.0.0.0 Naruto grinned widely before tossing the paintbrush aside. With more care than what he'd shown with the paintbrush, the blonde picked up his latest project and held it up to the light as he mentally compared the large scroll to the one from his memory. "Perfect," Naruto chuckled. "Really?" Naruto turned to Asuna as she walked through the door. Her eyes flickered to the paintbrush with a disapproving frown, but it was only there for a moment. "Hi," Naruto replied with a larger grin. "It's only taken you 7 months, Asuna giggled before placing the plate she had brought with her next to the blonde. Naruto pouted, gently putting the large scroll back down. "Well, it took me that long to decipher Takashi's seals, read his notes, and to complete them. I'm almost done. All I have to do now is get the toads to sign the contract." "How do you know it's going to be toads? It could be eagles." A smaller voice questioned, and Naruto turned his gaze towards the boy sitting in his lap. Tanaka had taken 2 months to warm up to him, and once he hadn't let Naruto go. "Well, theoretically this contract could be applied to any summon. I just like toads," Naruto answered. "They're pretty awesome." "Have you ever met a toad?" Tanaka asked skeptically. "Plenty. I've even fought alongside some. They're fierce in battle," Naruto assured the boy. "I've never even seen a fighting toad," Tanaka protested, a hand moving to snatch a chocolate chip cookie from the plate his mother had just put down. "Well, I should damn well hope not. You're not going anywhere near battlefields until you're 60, Asuna stated sternly, ruffling Tanaka's bright red hair, causing the small boy to duck and protest the affection. "How are you going to get to the toads?" Asuna asked, giving Naruto her attention while ignoring her son's protests. Naruto sighed before leaning back. In the 7 months since the ritual, he and Takashi's family had moved in together. It could be noted, though, that there were 4 bedrooms in the house. 1 for Tanaka, 1 for Asuna, 1 for Naruto, and 1 for all of Naruto's work. The house also had a dojo, one where Naruto regularly trained Tanaka, and it also had a weapons room. In that room, Naruto practiced his blacksmith abilities. He never was able to fully master it. Not to the extent that the clan head had wanted. He made swords instead. Each sword was crafted in moments of absolute concentration, and they always took him hours, but there were no other weapons quite like his swords in existence. Mostly because Naruto incorporated seals into his crafting, using his chakra alone to do so. That in itself was pure brilliance. The other swords within the Uzumaki compound were different from those used by other clans, but they were crafted first with the seals added second. Naruto's swords were crafted with the seals embedded into its very design and core. Currently he was still experimenting, and as such no one could wield his swords aside from him, thanks to a seal that he'd placed within the metal. He didn't trust his own designs just yet. The backyard held a taijutsu course, similar to the one that was on the very edge of the Uzumaki compound. He'd designed it and built it himself, and its main function was to keep Naruto in shape since he still wasn't allowed on the battlefield. It also came with the added component of elemental chakra training. Tanaka was too young for this training and would often sit on the porch and watch Naruto while his mother taught him sealing and sensing. But it had only been 7 months, an arguably short amount of time. Naruto almost changed his mind about his plan just because of that simple fact. But there were things that needed to be done, and he could not leave it any later than what was necessary. He had too much to do. There are notes in the archives of an island where a ninja can go to gain a powerful fighting companion, Naruto stated slowly, Asuna understanding that this meant he'd have to leave almost immediately. Naruto ni? Naruto looked downwards and into Takashi's eyes, wondering if Asuna saw them that way as well. Tanaka looked more and more like his father every day, and sometimes, it was an agony as much as it was a blessing. Who taught the animals how to use chakra? I mean, the sage of 6 paths taught the ninja, but who taught the animals? Well, I believe that they taught themselves. Naruto replied with a soft smile as his thoughts traveled to Condor the ostrich. It's like how we see a bird and wish to fly, maybe they see a ninja and wish to be incredibly awesome as well. Tanaka regarded Naruto very seriously as he considered the blonde's answer before very solemnly decreeing, "You're so weird." Naruto couldn't stop his embarrassed blush as Asuna burst into peals of laughter. 0.0.0.0 Your research into summoning contracts has given you an idea? I think I agree with Takashi's brat. Kurama rumbled sleepily later that night. Physically, Naruto was in the dojo, mediating, while Tanaka watched sleepily from the doorway. It was almost the boy's bedtime. Mentally, Naruto was consulting Kurama with his idea. It has. And we're going to have to find the toads first, before we can go find the tailed beasts. Naruto replied, ignoring the insult. I need to know that the contract works the way it should. You doubt your own abilities? Kurama scoffed. Would you rather I was arrogantly confident, leaping cockily ahead before looking to see what dangers I might face? Naruto smirked in reply, knowing that he had the better point. Kurama shifted slightly before grumbling out moodily, coming from you, it's almost dangerous. I'd never have expected logical reasoning to be your first option. Naruto almost laughed at the sight of the pouting demon, but the harsh words kept his amusement at bay. His younger days weren't really his smartest, but he wouldn't say he was useless either. He'd still managed to accomplish a lot. After all, he'd managed to master Sage Mode and stop pain. Kurama had told him that the shinobi nations had been showing all the signs of war, and Naruto would sometimes wonder what a great ninja war was like. Was it any worse than the era of the warring clans? He hoped to change things so that future generations would never have to find out. That was his goal. So what's this idea about? Kurama continued, not waiting for an answer from the blonde. Wait and see. Naruto grinned teasingly before cutting his meditation session short and moving to pick up the sleeping redhead and tuck him into his bed, a little down the hall from the dojo. 0.0.0.0 Mito-san is going to be visiting the clan in a week, Naruto-san. The blonde tilted his head slightly to acknowledge the information, not taking his eyes off of the scroll in front of him. He was currently designing a seal that would be placed into a sword when he was done with it. The sword itself was not of his design but rather that of the blacksmith's. Naruto had been trying to teach his sensei about crafting the seals into the swords rather than placing them on top of a finished sword. This desire was only strengthened by the fact that he recognized the sword. He'd shattered the very thing as a genin. Well, Sasuke had helped, but that wasn't really relevant. All the same, the sword was powerful, but the metal was weak. Perhaps it had grown weaker over time. Naruto couldn't say for sure. But he did know that after he was done with it, that sword would survive the end of the world before anything happened to it. It was, after all, made for a very special person. Senju Tobirama. Hashirama had several weapons crafted to him merely because the blacksmith believed that with the others would style, he had the ability to control a vast number of weapons so long as his control over his bloodline was good enough. Naruto hadn't said anything to anyone, but he'd also taken the time to carefully craft weapons for the two Uchiha brothers. Their weapons were gifts for when the clans were to be brought together. Naruto hadn't told anyone about that either. He'd just suggested to the blacksmith that since they had such close ties with the Senju and with Mito's marriage to Hashirama, perhaps they should think about giving the two Senju brothers Uzumaki crafted weapons. The clan head had agreed with the idea, stating that it would only strengthen the bond between the Senju and the Uzumaki. It would symbolize, to the Senju, the promise the two young teens showed, and the Uzumaki's approval of them. Hi. Naruto replied, distracted to the other shinobi, already forgetting that he'd already acknowledged the statement, while his eyes carefully scanned his design. He hadn't seen Mito in far too long. But he wouldn't be at the Uzumaki compound when she was visiting. The moment he was done with the seal and had seen its creation, he was leaving to go to the toads. He was almost finished and therefore he'd be done before she came. The blacksmith created swords a lot faster than Naruto did, and how long the creation of the sword took was entirely up to Naruto, his level of concentration and how complex the seal was. Still, he knew it would be done before a week was out. Shall I tell the clan head that you will be attending the dinner on the evening of Mito-san's arrival? No. The clan head and I have already discussed this. He knows that I will not be attending. Naruto replied, finally looking up at the Uzumaki, an Uzumaki who was a rare brunette rather than red-haired shinobi. He received a small bow before the shinobi left, giving one curious glance to the seal Naruto was working on but not lingering. 0.0.0.0 Naruto squirmed self-consciously under the gaze of the toads that surrounded him. It had taken him a month and a half to find Mount Myaboku, a lot longer than what it would have taken him had he been in his true timeline. The extra time had been spent trying to find his bearings with the vastly different landscape that was essentially the same place, just years younger. He'd nearly missed the entrance, a well-guarded and viciously hidden entrance. But he'd been proud of himself all the same when he'd managed to sort of stumble across it. The great Toad Sage had allowed him further passage into Mount Myaboku, and Naruto nearly choked when he saw the age difference. It wasn't as if Gamamoru was all that young, but he didn't look as if he was about to disintegrate into dust at the slight wind either. The Ogama Senin's vision was still poor, and his form was already larger than that of all the other toads, but he didn't fall asleep all the time, and he seemed to have a far better inkling of his surroundings and the people within them. Yo, Ojiji-sama. Naruto grinned, raising a hand in cheerful greeting. It was too late to take back the rather brash statement, considering that Gamamoru was not yet a great-grandfather as Naruto had just stated. In fact, Gamabunta was still a tiny tadpole of a toad in comparison to the warrior Naruto knew him to be. It was actually kind of funny to see just how much he acted like his son Gamakachi. The humor, however, was one of those bittersweet ones, where it was simply a reminder of all that which he'd left behind. Pushing that aside, Naruto held his breath to see what the reaction to his statement would be. What brings you here, shinobi of the Uzumaki clan? Fukasaku asked gravely. They were not used to human contact as the contract had yet to be established. Naruto knew that even in his true time the toads were still weary of all shinobi who came to them, and it took a great deal to earn their trust. He turned his gaze to the now much younger version of his Senjutsu sensei and smiled softly. I guess you could call it an opportunity. Naruto shrugged. Or old memories. Either way, I think we can both benefit from what I have in mind. Naruto moved a hand to his pouch to get one of his storage scrolls. Before he could reach it, however, Gamamoru spoke, slowly and carefully, as though measuring each word. You are not from this time. A statement of certainty. No. The Uzumaki did not see any reason to lie to the toads. They would know the truth anyway, and lying would not gain their trust. You have been here before. You walk among these walls and us as though we're familiar to you. This was a soft observation from Shima, seated just next to Fukasaku. I lived here once. Trained here. Naruto shrugged, moving into a seated position and clasping his hands together. You were my teachers. He added just before closing his eyes and effortlessly gathering the Senjutsu around them. He came to realize now that the Senjutsu here was a lot more abundant than anywhere else, and he wondered about that. As his features changed to show his mastery of the natural energy, an even greater stillness filled the chamber, and Naruto let the Senjutsu drift away, changing his features back to normal. A mischievous blue-eyed boy will unite the tailed beasts and change the world. Gamamoru muttered more to himself than the other toads. He kept his gaze on Naruto and stayed silent for a moment. Then he continued just as slowly and carefully as before. You're not the first Uzumaki to come here. Takashi's fate changed some years previously, shortly after visiting us. We foresaw your arrival and his death. He did, however, manage to explain his cause to us. I told him that you would be the one to complete his work. He did manage to accomplish one of his goals. The Inshinsui. Naruto knew that phrase. But it was something from long ago and his memory was a little foggy. He was amazed though, at the level of insight Gamamoru was afforded. Had he foreseen everything? How much had he told Takashi? I take it you have completed the contract? Gamamoru asked, and Naruto nodded, pulling out his storage scroll and rolling it open. Vaguely, his mind recalled that the Inshinsui was the passage between Konoha and Mount Myaboku. The distant body water that allowed small toads to travel to Konoha without having to be summoned. Like when Shima had summoned them to Konoha at Pain's attack. I hope you are ready for the consequences of your actions, shinobi of the future, for you will face them. I will not give you the words of my prophecy as I have done for those before you and those who will come after you, but I will give you the blessing of a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku once more, Gamamoru stated warningly. Step forward, shinobi, and take your place in history as the first toad summoner. A place you will do well to remember, was never meant to be yours. Naruto had never felt the weight of his actions more than what he did in that moment. And for some reason, it scared him more than anything else. Just what the hell did the old toad mean, because his words weren't implying anything good. Chapter 13. So, you've been on the battlefield again. Naruto stayed in his position, not moving a muscle. He had just returned to the Uzumaki compound, after finding all the summoning beasts, seeing Hashirama and Madara from afar watching as they learned of their new position as head of their clans, and he'd found all the tailed beasts. It was high time he returned. He was kneeling in front of Mito's father, eyes fixed on the ground, but he replied all the same, "I could not stand by and watch others get hurt, Honorable One." Naruto was now 23 years old, Madara and Hashirama having been clan heads for little more than 2 years. It had taken him 2 years to find all the tailed beasts and to convince them of his plan, his position in the flow of time, and his foreknowledge of the future. He nowadays sported 3 long gashes along his back, where even the Uzumaki armor was unable to protect him. Upon his face, a blazing red eye contrasted with a sparkling azure iris. Compliments of his encounter with the 9-tailed fox of this time. It seemed that Kurama could not heal the wounds he himself had inflicted as well as he healed other wounds. A younger, wilder version of the Kyuubi had not been as understanding as the older, 3 generations enslaved Kurama. Naruto's left eye had been damaged and he needed Hashirama's help to fix it. For the time being, he could not afford the disability and relied on the demon within him to see with the same perfection as before. The other 8 demons had been just as welcoming of his presence, and between being crushed by the 8 tails, being nearly drowned, steamed and boiled by the 7, 4 and 5 tails, poisoned by the 6 tails, and eaten by the 3 tails, Uzumaki Naruto had had quite enough of irrational tailed demons. The only one that hadn't given him any trouble was the 1 tails, Shukaku, and that had merely been because the silly sand demon had already been sealed within the temple of a monk guarded rather poorly by the sand shinobi. They were not yet a village, but rather a congregation of people that agreed to get along. Not very well though. The smallest amount of provocation, real or imagined, was all it took to get them at each other's throats. However, Naruto had been rather interested in the small boy huddled near the monk in charge of the temple. The small raw kanji carved into the boy's hands had alarmed the blonde at first until he understood their purpose. The kanji on the boy's hands were kokoro, heart, and yukuru, accept/receive. A message that Kurama had explained was for the boy to always remember as he was being groomed to become the next Jinchuriki of the 1-tailed beast. Naruto did not allow that to happen. He'd gotten to the beast first and convinced him to follow through with Naruto's plan. He had been easier to convince than all the others merely because he had already been enslaved and could therefore already see the outcome as Naruto tried to describe it. Interestingly enough, Naruto had also seen a small family of Uzumakas settled amongst the people of the sand. A tiny blonde-haired girl with bright green eyes told Naruto the reason for their settlement. Love was a funny thing, and the heart wanted what the heart wanted. In the small toddler he'd seen perhaps a hint of the 3 sand siblings that he'd known in his past. And it amused him to think that Gaara just might be related to the Uzumaki, no matter how distantly. It would definitely explain the bright red hair the other shinobi had. I see. The blonde was pulled from his thoughts and back towards the current conversation. Naruto remained silent, knowing that it was not yet his turn to speak. And the events that have affected the Senju and the Uchiha, I trust you know about those as well. More specifically, I am referring to the events of 2 years prior. Hi. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have become the heads of their respective clans. They lead well, I hear. Naruto replied, keeping his gaze very pointedly towards the floor. He sensed the subtle probing of the clan head, knowing that the man was looking for something specific, but Naruto couldn't be sure as to what it was. Mito-chan has also been blessed with a son, now 4 years of age, Naruto continued, feeling the pride grow within the man standing before him. Hi. Adorable little Gaki. It's high time I visited the boy. A soft rumble of parental fondness. But a slight sadness tinged the emotions of the clan head, and Naruto knew it was the distance between the man and his family. Mito was his only child and she was now a Senju. It had to have been a heartbreaking decision for the man to allow Mito to marry Hashirama. If I may suggest, perhaps a visit wouldn't be such a bad idea, Naruto stated quietly. After all, we could just say it's to show our support and acceptance of the new clan head now that we've seen his leadership ability. The time gap could be chalked off to the fact that the Uzumaki are not known for their quick actions. Your return has been much awaited, Naruto-kun. I must ask, why did you stay away for so long? Surely, the summoning beasts were not that hard to find. The clan head was going somewhere with this train of thought, and it wasn't that he was ignoring Naruto's suggestion, he was merely coming back to it in the most roundabout of ways. And the scars you now bear, those are not the wounds of a battle with fellow shinobi. No, they are not, Naruto whispered, slowly raising his head so that the Honorable One could see the gleaming red eye. I came across many different summoning beasts and convinced the vast majority of them to conform to the summoning contract as was Takashi's wish. However, I also came across demons, such as the one sealed within me. One such demon did not agree with having one of his kind sealed within a human and made his displeasure violently known. Naruto explained, wincing slightly at the memory of his meeting with the younger Kurama. The most interesting part was that Kurama of the past and the Kurama sealed inside of his body fused and became one being. Luckily for Naruto, the beast had only grown more powerful and had not lost any of his memories. It was as though the past Kurama had been overwritten and could no longer exist. Kurama of Naruto's true present had stated that only one could exist at any given time. Naruto mused that if he'd landed in a past where he had already existed then, he probably would have ended up in a younger version of himself with only his mind having been changed. Kurama was neither younger nor older. Not really. A being of chakra could not truly age, not in Naruto's opinion anyway. It is my hope that Hashirama will be able to fix my eye. His healing abilities are known throughout the elemental nations. Naruto added, lowering his gaze once again. Why did you not return to the Senju before coming here? A good question. I asked for permission to seek out the summoning beasts, not to visit the Senju. Naruto replied. Although there would not have been repercussions in doing so, it is a sense of doing what is expected of you. Naruto paused to consider his next words. As the clan heir, there is a level of expectation that I must choose to follow. It might not be openly stated or even enforced, but it is still there and it is up to me to make the right decision. Naruto tilted his head slightly and grinned to himself. As the future leader, if I can't make the right choices now, then what will I do when I have an entire clan depending on me? Well thought. A soft chuckle. But Naruto-kun, why on earth did you choose to return in the middle of the night? I was sleeping, you know. A soft lament for the loss of such peaceful slumber. Well, I didn't want to scare anyone with my current appearance. I ran out of sealing ink and I couldn't create a henge seal, Naruto sighed. He'd taken buckets of sealing ink with him, and between the summoning contracts and the tailed beasts he'd used every last drop. You know, Naruto, if you put your mind to it, you could learn to master the sealing arts using chakra and hand signs alone. The clan head signed, placing a hand on his face with a sigh. I suppose. But that particular skill takes time and experience. Also, it's more dangerous and you have less control over the sealing. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't try something dangerous 6 different ways. Naruto's grin widened. But all the same, I really could do with some sealing ink. His only reply with a deep sigh that might have been half a chuckle. 0.0.0.0. You're finally home. Naruto stood across from Asuna, a perfect henge hiding his scars. He held his breath as he waited for her reaction. He had been gone longer than he'd planned and he didn't know how well she had taken it. I got all your letters. Very creative, Naruto. She raised a hand to reveal the folded origami animals he'd crafted just for her. They were animated the moment a single drop of chakra was placed in the seal. He had also created a seal in his office that would pull the origami animals to the compound in an instant, something very much like the Flying Thunder God technique. He hadn't told her about that before he'd left. To her, they would have simply appeared. Well, come inside, it's almost dawn and my feet are getting cold. Asuna turned and walked back into the house, leaving the door open for the blonde. Naruto blinked in shock for a moment before quickly doing as told. He wasn't about to question his good fortune. He followed her to the kitchen where she had placed a kettle to boil and was busy pulling out tea mugs so that she could make them a warm drink. I'll have to go see Sensei in a little bit. My armor needs repairing, Naruto sighed, pulling the sugar bowl from her hands gently and taking over. She moved to sit down, not in the mood to argue with him. Sensei was the blacksmith and technically Naruto was still under his tutelage since he hadn't yet been able to master his bloodline completely. But he'd given up on ever wholly mastering it. He was happy with the skill he had managed to obtain and quite honestly he didn't really need anything more than what he already had. He was plenty badass enough without the ability to produce metal objects on a whim. Oh? What managed to do that? Asuna was immediately curious and knew that with Naruto's skill that it wasn't a shinobi that had dealt the damage just as the clan head had. A demon. Naruto shrugged, placing a cup of tea in front of her. Kurama had informed him that demon was insulting to the tailed beasts as they were no such thing. But Naruto used the term out of both habit and necessity. Explaining the tailed beasts would be harder than what Naruto wanted to attempt elaborating on without accidentally introducing other topics. I wouldn't think much of it. Demons are infinitely stronger than shinobi. But I know how to get around them. This one just got lucky. My armor took most of the damage. Naruto added. But not all of it. Asuna assumed, and rightly so. It was a scratch. Nothing much. Naruto lied. He hoped she'd leave it there. Perhaps she sensed that hope because she dropped the issue. He was now sitting across from her, his mind already swirling with the next steps. He'd created and established a link with all the summoning animals of the elemental nations. It hadn't been easy finding them all, but he'd managed it. He'd also managed to keep his promise with Kurama in a way that satisfied the beast. The only problem that remained in that regard was Kurama himself. But Naruto was already working on an idea there. Now, the next step was Konoha. Well, maybe that was jumping just a little too far ahead. He still had to be named the clan head, and hopefully, that wasn't too far into the future. And after you see the blacksmith, what then? Asuna asked quietly, sensing Naruto's contemplative mood. We are going to see the Senju in a week. Naruto replied. The Honorable One misses Mito-chan. And so do I. I'll also get to formally meet Nawaki-kun. Hashirama has also become the head of the Senju in recent years, and I want to see how well he's coping. Sounds eventful. Asuna replied with a soft smile. But Naruto picked up on the sadness. Come with me. Could I even do that? Asuna blinked in surprise before her eyes grew wider in consideration. Hi, and we'll bring Tanaka-kun with, and we'll let him and Nawaki get to know each other. Naruto grinned at the thought. After all, the two would be seeing a lot more of each other when the clans were united. Besides, I miss you. I don't want to leave you behind again. Naruto admitted quietly. I missed you too, Naruto-kun. But I think Tanaka missed you more. Asuna looked down, her emotions swirling briefly as thoughts of Takashi crossed her mind. It must have been hard for Tanaka. Naruto sighed softly when he realized that his long absence would only have reminded Tanaka of his father's death. But there wasn't much to be done about it. Naruto had to go on that trip. It was done now, out of the way. All the tailed beasts seen to and all the summoning contracts made. Distributing them to the rightful clans was going to be interesting. Why are you wearing a henge? Asuna asked suddenly, raising her head to look right at Naruto in silent determination, daring the blonde to try and wiggle out of answering. Eh? Well, see, that's a really long story. Naruto raised a hand to the back of head with a nervous chuckle, more uncomfortable with showing her his eye than anything else. I've got time. Asuna shifted into a more comfortable position as though to strengthen her point. Besides, you've got a lot of talking to do, Uzumaki Naruto, you've been away for years. Ah, well, where to start? Naruto muttered with a soft smile, leaning back lazily. He didn't mind her demand and knew she wouldn't be frightened by his scars. It was her concern and her anxiousness that got to him. The way her eyes would widen in horror, imagining all the pain and suffering he might have endured and then overthinking it to 10 times the intensity it might have been in reality. But that was Asuna, and he really wouldn't have her any other way. So talk he did, slowly dropping the henge he'd taken to keeping in place. 0.0.0.0. Hashirama frowned down at the scrolls surrounding him, a deep crease in his forehead. The missions he had to allocate were always a hard one. He constantly worried that he'd given a mission to someone who didn't have the skills needed to complete it and come home safely. Or that he'd given a mission to someone, thinking that everything was going to go all right, and then the whole thing went completely and utterly wrong. One of the first missions he's assigned played heavily on his thoughts and his heart. A seemingly simple, child's play mission had been assigned to a rather young, inexperienced member of the clan, only for the mission to have been an ambush meant to kill the child. Hashirama still blamed himself for not having seen the signs, if there had been any in the first place, and for not having assigned a more experienced shinobi to the mission. The Senju froze instantly when a powerful chakra swept through the air, washing over him and settling just behind his back. I'd say that's a B rank. An all too familiar voice whispered in his ear. In Hashirama's peripheral vision he was seeing only bright orange and blonde. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly found himself on the ground with a fist-shaped lump quickly forming on his head and swirls in his eyes. That's what you get for ignoring me for 7 odd years, Naruto, Hashirama stated seriously, nodding his head slightly as though this helped to justify his words just that little bit more. I was busy. Naruto uttered weakly, still trying to recover. That's no excuse. I was busy too. Hashirama responded hotly, nearly hitting the blonde again. I was under orders. Naruto whined childishly, sitting up and rubbing at his head, which was throbbing rather impressively while his eyes sparkled with tears. He might have even sniffled. So? When has that ever stopped you before? Hashirama grumbled, folding his arms and pouting at the blonde. Since I almost killed you and Madara, Naruto whispered, looking away. I put my power in someone else's hands so that I'd never do that again. I obeyed the clan head, went to train, so that I could never lose control ever again. Hashirama remained silent as he took in Naruto's words. The way the blonde looked to the side and not up at him. Shame, guilt. It still played heavily on Naruto. Hashirama supposed that Takashi's death didn't help matters. So, you've been training? Hashirama knew better than to press the topic of Naruto's Kyuubi-induced rampage. Did you manage to get anywhere? Naruto looked up again, eyes taking in the longer hairstyle, carefully tied back by a white cloth. Naruto's own forehead was covered by a blank headband he'd had made shortly after joining the Uzumaki, ready for when Konoha was created. He could sense Hashirama's chakra swirling lazily within the other shinobi's core. Even now, Naruto sensed that Hashirama's power was greater than his previous senseis. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya. Neither of them could have compared to the Senju, and they had been much older than what Hashirama was now. Naruto had come to realize that he'd always had his sensing ability, he'd just never realized it. It had been more of an unconscious thing, only brought forward when he'd been unable to properly defend himself, unable to do anything really. But looking at the Senju, seeing features still slightly boyish and feeling his power, it made Naruto more sad than awe-inspired. I still cannot use my bloodline like you and Madara can. But I have managed to increase my control over it. Naruto shrugged. The clan head has decided that I shall return to the battlefield and start taking missions again. There's not much else we can do. Speaking of the clan head, where is he? I thought he was coming with you? Hashirama questioned, eyes immediately moving towards the window and chakra stretching out to try and sense the other Uzumaki that were supposed to have come with Naruto. I'm glad about your return to the battlefield though, it means I can see you more. Madara and Izuna will be happy as well. The Honorable One asked me to express his apologies, but, well, he's not very interested in seeing his son-in-law. That's a quote, by the way. Naruto grinned. He went straight to Mito-chan. Naruto's grin softened to a warm smile. I heard about Nawaki, saw him from afar once or twice. He's a good kid, Hashirama. He's gonna be a strong one. You think so? Hashirama had been smiling at his father-in-law's antics, but a strange anxiety seemed to grasp hold of him at the mention of Nawaki's strength. Hi. It's a latent potential. Naruto replied carefully, trying to sense out more of Hashirama's confused emotions. You don't want him to be a shinobi? Naruto guessed softly. No. Not at all. Not even if he had my bloodline, Hashirama agreed. To be honest, I'm glad my father died when he did. Another year and Nawaki would have been forced into training, if even that long. I gave it a few weeks. Tobirama said the circumstances of the clans at that current moment gave me a few months. Naruto hid the flinch as a soft cough. Hashirama and Tobirama had chosen not to question the circumstances of their father's death because they had gained everything from the older Senju's passing. They had been secretly praying for the man's death, hoping against all odds that something would grant their prayer. So when it came to pass, they weren't exactly going to pick at it. They loved their father, and they respected him, but they just accepted it because Nawaki meant more to them than their own father. Nawaki was a symbol of innocence they couldn't bear to see destroyed, not knowing that Konoha was so close. He was the representation of their fallen brothers, and in a way the two brothers blamed their father for the death of their siblings. Madara, on the other hand, might have hated his father's ways, hoped for a miracle, and prayed for an honorable death for his father at the hands of the Senju, had still loved the man. He had noticed a flaw, picked at it, pulled the thread, and it was slowly unraveling. Would he come to know the truth? Naruto knew that Madara only half-heartedly investigated his father's death, due to some warped sense of obligation. But in recent months, the Uchiha had picked up his efforts, and that was worrying to the blonde. I'm sorry about your father. Naruto offered weakly, not knowing what else to say. He was a shinobi, and he died full-fledged. Hashirama replied, thinking of the same words his father had used when speaking of his youngest brother, watching them bury the remains of the body. But anyway, Hashirama's tone changed and his face brightened. but his emotions showed that he was looking for a distraction, a change in topic. What did you learn in your training? I trained my bloodline, but I also managed to complete several sealing projects. Naruto hummed thoughtfully. There is something I want to try out with your bloodline. Sort of like a collaboration. He had been thinking of this for a while now, and if they could get it right, Konoha would be a village built like no other. He was thinking of the people he had fought when he'd met Sora. If those shinobi could do it, why couldn't he? He had a much greater knowledge in sealing, and he had Hashirama on his side. The other shinobi had a rookie sealing master and an earth-style user. Okay? Hashirama replied, dragging his response out so that it was more like a question than any sort of acceptance. Perhaps an inquiry to know more. Great. Naruto chirped with a large grin before grabbing the Senju's arm and yanking him outside. Once there, Naruto pulled out a blank sealing scroll and a sealing ink, swiftly and confidently adding strokes to his scroll. That sealing scroll is different. Hashirama observed. It has a much larger chakra capacity, and from the feel of things, you're adding a vast amount of chakra into your seal as you create it. Isn't that dangerous? It can be. But the trick is to do it quickly so that by the time you finish the last stroke, the first one is still active. Also, just put in a lot more chakra so that it'll take longer to deactivate. It makes the seal much stronger doing it that way, and actually subject to modification should I make a mistake. Although, I have to be careful, because if I make a mistake that results in an unintentionally completed seal and it's active, I get some rather unexpected results. Not all of them unpleasant and not all of them pleasant. Naruto explained, not missing a beat. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Hashirama asked, eyebrows furrowing together as his thoughts grew more and more confused with the complexities of Naruto's seal. When I say now, I need you to put your wood release into the seal. Naruto replied, choosing not to answer Hashirama's question. Naruto, I'm not just going to put my chakra into some half-assed plan of yours. I know how most of those turn out. Hashirama sighed, the father and clan head in him coming to the surface. For all I know, this could end up blowing up. Now, Naruto yelled, and Hashirama acted immediately, bending down and slamming a chakra-encased hand onto the scroll. He watched as green-tinted chakra swirled through the seal Naruto had just constructed and soaked into the ink, blending with the electric blue already pulsing along the dark lines. A bright flash and a small shockwave later, saw the Senju clan head and the Uzumaki clan heir on their asses, staring up in silent wonder at a rather large wooden house where the seal had once stood. Well, the architecture and design is a bit shoddy. You should work on that, Hashi-kun, Naruto stated breathlessly as he took in the house's walls, doors and windows. I need to work on it? Hashirama spluttered. I didn't even know what was going to happen. But you still listened to me. Naruto pointed out with a shrug, getting to his feet and approaching the house. Although the sealing needs work. Sealing? What seals? The Senju's focus went on to the new topic immediately, all other accusations forgotten in the face of the new creation. It's got seals all over it. Can't you sense them? Can't you physically feel them? Naruto blinked owlishly at the younger shinobi, amazed that the Senju didn't see what was to him, plain as the nose on anyone's face. That's what makes it a collaboration jutsu. Naruto touched the smooth surface of the door, feeling the chakra pulsing within the wooden grains. It's a long way off from being perfect though. It's going to take a lot of test runs and do-overs. But essentially I think this could work. What did the seals do? Hashirama asked, staring at the wood as well, trying to pick out the lines of chakra that he could feel but could not see. Right now? Well, it's the basis of the whole structure. It'll also stop low to mid-level attacks. And it's fireproof. Naruto replied thoughtfully. I didn't want anything too complicated. Too complicated, he says. Mito's voice huffed playfully from behind them. You've come a long way, Naruto-kun, since we last saw you. At any rate, you've soaked up all the information in the archives, I'll bet. Yeah, about 4 years ago. Tried to find something on the Uzumaki bloodline, but Naruto's sentence trailed off, a better indication of his success than words could ever be. His features brightened suddenly before he dashed away from the chakra-saturated house and straight towards the redhead. He picked her up in a crushing hug and swung her around. Naruto. Mito protested with a laugh. I still need to breathe. Naruto loosened his grip and stopped spinning Mito around. But he didn't let go. She sure had grown up since he'd last seen her. The years were lost on him. He honestly couldn't remember how old he was, or even how old Mito was. Late teens by the looks of it. Perhaps even early 20s. She truly was a beautiful woman. And it served to remind him of how much time he was losing, how many shinobi were dying in the senseless clan wars. He had to hurry, which was why he had taken it upon himself to take care of the previous clan heads. Naruto let go of Mito with that dark reminder raging a burning line through his thoughts and mind. It was something he would have to deal with and come to terms with. He would have to choose if he would tell the others of what he'd done. But for now he was happy to be where he was. He pasted a smile onto his features and looked behind Mito to where he sensed a familiar yet foreign chakra, happy and strong in a way that no other bloodline could be. Senju Nawaki. He could have been about 4, maybe 5. A grinning child clasped onto his grandfather's side, honestly enjoying his mother's happiness regardless of the fact that he knew nothing of the man making his mother laugh. And that was a saddening thought. Nawaki did not know Naruto, had never met him. How time flew. The blonde walked up to the boy and went down on his haunches so that he was level with him. He offered a true, warm smile and stuck out his hand. He knew that Nawaki would not have an idea as to its meaning, but the boy would have seen his father greet many shinobi and therefore know what to do. Nawaki glanced at his hand before his grin widened and tiny fingers gripped 3 of his and shook as violently as the small boy was able to manage in his enthusiasm. Naruto chuckled at the antics, his smile widening. But shinobi instincts and reflexes had him jerking backwards when Nawaki's hand shot towards his face, his damaged eye. He only just managed to stop himself from grabbing at the boy's hand and no doubt startling the boy into tears. Hurt, Nawaki stated with a soft frown, hot fingers brushing against the scarred flesh around his eye. Nawaki had taken a step forward to even be able to reach Naruto's face, and this time Naruto hadn't jerked back, his eyes nervously catching Mito's watchful gaze. "Hi, hurt," Naruto agreed in surprise. "You're wearing a henge, Naruto-kun?" Hashirama asked with a frown. The Senju leader was surprised that he hadn't seen that immediately. Naruto's henge could only be seal-enhanced. But that did beg the question of how his son was able to see something he hadn't seen until it had been pointed out to him. Naruto sighed and slowly pulled away from Nawaki's curious touch. He straightened to his full height, and for a moment Hashirama was taken aback by how tall the blonde had gotten. Naruto glanced towards the other Uzumaki, seeing Asuna with the clan head and Tanaka. Asuna moved a step towards him but didn't immediately rush over. "Apparently it isn't a very good henge if everyone can see through it," Naruto muttered, fingers coming together as he focused his chakra. Before he could remove the henge, Asuna moved towards him and pulled his hands apart, shaking her head. She leaned up and whispered in Naruto's ear, not in front of Tanaka. The statement confused the blonde, but is obeyed all the same. Asuna went back to the small party of Uzumaki that had traveled with the clan head, Tanaka's vibrant red hair sticking out from next to the clan head himself, who had taken a liking to the boy on the trip to the Senju compound. Naruto watched the small boy carefully, thinking back to some of the nightmares that plagued Tanaka's sleep. Well, had plagued his sleep. Naruto couldn't be sure anymore because he hadn't been there for far too long. Tanaka knew that his father had been killed by an Uchiha, and he knew that the Uchiha had red eyes. He didn't know anything about Sharingan and swirling Tomoe. Just red eyes. "Actually, Hashi-kun, I do need your help." Naruto turned to the younger shinobi and gestured to the newly created house. Mito didn't follow, instead holding out her hand to Nawaki and guiding the small child towards Tanaka and Asuna. Nawaki's eyes followed them curiously as they walked to the wooden house, but not protesting his mother's gentle guidance to go towards the other Uzumaki. The clan head, however, followed silently, curious about Hashirama's healing abilities. "Where's Tobi-kun?" Naruto asked as he pulled open the door and stood back to allow Hashirama and the clan head to enter first. Inside the house wasn't too complicated. It was small and bare, with no walls. "On a mission. He's due back tomorrow, provided everything goes smoothly." Hashirama replied with a sigh. "I figured you'd never let him leave the compound once you became clan head," Naruto chuckled. Hashirama huffed before muttering, "I tried, but the stubborn Baka wouldn't let me." The reply only made Naruto laugh more. Once the door was shut, Naruto dropped the henge, letting his scars emerge slowly. He then suppressed Kurama's chakra to his eye, letting the true extent of the damage show. "I don't know how much I can do, considering it's partially healed already," Hashirama hummed. He was good at hiding his surprise. But he, like the clan head and Asuna, knew that it wasn't anything ordinary that had caused these wounds. What had Naruto been doing in the years that had passed since that fateful day on the battlefield? "Well, I think it's really my eye that bugs me more than anything," Naruto admitted sheepishly. "I mean, scars are cool and all, but a ninja needs perfect vision. I know Kakashi-sensei only had one eye to work with most of the time, but he still had two and he was a prodigy and so he was really good at only using one eye. And his other eye was a Sharingan. Naruto realized what he was doing and closed his mouth with a nervous chuckle. Don't let me bore you with my ramblings. I should just let you do your thing. The clan head tilted a head in curiosity. Naruto rarely said much about his past. In fact, he said so little it was almost like he didn't have one at times. But the pain he felt when he was thinking about those from before he came to the Uzumaki was real enough that no one questioned him about it. This was the first time Naruto had mentioned having any sort of sensei before. And a prodigy at that. But there wasn't a Kakashi anyone who was a prodigy at anything in the clans at the moment. So once again, where had Naruto come from? Hashirama huffed wearily before waving a hand at Naruto, gesturing to a growing chair and muttering something about Naruto sitting down. The blonde obeyed without a word, listening to the younger shinobi as easily as he would to his own clan head. Some wondered about that. Naruto saw Tobirama and Hashirama in a way that was odd to the Uzumaki. Those that were around the blonde when he was with the Senju brothers could all feel the deep-rooted respect and awe the young Uzumaki had for his Senju comrades, and it was baffling. It was almost the same as what a younger brother might feel towards an older sibling they were emulating. But it was deeper than that. And no one could understand it. But they didn't question it. Naruto was weird like that all the time. He looked at the Senju with all the adoration any one being could muster and then some. But he also had this strange sense of longing. But it wasn't a conscious thing. Yet, it was Naruto, so no one really wondered anymore. They just accepted the blonde and all the oddities that came with him. He was Naruto after all. Hashirama placed a finger on Naruto's eyebrow, another on either side of his eye, and added one over the closed lid. I need you to keep very still, Naruto-kun. I'm going to probe the damage and see what I can do. Naruto's other eye remained open and he watched in complete fascination as Hashirama effortlessly pulled at the senjutsu around them, dark brown eyes lightening to a golden chestnut as it swirled through his chakra coils and towards the hand on Naruto's face. Naruto held back a gasp as the senjutsu filled his own coils and cells, touching them briefly before disappearing again. It was both ticklish and painful as it touched the cells that were damaged, tugging slightly at the rough and broken edges. Naruto only knew this much because he himself was proficient at senjutsu. But not at this level. He just didn't have Hashirama's focus. Tsunade Bakken medical ninjutsu just couldn't compare. She had come in leaps and bounds where chakra medical ninjutsu was concerned, but senjutsu laced medical ninjutsu? And there hadn't been anything to teach her this, to indicate a direction for her. With this knowledge, she might have even been able to save all that she'd lost. But that was something Naruto would never know, hardly begin to change. Tsunade would have to learn all this on her own, if she was able to. Hashirama's pulled more senjutsu into his coils and his eyes went white, glowing with the intensity and purity of the chakra now flowing through him. Not even Naruto had managed to get this much refined senjutsu. But then, he'd always been focusing on fighting, not healing. A twinge of pain strong enough to make him clench his open eye seared through from Hashirama's fingers. It was like a white-hot lava burning through his eye, filling his cells with a senjutsu so pure it was agonizing to feel. Was this what Hashirama felt when he used senjutsu? Did he feel this suffering? Out of reflex, Naruto had started gathering senjutsu as well, gritting his teeth as he forced himself not to move, to hold as still as possible. The two senjutsu, while from the same source, were infinitely different. A reflection of their personalities, perhaps? His was wild, rushed, swirling through his coils with a hint of playful ecstasy. While Hashirama's was similar in a way, it was more contained, focused. It had more purpose. Something other than causing damage in the heat of battle. The two met, sparked, and ignited in a blinding flash of chakra. Naruto's world was for but a moment, brighter than the sunniest summer day before everything went dark. Chapter 14. The clan head whistled, impressed as Hashirama and Naruto flew in opposite directions from each other. The power the two could wield was astounding in its ability to be both so destructive as well as healing. The fortified walls Naruto had built were pulverized as the shock wave from the senjutsu blasted outwards, a radius of danger powerful enough to make the clan head shunshine out of the room for his own safety. Hashirama and Naruto were already out of harm's way, having been forcefully thrown in that direction anyways. Without the walls as support, the roof collapsed with a ground-jarring and ear-splitting, splintering crash. Strangely, the explosion itself hadn't caused much of a noise, other than the destruction of the newly created house. What the hell? Hashirama wheezed as he pulled himself out of the rubble of the wall he'd landed against, causing most of the damage as he had done so. That baka! What the hell was he thinking? His heart was racing, his mind spinning with all the possible things that could have gone wrong. Naruto might have even been killed for all he knew. As it was, he was feeling incredibly lucky to be alive and relatively unscratched. Mito rushed towards the Senju, concern blazing in her eyes. She immediately started checking Hashirama over for injuries, the other standing still and letting her. He knew it would be fruitless to try and fight it, to assure her that he was fine. She would still need to see for herself. Asuna had moved towards Naruto, who wasn't getting up. Hashirama frowned, his own concern building. What they had attempted was something that was entirely new to the Senju. To repair something so damaged and already partially healed. He had nothing to go on, nothing to say whether it would work or not. In truth, all he'd been doing was trying to see the extent of the damage so that he could begin to brainstorm ways on how to help Naruto. But he'd sensed so much of the demon's chakra. It lingered in Naruto's cells, almost as though it was as much Naruto's chakra as it was the demon's. But there had been a third chakra. So similar to the demon's it could have been a relation. A more balanced version of the demon's chakra. It was wilder though, younger. Had Naruto encountered another demon? Or perhaps the same version of the one sealed within him. The third chakra was what prevented the injury from healing completely. It was corrosive, burning into Naruto's cells over and over, eating away as fast as the healing process took place. Could the Senjutsu have been enough to flush it out? Was it pure enough to overpower the third chakra? Hashirama-sama, could you please come here? Asuna asked quietly, bowing her head slightly in Hashirama's direction. I'm not sure how to help Naruto-san as I do not know what happened. Hashirama winced as he took a step, silently noting that he was going to be feeling this one in the morning. He glanced in the direction of the blonde as he walked towards him. Naruto was sprawled across the rubble of his own creation, not moving an eye shut. Hashirama carefully lowered himself so that he was kneeling next to Naruto, hands glowing with regular medical chakra. He hovered his hands over Naruto's form, taking in the little things, the scarred tissue, the heightened chakra coils, all the little indications of Naruto's profession. As he passed a hand over Naruto's face, his frown deepened. Senjutsu lingered under the skin, moving through the delicate coils around not one but both of Naruto's eyes. The scar over his damaged eye was still visible but no longer the angry raw gash it had been moments before. It looked completely healed, faded but still visible. The third chakra appeared to have been flushed out, as well as the demon's chakra, but that was hovering near the edges of the remaining Senjutsu, testing the limits of its strength. In time the demonic chakra would return. Hashirama knew from Mito and Tobirama that Senjutsu, in concentrated amounts, made his irises appear much lighter. What would it do to Naruto's already crystalline gaze? Other than the lingering Senjutsu, Naruto appeared to be perfectly fine. Hashirama poked at a whiskered cheek, growling slightly in impatience when the blonde didn't even stir. His earlier anxiety from the entire incident hadn't completely evaporated but his racing heart had calmed down. He poked at Naruto again, ignoring Asuna's wide gaze of surprise. Oi, baka! Hashirama wasn't one to get annoyed, but that little stunt had scared the living daylights out of him. Naruto's eyes scrunched up as he groaned in irritation. He swatted lazily at Hashirama, not in any mood to actually return to the conscious world. But the Senju would not be deterred. A wave of his hand was enough to send a bucket-sized ball of water splashing on Naruto's face. A loud gasp, rude spluttering and an attempted punch at Hashirama's head later and Naruto was up and wide awake. He glared at the Senju before remembering why he was sleeping in the first place and quickly glancing around to see the extent of the damage. With a low whistle of appreciation, the blonde gave a lopsided grin before quickly erasing it at the look on Asuna's face. With a nervous twitch he turned his attention on himself, wiggling a little this way and that to assess himself for injuries internal and external. But he knew that Hashirama would have healed any injuries and that checking himself over was just a habit. He looked perfectly fine, felt it too. There wasn't a bruise nor scratch on him and that was pretty cool. Moving a hand up to his eye, his fingers brushed over the raised bumpy surface tenderly, knowing from past experiences that this action usually led to pain. However, he didn't even feel a twinge. With a slightly more pressured touch he mapped out the scar that now adorned his features with a morbid fascination. Only two of the Kyuubi's claws managed to catch his face, pulling down his face at a slightly angled trajectory. The two ragged pathways started above his brow, cutting through it and ending close to the start of his top whisker mark. Internally he sensed the last of Hashirama's concentrated senjutsu swirling lazily in his coils and wondered how long it would stay there. It appeared to be decreasing already. The difference it made wasn't noticeable and he figured there weren't any long-lasting effects. Glancing at the Uzumaki, he couldn't help the ripple of surprise that zigzagged through him. He blinked, just to make sure he wasn't seeing things, but the images didn't go away. He rubbed at his eyes before looking back at the concerned clan members, but there was no change. Swirling around in the air, hovering like balloons tethered to a child's finger, were the smoky patterns of seals. As Naruto moved his gaze from one pattern to the other, he noticed that some of the smoky tendrils swirled faster and appeared brighter than others, and could only assume that these were active seals. But the inactive ones, they were still there, they still existed. They'd always assumed that the seals just disappeared. But if Naruto truly thought about it, he concluded that seals defied the laws of nature. They made the impossible possible. So it wasn't impossible to assume that they wouldn't be reabsorbed by the senjutsu once they'd completed their task. Everything was reabsorbed, he could sense that. From sounds to jutsu, all the energy within those actions eventually ended up as senjutsu again. But he'd never bothered to sense where the seals went, assuming it was the same. Besides, they couldn't be sensed after they became inactive. There was nothing left within them. Naruto-kun? Said Blonde looked towards Asuna, who was clutching her hands to her chest in concern as she watched him with wide eyes. He smiled for her and stated just as cheerfully, "I'm just not used to seeing things normally, that all." And he was a little unsettled by how used to he'd gotten to the fox's vision. The heat signature hues that had plagued the vision in his one eye had been difficult to get used to at first, but it has actually become extremely useful at times. Maybe the fox would let him use his eyes again from time to time. Everything, other than the swirly, almost playful wisps of seals, seemed normal again, and it was strangely a relief just as much as it was unsettling. He didn't say anything about the seals because he wasn't sure if the ability would disappear once the senjutsu had diluted from his eyes. He did chance a glance at himself and was newly awed at the almost glittering brightness that surrounded his form, especially in the area around his abdomen. Glittering was perhaps the wrong word, more like shining. A slight glow from each seal as it moved around him, tethered to him. And boy, were there a lot of them. With a grin, he got to his feet and pulled Asuna into a huge hug. "I'm sorry I worried you," he stated warmly, meaning it wholeheartedly. "But you should have more faith in me," he chided playfully. The red-haired woman in his arms could have been steaming by her ears for the level of irritation she felt for the blonde in that moment. "Baka," she yelled while attempting to whack him upside the head. "Do you know what stress does to me? I'm going to get older just hanging around you." Satisfied that she was distracted enough, Naruto just chuckled as he ducked away from her hand. For the moment he'd ignore the swirling seals, and if they remained he'd experiment a little with them and see where it went before telling anyone. It could just end up being a rather useless skill since he knew how to create seals by heart. 0.0.0.0 Naruto sat with Hashirama as the night's festivities continued. In true Uzumaki and Senju fashion, they decided that a feast was in order to celebrate the return of Naruto and the visit from the Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan head was absent from his positron next to Naruto and was sitting with Nawaki, Mito, and Tobirama. He was honestly having a good time and Naruto didn't blame him. He was getting up there in years and getting some rest was mostly near the forefront of his thoughts, beaten only by his need to be a good leader to the clan. The bright colors of the Uzumaki contrasted with the relatively conserved colors of the Senju. Naruto could easily pick out the different members of each clan as they mingled and generally just had a good time. He was honestly enjoying the relaxed atmosphere, the quiet hiss, crack and pop of the bonfire in front of him, the easy conversation around him. It was the very same easy, carefree vibe he wanted to instill within Konoha and hopefully keep it alight through the will of fire for generations to come. It was an amazing thought to consider. But Kurama still had his doubts. To him, the shinobi would cause some sort of havoc, because what ninja was needed in a peaceful time? And he was correct in one aspect. But ninja were always needed by people. There were always missions from people outside of the ninja lifestyle. It was the ninja themselves that Naruto hoped to bring about peace among. That no village was greater than the other. He hoped to abolish the need for revenge by instilling a mercy and compassion that would allow ninja to let their opponent live when on missions, creating a rivalry more than a vendetta. In the middle of his wondering lazy thoughts, Naruto's sensing ability picked up a rather strange signal. It was headed straight for the compound, and quickly. Naruto didn't like where this was going. After all, to come here now, while it was dark, was almost suicide. Yet, The only people who stood a hope against Uchiha Madara were himself and the Senju brothers next to him. They also had the ability to sense chakra, but not at this range. With the speed Madara was coming at, the other Uzumaki would sense him soon. Would he stop? Why wasn't he trying for stealth? And Madara had the ability to be stealthy enough that not even Naruto would sense him until he was right in front of the blonde. So that meant he wanted to be sensed. He was making his presence very clear. Probably the best thing for him since the Senju wouldn't attack him outright. They had time to consult Hashirama first and therefore Hashirama would tell them to stand down in order to see what Madara wanted. It wouldn't be a friendly visit either, as any issue that warranted the Uchiha clan head himself had to be more than heart attack serious. The clans were still at war with each other after all. Leaning over to Hashirama, and hoping to not cause tension and panic, Naruto very quietly informed Hashirama that Madara was on his way. Hashirama stood, aiming to get his brother. However, before he could reach the other Senju, one of the Uzumaki sensors picked up on Madara's chakra. Naruto had hoped to meet the Uchiha outside of the compound and without everyone's knowledge. Seemed unlikely now, and would be viewed as suspicious if he suggested it. So instead he moved to stand next to Hashirama and Tobirama as they moved towards the south gate of the compound. Hashirama gave the quiet order for everyone to continue the festivities, as well as reassuring them that the intruder wasn't going to try anything with all the Senju surrounding him. Also, with being so loud about his presence, it was likely that he was here to talk and nothing more. Could it be that Madara was coming to propose a truce? So early? Naruto was almost certain he could convince the Uzumaki to follow now, almost. But could Hashirama convince the Senju? With that slight hope coiling around in his heart and taking hold, Naruto walked a little easier towards the south gate, giving a positive air about him but not too positive. That would seem inappropriate. Had Naruto been paying closer attention, he'd have noticed that Madara's chakra was grim, and barely contained any excitement. Tobirama could now vaguely sense Madara, and he'd lowered himself to the ground so that he could press a hand to it in order to get a better feel. Madara's visit was too sudden not to be cautious. The fact that Madara was just as tightly wound as they should have been had it not been Madara, well, that was something more alarming than interesting. The gate was pulled open noiselessly and the three shinobi stepped out to meet Madara. A few more breaths and the Uchiha appeared as though melting from the shadows themselves. His expression was blank, perfectly aware of the fact that he was being watched by more than the three in front of him. Naruto could sense that Hashirama's words had not really been listened to and a good few had followed, perhaps out of curiosity, perhaps out of concern for their safety. Either way, they were watching, and the four knew that they had to be careful about what they said. What, no Izuna? Tobirama was the first to break the silence, noting the glaring absence of an Uchiha who was usually always near Madara's side. Any other time and he might have added a slightly insulting quip about the younger Uchiha being a good lapdog most of the time. None from my clan know that I'm here. Madara shrugged. Even my younger brother. Why are you here? Hashirama asked, not bothering with pleasantries. He knew that the wrong move would cause a reaction that might not be controllable until it was too late. I heard Uzumaki Naruto was here. He's a hard shinobi to find these days. Madara replied stiffly. He wasn't here about anything trivial, that was for sure. What do you want with me? Naruto asked, feeling very uncertain. That hope from earlier had vanished, replaced with an icy bucket of dread. I'm here to talk to you, and I'd prefer to talk to you alone. I made my presence known when I could have snuck in. You all know that. I also would like to give you the benefit of the doubt, and talking to me privately is the least you could do. I came alone, all your sensors can pick up on that. Madara replied. His tone was neutral, concealing his emotions. His chakra was also stiff, too rigid, giving nothing away. He took a deep breath before continuing, eyes not facing Naruto. I would like to ask you about my father. If Naruto thought his heart felt icy before, it was nothing compared to the feeling that shot through him now. Worse still, he couldn't hide it. There were too many sensors around him. He wasn't as skilled as Madara was in keeping his chakra tightly under control when it came to showing what he was feeling. All right, Naruto whispered, eyes distant and facing the ground. He didn't need to think about it. He was sure there'd be consequences, but he owed Madara that much. He owed the Uchiha an explanation. But he wondered if maybe Hashirama should come with. It was suitable since his father was involved as well. But one look at Madara's face and he knew that it was best to go with the Uchiha alone. Madara shunshined away, Naruto following immediately after before anyone could try to stop him. They appeared in the clearing that Naruto had been taken to when he first arrived in this world, the place looking neglected and wilder. But it was familiar, and Naruto inwardly relaxed a little. The common ground meant Madara was leaning towards answers more than pulverizing his face into a bloody mess. You know, when they told me my father had died, I didn't really care all that much. Madara began, tone light and almost indifferent. That didn't mean that I ignored the suspicious circumstances though. I figured I might as well look into it, even if it's not really going to give me much more results than what I already had. It's quite difficult to gather evidence in these times, unfortunately. Naruto remained quiet, not sure where Madara was going with this. There were countless possibilities. Madara had sensing abilities, but no greater than the average sensor ninja, which was a shinobi who'd taken the time to actually learn how to pick out chakra so they could sense enemies sneaking up on them. He couldn't tell how Naruto's emotions were somersaulting from negative to positive as his mind raced through the possibilities of this meeting. Please don't let this be the reason Madara and Hashirama start fighting again, Naruto prayed silently in his mind, addressing any deity who deemed to hear his prayer and grant it. He knew that Izuna had died at the hands of Tobirama, the first step in Madara's descent into madness that would eventually lead to him defecting from Konoha and later starting the Fourth Shinobi War. Well, attempting to, from where Naruto's perspective lay. But Kurama had assured him that with the way things were headed, war had been inevitable. And so I investigated as best I could when I had the time, trusting only a handful with this task. I didn't need the Uchiha thinking there was foul play. Any excuse to start a fight, you know. Madara forced a tight smile. But then one day I had this amazing idea, why didn't I just ask the guy who was from the future? Madara, what do you really want? If you'd simply wanted to ask me what I knew of the clan heads' deaths, you'd have done so in front of the others, Naruto stated carefully, giving Madara a serious look. It was time to stop playing around. Well, what do you know? From your history. I know you weren't the most studious of shinobi back then, but you never know what you might have picked up in the course of your learning. Madara leveled him with an equally as serious look. It wasn't really something we discussed. Our history mainly focused on the founding of the village. Not much before that is taught. Naruto shrugged, wondering where this was headed. Some of the clans learned a bit further back considering it was the clans that had been in the warring states more than the civilian families. Clans like the Uchiha learned a different version from what the Senju would have. Such as how Izuna died. Having Kurama really did help. Having been controlled by Madara, he knew more about the man's past than what was ever taught in schools or clan households. So, Naruto, what do you know of my father's death? Madara titled a brow, eyes showing that he was expecting an answer and not looking for one. Naruto raised a hand to scrub at his eyes tiredly, which were still seeing the squiggly seals. There weren't any around them now, other than around himself, so it wasn't much of a distraction. With a wave of his hand, the earth around them shifted and confirmed to his will. Have a seat, Madara, Naruto stated wearily, taking a seat himself. This action surprised the Uchiha as he slowly did as the other said, looking towards Naruto questioningly. Naruto had not sensed any real malice in Madara, even if his questioning bordered on it. When the Senju and the Uchiha came together the first time, your fathers were never in the picture. So I assumed that they met in battle or came to meet an opponent great enough to end their lives. Keep in mind that even a Genin can take down a Jonin if the Genin is patient enough to wait for the right opportunity. Stronger opponents must never underestimate a weaker one because of this. Arrogance can get you killed surely as a crippling injury. I didn't come here for a lecture better suited to a child, Naruto. Madara chided impatiently, but his tone lacked the proper disdain for it to be truly effective. Hi, Naruto agreed absently. Originally, you and Hashirama were older when you took over as the heads of your respective clans, and slightly older still when the clans were brought together. More so, you were not friends either. It's my guess that when your fathers sent your younger brothers after you the first time, it didn't end well. Naruto paused a moment to allow Madara time to absorb that possibility and continued when he nodded. It was Hashirama that constantly pushed to bring you and the Uchiha together with the Senju. By this point both clans were tired of the fighting, so it seemed like the next best option. Naruto left out Izuna's death on purpose. There was no point in bringing it up. If this was the natural course of things, then why is it different now? Madara narrowed his gaze at the blonde, not trusting of this world enough to believe that Naruto's presence was enough to change this simply by Naruto being here alone. There would have had to have been interference from the blonde before anything changed, and he didn't immediately see how Naruto could have interfered with the lives of two shinobi who he did not immediately interact with. Other than one scenario, that was. While the clans are at war, while they are still allowing themselves to be hired out against each other, shinobi are dying both younger and older. It's needless and senseless. Naruto sighed in frustration and plowed a hand through his hair. When you and Hashirama became the clan heads, the shinobi under you needed cause to trust you, follow you anywhere. They followed your orders all right, but an order on the scale of siding with their enemy would take loyalty and trust that would not be given easily. Even if you were their leaders. Such an order too soon would cause a coup. Naruto explained quickly, eyes darting around as his mind raced with the words he'd been losing sleep over. With all that in mind, there was one solution available to me. You did something. Madara guessed, unsure about what he wanted the blonde's next words to be. Hi. Naruto admitted, suddenly growing fidgety and nervous. Madara stood abruptly, mind already jumping to the conclusion he'd hoped to avoid in coming here tonight. He hadn't wanted to confirm what his growing suspicions has pointed to. My father died on a routine mission gone wrong, and that in itself was something hard to believe. Uchiha didn't just die on a routine mission, and Uchiha of his caliber were even less likely to fail the mission, Madara stated slowly, thinking through his words. Trying to quell the accusation that begged to be shouted out to the world. He might have detested his father's ways, but his father was still his family and they meant everything to him. Naruto better not have done what Madara suspected he had, because it was actions like that which started clan feuds. Would Hashirama back him? After all, his father was involved as well. I saw your Mangekyou's awakening, Madara. I sensed your emotions on that day, Naruto stated quietly. I watched, sensed, as Hashirama joy grew while with Mito. When Nawaki was born, he was a brighter light than any sun. But Tobirama was different. He had already realized what Hashirama had only realized 2 weeks later. Upon that realization, I felt his happiness dampen. I sensed the dread and worry take root, clawing at his peace of mind every passing day. Naruto paused to look at him, blue eyes filled with such anguish that Madara physically took a step back. Hashirama's solution was to bring about Konoha faster, but knowing that the complexities of the task wouldn't allow him to do so before his son was sent off to battle by Batsuma's standards. Yet, he still held on to the hope that he could do it. Naruto paused to smile sadly distantly as he recalled the events of past years. Tobirama, on the other hand, ever the realist, came to the same conclusion and employed Mito-kun's help in order to develop a jutsu that would allow him to kill his own father without coming under suspicion from his clan. But the jutsu was taking too long to develop. In an act of desperation, he spliced himself in the heat of battle, causing Hashirama to make a medical breakthrough in order to save his life. Now these were probably all events that had happened in the original timeline. But Naruto paused again, taking a deep shuddery breath. Do you know what it's like to feel the emotions of the damned, of the dying? Do you know what it's like to feel a child resolve himself to a fate where he'd kill his own father just to make sure his brother's happiness remained intact? Do you know how illogical it is, for that situation to even exist at all? That a family will turn on each other for the sake of family? Naruto stopped, his eyes sparkling with his confessions. He hadn't ever confessed this extent of his sensing to anyone, not even the Uzumaki. I sensed it when Hashirama realized that his only option was to kill his own father, Naruto stated so quietly it was as though saying it any louder would be a crime. The very idea that Hashirama would ever be capable of such an act, was forced into such a mindset, was unimaginable to Naruto and completely destructive. And that's when I decided to speed things along, Naruto stated even more quietly, eyes distant, vacant. Naruto. Madara breathed, sounding just as agonized as the blonde looked. Please tell me you didn't kill my father? Naruto turned a vacant gaze toward him, but he didn't utter a word. Chapter 15. A weak laugh escaped Naruto, which quickly became short wheezy huffs of desperation. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The words were so choked that Madara almost didn't hear them. As Naruto's behavior sank into his mind, as its meaning registered, a blazing rage sparked to life within Madara's heart. He'd expected something like this from Tobirama, hell even himself, but never Naruto. Not once had he truly believed that it had been Naruto. He'd come here to get history's perspective, but instead he'd had his emotions rocked and catapulted into a vicious intensity that threatened to consume every bridge he'd built with the Uzumaki and the Senju. Uchiha were like that. Their emotions were so intense that they acted out, rashly most times. Madara had clenched his fists so hard that nails broke through the skin. Naruto was hunched over, great heaving sobs racking his form as he finally allowed himself to give in to the guilt that had plagued him for some years now. But all the Uchiha could think was how pathetic Naruto looked, how he resembled a bumbling fool who was groveling at his feet. He knew that simply attacking Naruto would not be enough. His normal Sharingan wouldn't suffice either. So he jumped straight to Mangekyo. Naruto's shinobi instinct surpassed his natural trust of the Uchiha. Watery blue eyes looked up in shock as Naruto sensed the dojutsu's activation, sensed Madara's complete and utter rage. No, 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 no. Naruto's mind seemed to freeze, stuck like a broken record on the word. He raised a hand to Madara in an attempt to try and placate the other, but the Uchiha had already swung his fist. It connected with Naruto's face almost immediately, and the full force of the blow sent him flying through the air and crashing into several trees. Naruto crawled to his feet, not quite sure what to do. But his emotional state had alerted the Kyuubi, and he growled in annoyance and frustration from within his prison. Naruto's mental state at the moment was in tatters, and Kurama took the opportunity to prevent the ninja from taking further damage. Naruto's wide-eyed gaze bled to red, and Madara stopped his approach, recognizing the need to be cautious. A red chakra bubbled around the blonde and encased him, like armor. Madara grit his teeth at the delay, but his mind was already formulating a way to move around it or get rid of it. The Kyuubi bared his teeth, and a mirror of the action could be seen in Naruto's features, blood-red eyes, a contrast of tears and agony. As the liquid streamed from Naruto's eyes, the heat of the Kyuubi's chakra disintegrated them with a small hiss and slight sizzle. A clawed hand lashed out at Madara, almost slicing through the Uchiha's flesh. Madara leaned to the side but still felt the burn of the Kyuubi's raging chakra as it caressed his face. Back at the compound, Hashirama stood watching the tree line in concern. Next to him, Tobirama has his arms crossed in silent agitation. Should we go after them? Tobirama asked quietly. No. They asked for privacy. I'm sure there's a good reason. Hashirama replied, but they both felt the anxiety in his emotions. They both chose to ignore it. What do you think it's about? Mito asked, approaching them carefully. Hashirama sighed in defeat, letting his wife know that he honestly couldn't say. Not for certain. Tobirama was the first of the three to react when the Kyuubi's chakra rocketed through the air in a devastating wave. It slammed into their senses and brought most to their knees. Tobirama and Hashirama leapt into the forest, heading towards Madara and Naruto, both entirely confused as to what the hell was going on. Madara didn't want to activate his Susanoo. It was too soon. The usage cost him dearly, and he couldn't afford to run out of chakra now. Naruto's form was relentless, attacking Madara with all the force of nature. Yet, Madara was fully aware that the demon did not aim to kill him, merely keep him at bay. Even so, it was persistent and wholly consumed in its task of protecting Naruto. Madara's anger only rocketed at the realization that he wouldn't be able to land a single blow on the blonde unless he took care of the demon or relied on his Susanoo. Sadly, he had no idea if using Susanoo would actually allow him to beat the demon. So far he could see that if he didn't do something soon, he was going to lose. Madara turned towards the Senju compound and started racing through the trees. Hashirama would be able to suppress the demon's chakra. And if they got involved, if the Senju brothers learned the truth, then Madara would understand the next course of action to take. He was angry, yes, but that didn't mean his mind was clouded. Not yet. He wasn't there just yet. He still knew that he needed to be very careful about what he did next. Kyuubi watched as Madara made a dash towards the Senju. With a narrowed gaze, the fox shunshined in front of the Uchiha brat, internally gleeful at being able to use the jutsu at all. With a growl of frustration and anger, the fox struck out and curled clawed fingers around the damnable Uchiha's throat. He didn't press down his hold, however, just kept it tight enough to let the brat know that he shouldn't struggle. You should have more faith, Uchiha brat. The angry, distorted growl sent shivers down Madara's spine. To hear Naruto's voice so garbled, it would haunt his nightmares for years to come, of that he was sure. Madara. Said shinobi tried to turn his head to the side, only managing to shift his eyes, silently growing more and more furious as the seconds ticked by. Hashirama and Tobirama landed on the ground hastily, pausing at the entrance of the clearing, unsure of the situation and how to approach. The demon, in control of the blonde, moved towards the two. His eyes never left Madara's, a soft growl vibrating through the shared contact and causing goosebumps to rise on the Uchiha's skin. The wildness, the rage, the utter dominating power, it was intoxicating. Madara, in that instant, understood all the pain and suffering Naruto endured, understood the entirety of the Uzumaki's willpower. Yet, the idea of Naruto murdering his father was not something he could understand. Understand, not forgive. The reminder of why he was clutched in the beast's hold reignited his rage. With his rising anger came the startling conclusion that Naruto had one weakness that he hadn't yet been able to protect himself from. As far as Madara knew anyway. It was worth a shot. The blazing crimson chakra could not protect Naruto from the invasion into his mind as Madara's form hazed into existence in front of the fox's cage. You'd think it would look better kept. Madara commented dryly as his gaze moved over the mindscape he was trespassing within. Huddled in the pool of water, was a sobbing Naruto, hands clutching at blonde strands of wildly displaced locks. It wasn't my intention. It wasn't what I wanted. I needed them to see. Naruto's heaving sobs made it difficult to pick up on the word being forcefully choked out over and over again. This is what you do not see with those all-seeing eyes of yours, Uchiha brat. Madara didn't take his eyes off of Naruto, but replied to the Kyuubi all the same, tone scathing. So, what? He feels guilty about being a murderer? He never said he killed your father. You merely assumed it. That made the Uchiha look at the fox. There was a line of vibrant red chakra leaking from the cage towards the blonde, pooling around the oblivious shinobi. What are you talking about? Tell me what happened, Madara demanded, eyes narrowing as the Sharingan pattern began to spin in agitation. The fox regarded him silently for a moment, eyes boring into the young Uchiha. Perhaps the fox was measuring the value of Madara's continued existence, perhaps he was trying to guess how the Uchiha would react. For Madara, the entire experience was one he hoped never to be involved in ever again. It was just too disconcerting. He felt almost violated, pierced through on a soul level. It was enough to unhinge him. It took all he had to keep his Sharingan active and therefore able to maintain his link with Naruto's mind. Did Naruto have to deal with that all the time? Then slowly, excruciatingly, one clawed paw reached out and gripped the bars, the pale light not able to hide the glint reflecting off the pointy ends. The stream of red chakra feeding towards Naruto began to thin, retreating back to the fox. Naruto's posture began to relax, but he didn't immediately react to his surroundings. Madara looked to the fox, but the Kyuubi didn't do anything other than stare at him, seeming to challenge him. Madara narrowed his gaze, starting to get impatient before approaching the blonde and delivering a swift kick to his head. Now was definitely not the time for the Uzumaki to be losing it. Madara was trying to get answers and Naruto wasn't helping. Snap out of it, Baka. Naruto looked at him in shock, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. You're acting so pathetic that if I kill you I'd be doing you a favor. The Uchiha sneered with a huff, tell me what happened with my father. Naruto's eyes softened and his posture relaxed as an unconscious smile tugged at his lips. Madara, you're right. I guess I overreacted, just a little, Naruto sighed. Still not meeting Madara's gaze, he moved into a seated position and moved a hand through the water. You want to know what happened? Well then I'll show you. The Uchiha watched in awe as the water around them swirled and twisted. Naruto's hand swept across the glassy surface. It began to bubble upwards, reaching, yearning towards something, growing larger and higher until it was in line with Madara's waist. Suddenly, the bubbling pillar sprang towards the Uchiha, latching onto him, consuming him. Madara's first thoughts were to panic. Was Naruto trying to kill him? He couldn't die now. Who would protect Izuna? But try as he might, he just couldn't move an inch wherever the water touched him. It was cold, colder than the icy winter snow, and it caused his limbs to go completely numb. It was a strange sensation, being swallowed by that water. He wanted to panic. He tried to, but it was a warped emotion, twisted by the pervading peace that was slowly taking over and forcing his body into a state of relaxation. His consciousness was tugged away from Naruto's haunted gaze, away from the piercing stare of the Kyuubi and towards an unnerving darkness that pressed down on him as much as the water had. Slowly a light began to filter through and he found himself becoming aware of a feeling of weightlessness. The world sprang into colors and sounds at the same time as a harsh jerking motion. Madara gasped in surprise, having not expected the suddenness. But he had no outward control of his body's actions. He couldn't move himself. Being an Uchiha and having far too much experience with genjutsu, this experience was one that he could say he'd never has the misfortune of being exposed to. And he was pretty sure that in future he'd only use something of this magnitude on his most hated of enemies. Madara was trapped in a world that was not his own, with a bright sky and singing birds. A light breeze caressed his skin and an invasive feeling of serenity filled his heart and mind. These were not actions he chose to partake in. These were Naruto's memories. He could feel it, the thrumming energy of the very world around him, the life of the branch he was standing on, the quick hops and jitters of the energy in the unseen animals hiding in nature's vibrant embrace. There were so many little blips and blops of energy it was hard to think that much life surrounded them on a daily basis. Madara was in awe, completely consumed with this memory. As Naruto's memory played out, Madara became aware of the energy flowing through the air itself, taken aback with how foreign and powerful it felt. Senjutsu. There were sounds as well, sounds that he hadn't even noticed. A stream, the tree leaves, the call of distant animals. So much information, and Naruto was aware of it all. Was this what it meant to be Naruto? A Jinchuriki? An Uzumaki? A shinobi from a different time? Or simply Naruto? Madara could see that Naruto's vision was better than his, but it didn't compare to that of the Sharingan. No. What Madara saw with his Sharingan, Naruto more than made up for with his sensing abilities. There was no way the Sharingan picked up on all the information that Naruto's sensing ability did in such a short amount of time. Was it that Naruto's sensing was always active? Constantly in use? Madara didn't have time to absorb any more as Naruto's sensing branched out, searched. If he thought what was around them was astonishing, the world beyond his line of sight was even more fascinating. But again, he didn't have time to take it all in. Naruto had found something, focused his senses on it, and he was moving towards it. Madara could do nothing but go along as Naruto hopped from tree branch to tree branch, picking up speed as he raced through the trees. Wherever Naruto was going, he seemed intent on getting there quickly. Madara could see it in the way the blonde moved as well as feel it in the nervous urgency that pooled in Naruto's chest, buzzing like a beehive was trapped inside of him. Naruto's chakra was gathering as he ran, hands already forming a quick succession of hand signs that Madara struggled to keep up with. Naruto's speed was amazing. How was it possible to move this quickly? The end of the tree line was coming up, the streams of sunlight growing larger and brighter. When Naruto broke through, he leapt straight into the air, flying across a cliff face. Madara's stomach dropped at the sight of how much open air was between himself and the ground, but Naruto, he didn't even bat an eye. All that consumed the blonde was the urgent determination. Naruto's momentum slowed and the blonde descended towards the ground, moving towards the ground on the other side of the cliff. Two cliffs facing each other? Where was that? Madara's only just noticed the party of shinobi that had been racing along the ground before Naruto had landed, hands first, on the ground. He didn't stay there though. He sprang up again and landing on his feet, skidding away to slow his momentum. He'd twisted his body to watch the group of ninja, face grim and deadly. The space where Naruto's hands had landed was lit up in a vibrant seal array, causing the shinobi to freeze where they were. But what caught Madara's attention the most was the fact that each and every person there had blazing, swirling Sharingan pointed directly at him. Or rather Naruto. 0.0.0.0. Hashirama watched as Naruto's blazing red chakra aura dissipated and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he did not relax completely. Both Madara and Naruto were as still as a stone, with Madara's active Mangekyo trained solely upon the Uzumaki. Should we intervene? Tobirama asked tonelessly. No. Whatever they're doing, it's calmed Naruto's down. We'll wait for now. Hashirama replied distantly. He wondered how they could manage to break a genjutsu cast by Madara. But something told him this was far from a genjutsu. I just hope things don't go wrong. You know how touchy Madara can be, and he seemed really serious. Hashirama finally muttered, still lost in thoughts about what could possibly be wrong. Tobirama was about to reply but tensed upon sensing the approaching ninja. Coming from two directions, one was Izuna, that much was clear. He was speeding towards them at a frantic pace, coming in faster than the other person. Mito approached from behind them, less frantic, more determined. What on earth did that woman think to gain? Not only that, if she saw something. Hashirama glanced at him before sighing and creating a cage bunshine, sending it after his wife. He was only half sure she wouldn't pop the clone and just come here anyway. If she did, it would make this whole thing far more complicated than what it needed to be. Could they tell her the truth? He was reluctant to do so. Sometimes, in this world, the less you knew the safer you were. And, to be honest, it didn't really feel like their secret to tell. It felt like Naruto's, and something told him Naruto didn't want this to be common knowledge. I just hope Mito-chan decides to listen to you, Aniki, Tobirama sighed, the stress of the situation showing in the little slip at the end. I don't imagine she'll take well to us manipulating the Uzumaki clan. And because she's an Uzumaki, we really cannot predict how she's going to react. Hashirama-san? Tobi-kun? Tobirama turned towards Izuna as he broke into the clearing, eyes darting towards the unmoving duo and the brothers before settling on Hashirama quizzically. "I can as soon as I heard that Madara had left." "What did you hear?" Hashirama asked with a heavy frown. "Not much, I just followed his chakra tracks. Luckily I came back in time to pick up on them." Izuna looked away, towards his brother. "I heard he was in a mood before he left. Lately, that never ends well." "Well, he showed up here and wanted to speak to Naruto about your father." Tobirama shuffled slightly, not sure what to tell the other Uchiha. It seemed they knew about as much as each other. Aside from the two that were unresponsive, that was. "My father?" Izuna didn't seem to know much else, despite the topic being most closely related to his person. "Yeah, he showed up and didn't say much else. He even made his presence known to the rest of the clan. It's going to leave a huge mess to clean up, so whatever it is, I hope it's serious." "Well, considering they started fighting, it probably is really serious." Hashirama sighed and looked towards the ground as a cloud of doom appeared above his head. Izuna didn't say anything. He didn't know what was going on, and that hurt. Though Madara told him everything these days. There was supposed to be nothing they didn't know about each other and the state of the clan. But if Madara thought he was protecting Izuna, then he'd keep the birth of his firstborn child from the other. Izuna sighed and sat down. It was going to be a long wait. 0.0.0. One of the Uchiha that was glaring back at Naruto was none other than Madara's father. The stern features, the hard scowl, the three tomoe, all of it was Madara's father, right down to the way his clothes crinkled when he stood in his opening battle stance. Uchiha Tajima had been experienced enough to see Naruto's attack coming, only he hadn't been fast enough to do much more than to get into a stance before the seal had been activated. At this level, Madara couldn't name anyone that wouldn't have been caught by that attack. He hadn't been aware that seals could be created with hand signs for one. And Naruto was hellishly fast. Only Tobirama matched Naruto in speed, and that was saying something since the Senju was faster than Naruto and both of them could do with some weights to slow them down. Madara shook away his thoughts, becoming aware of the fact that Naruto was strangely calm, elated even that he'd managed to succeed. Well, the Uchiha's reputation did precede them more often than not. "You're able to speak. I left that ability to your freedom when I designed this seal," Naruto stated with a small nervous smile. "You're that Uzumaki child." A simple statement of fact. "Hi," Naruto agreed just as simply. "What do you want? Are you here to kill us? I thought you Uzumaki were peace-loving baka?" One of the trapped Uchiha spat in disgust. Naruto walked around the seal, keeping his gaze on Tajima. He didn't immediately respond, and Madara could feel the blonde's inner conflict as he wondered which angle to approach from. "The Senju," Naruto began uncertainly. Madara rolled his eyes at this. "When you plan to ambush a powerful group of shinobi, at least be prepared in what you want. What started the conflict between your clans?" "What business is it of yours, child?" Tajima asked wearily. "I am related to the Senju, so technically, you and I are born enemies. But one of my best friends was an Uchiha and..." Naruto stopped talking, frowning deeply as some unidentifiable emotion flashed through his chakra coils. "It matters to me because I like knowing why I'm fighting, what I'm fighting for. No Uchiha would have befriended an Uzumaki, much less a Senju." Tajima scoffed. But Naruto only smiled sadly. "You'd be surprised, Uchiha-sama, as what the Uchiha clan wants," Naruto stated distantly. "It's an unending cycle of retaliation. You killed my family member, so I'm going to kill one of yours. And it'll never end unless there is an agreement to come together, to bury past hatreds." "You think that this will simply end, Gaki?" Tajima asked grimly. "You think that it's possible to take centuries of fighting and just throw it all away? The Senju and the Uchiha have been at war with each other since the beginning of the shinobi era." Tajima's was beginning to lose his patience with Naruto. Madara could hear it in his father's tone, but there was nothing the older Uchiha could do. "There will be no end to this, until there are no more Senju. Your actions here today have condemned the Uzumaki as well. From this day forward, they will be branded as a direct enemy of the Uchiha clan and will suffer the consequences as such." Naruto didn't seem too fazed by the proclamation that would essentially mean no mercy to any Uzumaki shinobi and continuous attacks made to the clan, as well as deliberate attempts on any member's life upon sight, no matter if they were armed or merely a child. "What started the conflict though?" Naruto pressed. Madara didn't know why it was bugging Naruto so much, but it got him thinking, and he realized he didn't actually know what had started the conflict. He'd been born into it and had assumed it was a byproduct of the warring states, a direct result of having been the two best matched clans in terms of competing with each other. Yet, that didn't seem right either. There were other clans, powerful clans all over the elemental nations. Truthfully, the Sharingan was what set the Uchiha apart. For the Senju it was their adaptability to jutsu, their vitality, and for both clans it was the staggering number of geniuses born to each clan. Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama, each a genius in their own right. On a level that was deemed higher than the average clan member, an average that is perceived as higher than other clans. Yet the Senju and the Uchiha were not the only powerful clans. Just one of the most stable ones at this point. It would take more than a few attacks to be rid of them. Tajima sighed, realizing that this particular Uzumaki was of the one-track kind. It is said that the feud began between two brothers many generations ago. The Senju are the descendants of the one brother while the Uchiha are the descendants of the older brother. Madara was surprised by these words. This was something he hadn't known. I'm sure you've heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Tajima continued. The father of all shinobi, so to speak. He himself had two sons, the two that would later be the origins of our clans. The brothers, whose names have been lost through the ages, fought over whose ideals were better. Tajima elaborated, regardless of whether Naruto knew of the sage or not. The older brother believed in power whilst the younger believed in family and love. When the sage was about to pass from this world, the time came for him to choose a successor. He chose the younger son, believing his ideals to be the better. The older son felt slighted out of his inheritance and vowed war upon his younger sibling. And thus began the war for the Senju and the Uzumaki. Tajima was never one for bedtime stories and he'd left the tale brief and to the point. Madara almost smiled at that, but the situation was far too serious to even warrant a small one. As you said, a never-ending cycle of retribution. A clan of love against a clan of power. Tajima almost sounded sarcastic here. Aren't you tired of all the fighting though? Naruto asked, his eyebrows pulling together in both concern and confusion. It is my duty as the clan head to ensure retribution for my clansmen, and as an Uchiha I must continue until all the Senju have been wiped from existence. That is my duty, Tajima spat, disgust the only thing clear in his tone. Naruto sighed before making a hand sign. Madara stared in shock as the Uchiha trapped within the seal flashed once, twice and once more before disappearing from view. Naruto walked forwards and bent towards the ground. Where the center of the seal had been, the exact spot Naruto had touched the ground to activate the jutsu, was a glowing circle. A circle and nothing more. Madara watched in fascination as Naruto pulled a scroll from his pouch and pressed the blank side of the parchment to the circle. When he lifted the scroll again, the circle was no longer on the ground but on the scroll. It was still growing and Madara got the idea that if it stopped glowing then there was a problem. He supposed he only knew that because he was in Naruto's mind. Otherwise he'd be completely lost. As it was, he hardly knew what was happening. Something about this though, it seemed odd to him. Madara had assumed that Naruto had killed his father based on the way the Uzumaki was acting, but what Naruto was showing him made no sense. Naruto couldn't have killed his father if this is what the Uzumaki was feeling. There wasn't an ounce of malice or killing intent in the blonde's mind. The memory jolted suddenly and Madara felt a sense of dizziness engulf him as the world swirled away leaving a misty darkness. A gleam of red winked at the Uchiha and he realized they were in a place halfway between the fox's cage and a memory. What was Naruto going to show him next? He didn't have to wait long to find out. The sounds of a battle poured into the darkness around him. Clashing kunai following by winks of katana blades being drawn. Yells of war among screams of pain. Madara blinked and the world around him was instantly immersed in a battle between clans. It was fierce, it was deadly, and it was vast. It could only be a battle between clans. Naruto's vision of the battle was odd, and Madara realized it was because the blonde was hiding deep within the hood of a cloak. That and he was standing perfectly still surrounded by battling clansmen. Senju symbols and some unknown clan symbols popped out at Madara and he became confused as to why Naruto wasn't participating. It didn't matter though, because it was roughly at that moment that the emotions of the battle's participants began to sink into Madara's consciousness, connected through Naruto's memories of the battle itself. How did Naruto stand such fear, this extreme level of pain and exhaustion? It was as though the blonde was feeling everything himself, 10 times worse than what Madara had ever experienced in battle. But at the same time there was a strange hazy quality to the emotions, as though they were filtering through a barrier. Did this mean this wasn't the full extent of what Naruto could sense? The thought was a devastating one if true. If Madara wasn't mistaken, it appeared as though Naruto was looking for someone. Another thing that was bugging the Uchiha was as to why no one approached Naruto, Why no one was attacking him? The answer came soon after as a shinobi ran straight towards the blonde. Naruto's emotions didn't even appear to register the attacker, didn't even brace for the impact. Instead, the would-be attacker went straight through the Uzumaki as though he wasn't there. Madara grumpily concluded that the sealing arts was a lot similar to cheating. Naruto's emotions suddenly jumped and he jumped into the air, moving quickly in the direction of a particular chakra signal. All other emotions and chakras had been completely blocked out, creating a calm that belied the surroundings. It was disconcerting, but Madara could see the necessity of having to do that. Naruto's hands were again flying through seals, but this time they were different. The seal he produced would not be the same as with the Uchiha. Each hand sign was precise and well practiced, leading Madara to assume that whatever Naruto was doing, it was going to be dangerous. Naruto ducked around shinobi as he ran, leading Madara to believe that the seal he'd been using previously had either been dropped in favor of the new one or it had the flaw of the user having to stand still. What Madara knew of the sealing arts was dangerous, so he'd rather not make any guesses. As it was, he was living all of this through Naruto's memories, and he knew that memories weren't always the truest reflections of truth. The mind was a funny thing. When one did something mindlessly, a task they'd been doing so long it was ingrained into their very muscle memory, there were often times the mind didn't even remember the task. It became a blurred-out action, only acknowledged enough for the task to be carried out. Naruto's sealing was almost like that. He was just giving his hand signs a little more attention than a monotonous task. Naruto didn't move towards the ground this time as he stopped moving through the shinobi battling around him. Rather, he tapped a red-armored senju on the shoulder, a pitch-black seal squiggling its way across the shinobi's back, stretching out from the origins of Naruto's fingers. The world around them tilted and lurched violently before suddenly coming to rest upside down. Madara found himself gasping for air as his stomach rolled violently, even in this world of memories. The same could be said for the senju Naruto had touched, Senju Batsuma. He was crouched towards the ground, an unpleasant expression on his face as he wrote out the disconcerting feelings caused by the jutsu. "Who are you?" Batsuma spat out between clenched teeth. "Me? You know me?" Naruto replied, slowly lifting a hand and pulling down the hood. The action brought Madara's attention back to their surroundings, and he realized that the world literally was upside down. The sky was their ground, an invisible barrier holding them in place, and a forest swayed gentle in a warm summer breeze above their heads. "I am Uzumaki Naruto." "Naruto-san? What is the meaning of this? Where have you brought me?" Batsuma seemed to have a better grasp of himself once more as he straightened, still grimacing as he did so. "This?" Naruto looked around blandly. "This is nowhere and everywhere. It's a place between places. Another dimension, so to speak. Time moves differently here. That's the only reason I used the jutsu. I needed to talk to you, but you were busy. So I brought us here, where once we return, it will be as though we never left." Naruto paused and shifted his weight, the action causing Batsuma's arm to flinch towards his tanto. "As for why, well, like I said, I needed to talk to you. Such actions can be seen as negative, Naruto-san, and does not bode well for your reign as Uzumaki clan head." Batsuma warned venomously. "Whatever you wish to discuss should have been brought up through proper clan affair channels and procedures. You cannot act merely on your own whims. So much for the all-peace-loving Senju clan." "Ah," Naruto stated with a sad smile. "But what I wish to discuss is rather urgent and cannot be left alone. It's a topic that will not be well received." "Not at all," Naruto continued, uncaring of the anger being intently directed at him. "What I want is for you to step down as clan head and hand the title over to Hashirama-kun." The silence that followed Naruto's statement was loud, and Madara wondered at Naruto's approach. This is entirely different from the Uchiha, and what did Naruto do with Tajima anyway? "What the hell?" Batsuma eventually stated. Are you getting it, Gaki?" Naruto tilted his head to the side with a sigh. "Hashi-kun has a son now, right?" Batsuma didn't reply, and Madara wondered at the change in topic. "What are your plans for this child?" Naruto continued, a frown on his face. "Not that it's any of your business, but the boy will be trained in the shinobi arts. He will be sent to battle like those before him. It is duty." Batsuma waved a hand impatiently as though it was obvious. "And there will be no other considerations, no other way of doing things?" Naruto asked. Batsuma sneered at Naruto but didn't reply. Madara got the impression that Batsuma didn't feel the need to say anything. In his mind, Naruto's casually asked question was preposterous, insane, and completely unthinkable. Naruto turned away from Batsuma, looking upwards towards the leafy sky. He sighed and closed his eyes, looking years older than what he truly was. I grew up in a place where it was a choice to be a ninja, he stated quietly. I also happened to be a horrible candidate at the academy. I was hopeless. I'd failed 3 times. I only passed due to sheer dumb luck and the goodwill of one of my sensei, Naruto chuckled, continuing before Batsuma could reply to the odd statements. There were no shinobi academies. Now, back then, I wasn't a very popular kid. And I sucked at being a shinobi. But it wasn't for a lack of trying. Just, being a little overzealous for the most part, I guess. I had to train and train and train. But it was what I wanted. Back then, there weren't really any senju in the academy with me, and there was only one Uchiha. This won't make much sense to you. You wouldn't understand it, you couldn't understand it, but I guess for the most part, everyone just got tired of all the fighting. Naruto opened his eyes and turned a hooded gaze on the Senju clan head. It was a serious expression, a piercing one, and Madara couldn't help but feel like the 9 tails was peeking through the veil. Yet, it was all Naruto. Do you ever get tired of all the fighting? Naruto whispered. I started out thinking that all things could be solved with violence. Had a problem? A good solid beating could fix it. I believed wholeheartedly in that. I pounded any issue I had with my fists, but somehow, the issues never stopped coming. They never got really solved. Naruto smiled distantly, but you know what, I came to realize that understanding means so much more. Talking, communication. It's all way more important. Naruto shifted suddenly, his eyes lighting up again. That's why I brought you here. So we can talk. Well, more specifically, you and Uchiha Tajima. As Naruto spoke, his gaze grew more and more pronounced, intense, and Batsuma couldn't respond, not out of choice but shocked silence. Naruto snapped his fingers and a seal appeared at his feet. He shined away from the seal, landing a few feet away. The seal spread, glowing an unearthly blue before a bright flash of light temporarily blinded them. When Naruto's vision adjusted, the seal he'd used to trap the Uchiha had appeared, complete with very angry Uchiha. Naruto approached the seal, feet coated in chakra. He touched a hand to Tajima's shoulder and the Uchiha slumped forwards. He managed to keep a scowl directed at Naruto the entire time. I want you two to talk, to communicate, mostly though to understand, Naruto stated coldly. Why? Because I wish to unite the clans. Other incentive, your own sons wish to kill you. Naruto moved a little further away from the two before he sank down to the ground and assumed a meditative position. As soon as he closed his eyes, Madara's only perception was sound. I'll wait as long as it takes for you to reach an understanding, Naruto stated firmly. There is only one understanding we'll reach, Gaki, Tajima stated slowly. Naruto growled in annoyance and dodged out the way as 2 kunai were thrown at him. He flipped through the air, watching helplessly as while he was airborne, Tajima and Batsuma had run each other through with each other's tanto. No. Naruto's scream of anguish echoed in Madara's mind long after the memory faded away, leaving the Uchiha with the sight and emotions of a defeated Naruto reaching towards the 2 shinobi but knowing there was nothing he could do. Chapter 16. Leave. Now. The Kyuubi's roar blasted through the darkness, piercing Madara's ears and rattling his joints. He hadn't even made it back to Naruto's mindscape, was still floating in the place between memories and reality. But with the roar, his concentration snapped, the Mangekyo deactivating with a sharp drain on his chakra reserves. Madara slumped backwards, away from Naruto, head hitting the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth against the pain of using the Mangekyo. Well, that, and he didn't want to see Naruto just yet. If Naruto was still the sniveling, blubbering fool, Madara didn't know how he was going to handle that. He felt the blonde's hand leave his throat, providing him with a small amount of relief. Mostly though, he wasn't sure what he'd do if Naruto's gaze was just as empty as before. Aniki. Izuna's yell of concern forced him to look towards the younger Uchiha. He smiled slightly, just enough to placate the other ninja's fears. It had been years since Izuna had called him Aniki. He appreciated the moment, even though the circumstances weren't exactly desirable. Care to explain, Madara? Tobirama's cool drawl broke the silence that followed Izuna's yell, the senju's monotonous tone speaking volumes about his reputation amongst the clans at the moment. It was vastly contrasted with Hashirama's warm friendly concern. Let's give the two some room, shall we? Looks like Mito is happy with going back to the compound, for now, but we shouldn't linger too long all the same. Madara turned his head to look at Hashirama, seeing the rare seriousness in his gaze. While he was giving Madara the benefit of the doubt, It was clear that should things go wrong, just as they had with Naruto, violence was a real possibility. Madara grit his teeth and looked away, looked at the ground. He knew that they had years together as friends, comrades, family even. But the problem was, he wasn't sure if he was at fault for acting so rashly, or if Naruto was at fault for acting so foolishly. Naruto moved away from him, stood, and shuffled off to the side of the clearing. Madara lifted himself into a seated position. Honestly though, they hadn't really seen each other since returning to their clans for further training. Not to mention Naruto's decision to travel. Whatever the blonde had been doing must have been dangerous. Madara hadn't missed the scar on his face. Who would? But it was also something that he had chosen not to tell the Senju and the Uchiha brothers about. With a heavy sigh, the Uchiha clan had decided that he couldn't put it off any longer and turned to look at Naruto. Thankfully, Naruto's eyes were pinned on him, fully aware and waiting. Madara really didn't know what he would have done if Naruto was still locked in his mind with the demon fox. "I don't blame you," Madara stated quietly. "It was bound to happen and I doubt anything you did could have prevented it." He'd come to that conclusion the moment he realized what Naruto had done. He knew the outcome before Naruto had removed that paralysis seal. So he couldn't blame the blonde. If they hadn't killed each other when Naruto had brought them together, they'd have found a way to do it during the next clan clash, or the next one. They were two people whose fate seemed to be rather set in stone. If only because of their rigid attitude towards life and the way they ran their clans. Madara shuddered at the thought of what the two would have done, had they been alive when Konoha was built. "Madara?" Tobirama raised a brow but didn't move towards them, or otherwise change his expression to indicate what he was thinking. "Naruto saw my father die, and he didn't do anything to prevent it. That's all." Madara replied. "In the moment, my anger at his inactivity overwhelmed my common sense and I apologize. It's been a long week." He rubbed a temple and looked away with a sigh. It had been a long year, never mind week. "Good Kami, you've become so diplomatic since you were made the head of your clan." Hashirama whistled, breaking the tension, shattering it into a million tiny pieces. He poked Madara's arm, remarking mockingly, "Is that really you, Madara-chan, or did Izuna preform a henge no jutsu? And you, Baka? How can you still be the same airheaded, badly dressed flower pot?" Madara responded hotly, always quick to respond to Hashirama's teasing. "To be fair, his hair has gotten longer and I don't think flower pot is currently an accurate term," Izuna stated quietly, secretly smiling at the antics. They hadn't seen each other in a really long time. Hadn't relaxed since they'd gone their separate ways, far too concerned with the things they had no power to change, not yet anyways. Konoha needed to be built and soon. Tobirama huffed but otherwise didn't say anything. His gaze though sharpened, moving towards Naruto. The blonde glanced at him guiltily and Tobirama smirked, already having guessed the truth of the matter. But he didn't say a word. If the proud and temperamental Uchiha could let it go, then Tobirama wasn't going to be a fool and agitate matters. Besides, Naruto had saved him the trouble of doing what he himself had planned to do. Naruto remained silent, merely appreciating the moment. Madara had forgiven him, and so had Tobirama. Those two had always been his biggest concern and they had forgiven his stupidity. A slow smile tugged at his lips and he allowed himself the small moment of peace. Yes, if they could forgive him, then perhaps it was time he started to forgive himself. "Oh man, Madara, did you have to make such an entrance? I've got so much explaining to do it's not even funny." Hashirama complained with a loud whine. "What am I going to tell Mito-chan?" "You could just tell her the truth, that Naruto-kun had witnessed Madara's father's death but didn't do anything to stop it and the Uchiha was angry about it." Tobirama shrugged, turning to walk back to the clan. As much as he wanted to stay, the clan was on edge and if at least one of them didn't return soon, war would break out before sunup. "Wait, before you go," Naruto stated, features furrowing into concern. "There's something I should probably tell you all about, since we're together again." Naruto waited until Madara was standing, Tobirama had turned back, and Izuna and Hashirama had stepped closer before he continued. "The reason I stayed away so long was to find the other tailed beasts, like the one sealed inside me." He touched the scar on his face as his eyes grew distant. "Wait, there are other beasts?" Izuna asked. It was logical to assume there were, but he didn't remember ever discussing it. After all, the first time they'd found out about the beast sealed within Naruto was when it had been trying to kill Madara and Hashirama. They hadn't really made time to see each other in a long time. Well, to really see each other, like they used to. "Yes, there are 9, created by the Sage of Six Paths." 9 beasts of immense chakra, uncontrollable and unbelievably powerful. Naturally, when they were discovered by the shinobi world, they were seen as a tool of war. This only happened after the formation of the hidden villages. The only way they found the beasts to be of any use, a sorry attempt at being controllable, was by sealing them within a person. Someone like me. These people were labeled Jinchuriki. Naruto explained, his eyes and tone showing an immeasurable pain. But you said an enemy clan set the beast upon Konoha? Tobirama asked, his tone confused. He was thinking back to that conversation long ago, when Naruto had awoken from his self-imposed prison episode. It had been. But the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed fox, had originally been sealed in my mother. Before my mother it had been Mito-chan. Only Mito-chan was the first Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi, and hers was an action of love. She did it to protect Hashirama, as at that point in time, an enemy was using the Kyuubi against Hashirama in a great battle. Mito kept the Kyuubi sealed in her to prevent anyone from using it against Konoha ever again. When Mito-chan's life was reaching an end, they sent my mother to Konoha from Uzushiogakuer. Her chakra had the unique ability to suppress the Kyuubi. It's how my parents met. Naruto paused to smile softly at the memory, eyes pained at the idea of what could have been. A Jinchuriki's seal weakens during childbirth and it needs constant reinforcement by an outside party. In this case my father was the one to keep the seal intact during my birth. But an enemy knew of this weakness, took advantage of the opportunity. The Kyuubi was wrenched from my mother's body and forced to destroy Konoha by someone who wanted nothing less than Konoha's absolute destruction. My father was the Yondaime Hokage, and he gave his life to seal the beast within me. My mother, it was too late for her, as a Jinchuriki dies if the beast is ever removed. Since that happened was the day I was born, I was seen as nothing more than the fox sealed within me. I never knew my parents. I lied about that. I didn't even know who they were, what their names were, until the Kyuubi told me. The only reason I have Uzumaki as a name is because my father garnered a lot of enemies during the Third Shinobi War, and to protect me from those enemies the Sandaime Hokage registered my birth under my mother's name. Naruto paused to look to the sky, eyes showing that he was deep in his thoughts. Later I left the village to go train. I wanted nothing more than to be accepted, to be seen as someone, and I wanted to be the Hokage. To be strong enough to protect all those that I loved. Even though they hated you? Madara asked, surprised that Naruto felt that way even after how he'd been treated. All Jinchuriki were treated horribly. Naruto shrugged like this was an unavoidable fact of life. But I didn't want that to happen again. So I went to look for the tailed beasts. But back to the time I left to go train. I was training to avenge one of my sensei. I needed to reach the next level, learn to use Senjutsu. I was only gone for a few days, but it was enough for me to be too late to save the village from being completely ruined. At the time a group was forming, the Akatsuki. They wanted the tailed beasts, were slowly collecting them one by one. Naturally they'd come to Konoha to look for me. Naruto closed his eyes, seeing the barren landscape that had once been a thriving village. If they hadn't needed supplies, who knows when he'd have gotten back. I returned to a Konoha under attack. But that's not going to happen this time. I sealed the tailed beasts away, where no shinobi will ever be able to use them for destructive purposes. Sealed them? Hashirama asked, blinking in surprise. It seemed cruel to keep these beasts prisoner. In an interdimensional rift where no human or shinobi could survive. The rift itself has no time, no real space. It's a place where the beast itself will merely exist. The rift is inside of a box, which is sealed shut. Only a mixture of my blood, chakra, and Senjutsu will be able to open the seal. The boxes are then placed in the center of a sealing array which is designed to keep anything and everything away from the box, the seal being powered by Senjutsu so that it'll never wear off. This seal is then further sealed away, in places that I would not have reached if not for Kurama's help, places scattered all around the elemental nations. But I wouldn't put it past a shinobi to be able to get to those places regardless. Those places are then further guarded by sealing arrays, all different depending on the location the box is sealed away in. Should someone be able to break through the defenses of one of the boxes, the other 8 will not be the same. Naruto paused to place a hand on his own seal as he frowned at the possibility of someone being able to break his seals. Lastly, there is a modification on my seal, that upon my death, the Kyuubi will be pulled into his own dimensional rift and there the 9 beasts will stay so long as there is Senjutsu to power their seals. You're really serious about this? Madara asked, brows creasing together as he processed Naruto's words. After all, the beasts could have been a great asset to Konoha, and therein lay the true problem with the beasts, they would always be sought after. Naruto had just told them how their precious village had been razed to the ground, all in the pursuit of a tailed beast. Would they really have been such a great asset after all? Deadly serious Madara. We don't need the tailed beasts, Naruto stated, gaze narrowing just as his stance straightened. They will attract nothing but trouble. We can build our village without them. Everything about Naruto just screamed that the discussion was over and that he would not budge on his opinion. Speaking of building the village, Izuna began, interrupting before tension could rise and another fight could start. As it was, they had been gone too long and the Senju would begin to worry. When are we going to bring Konoha to fruition? And therein lay the question. When were they going to build Konoha? Well, speaking of Konoha, I have an idea that will make it a whole lot easier to build when we finally do get around to it. Naruto began, grinning widely. And it's going to be awesome. Well, don't just keep us all in suspense, Naruto. Madara huffed, pouting slightly. I've found a way to combine my seals and Senjutsu with Hashirama's bloodline. It'll create instant buildings. Naruto announced with an even wider grin. There's still some things to tweak out, but if we get it right, then technically we can build Konoha in a day. It's just the clan killing tension in the shinobi that we'll have to take care of first. Tobirama muttered with a slightly frown. We can discuss this later, even if we send shadow clones. The clan is bound to be growing impatient. I'll head back first, it'll make them more relaxed as they know I'd never leave Hashirama unless it was okay. The pale-haired shinobi dashed away without another word, more concerned about the Senju than seeing the others off. After all, it was more than likely that they'd be sending shadow clones to discuss everything in the near future. I will also leave, before our absence is noted. Izuna gave a short bow, clasped his brother's shoulder and dashed off in the opposite direction. Hashirama watched them go, his shoulders sagging as though the world was weighing down on them. He sighed before closing his eyes, not ready to really say anything just yet. Naruto looked around at the destruction his and Madara's fight had caused and his heart stuttered when he realized that what they'd had was essentially an argument. It couldn't even really be called a fight. He looked down at his hands, amazed that he has become so destructive in his time here. Not that he hadn't been able to break through several trees before, but at least back then it had taken effort. A lot of effort. And it had hurt. Now he'd be lying if he said it tickled. He'd long since learned how to keep a constant coating of chakra on his skin. Not even his own chakra, as that was highly disastrous should he try to be stealthy, but rather Senjutsu. It kept a lot of things from even brushing against his skin, and the rest of it was mostly muted to just more than a soft touch. Thinking back to that fight with Pain, had he really thought he was good enough to be Hokage back then? What a joke. He'd technically never beaten Pain either. Pain had been a wasted shell of a shinobi, all but gone from the world. He was barely hanging on. He gave his own life to save those most precious to Naruto. And as grateful as Naruto was to the man, it still meant that he hadn't actually beaten Pain. Not to mention how much he'd relied on Kurama. Still, he could let that one slide simply because Kurama was something that made his situation different. He and Kurama had come to an understanding, that so long as Kurama didn't give Naruto more chakra than what was absolutely necessary, then it was like using a soldier pill or something. Naruto had really stressed the part that absolutely necessary meant going past the third tail. Going to the fourth tail and higher was just unacceptable. Which is what had happened here. And for a little scuffle? What had the fox been thinking? I need to go that high to move your ass. Anything lower and I might as well not even be involved. Kurama grumbled. You didn't seem keen on stopping the Uchiha, so I had to do something. I wasn't planning on killing him. Just a blow or two in his smug face. You still have an issue with him, huh? Naruto asked, referring to Madara's tendency to use the Mangekyo on Kurama. Kurama chose not to answer and Naruto didn't press him on it. If an immortal chakra construct wished to hold a grudge, Naruto wasn't about to argue the absurdities of that fact. Instead he moved towards Hashirama, gently squeezing his shoulder. We should head back. There's more to this than what Madara said, isn't there? It wasn't really a question. Naruto looked at the dark gaze directed at him, the gaze that was only ever directed when a serious answer was wanted. The truth and nothing more, nothing less. I wasn't about to stand by while you plotted to kill your own father Hashi-kun. You, more than the rest of us, must remain as you are. Always be true to your vision. Leave the getting there to the rest of us. Naruto dropped his hand and dashed towards the compound. Leaving Hashirama alone might not be the safest thing to do, but if any fool decided to attack him, they wouldn't see the rising sun. So you got involved? Hashirama was suddenly there, keeping pace with Naruto easily enough. Hi. I thought I could take a different approach. It didn't work. Naruto admitted quietly. They killed each other. But my father died in the middle of a battle unrelated to the Uchiha. I got involved. I shouldn't have, but I did. Hashirama didn't press any further, retreating into his thoughts. Naruto considered him a moment before stating confidently, we should look at getting Konoha built in the next 2 years. The clan head is a man who's tired. He wants to spend time with Mito and Nawaki. Give him another grandchild and he'll step down tomorrow. That won't be a problem. Mito is already expecting her second child. Hashirama replied, saying nothing about Naruto's deadline. But I suspect that it'll take another clan clash to get people in the right frame of mind to want a peace treaty. Actually, I think a little interference from me might change their minds. If we take away their sense of safety, kill the arrogance that comes from being the two best clans in the elemental nations, it might just push them into a treaty. Oh Naruto, I feel like my life is about to get very interesting and exhausting at the same time. Before you do anything though, just warn me, and Madara. Hashirama sighed wearily but giving Naruto a grin all the same. Sure, just hold off on telling the clan head about the second child so that he doesn't step down too soon. I'll need the freedom of time if I'm going to do anything. And congratulations. I feel like the rest of us are falling behind. Isn't Tobirama going to settle down soon? Naruto dropped down to the ground, deciding to walk the rest of the way to the clan gates. I heard he's been seeing a civilian girl. Daughter of a farmer. Hatake, I think. Probably decided to stay away from shinobi so that his child wouldn't be a shinobi, should there be one. Hashirama shrugged. Naruto however burst out laughing. Hatake? Really? My sensei was a brilliant shinobi named Hatake Kakashi. His laughs became chuckles and he wiped away a tear. His hair was as white as Tobirama's. No way. Let me see? Hashirama was all but begging, referring to Naruto using a henge jutsu. Naruto grinned and obliged the man. He completed the look with the Icha Icha book and Sharingan, keeping it as true to form as possible. Sharingan? Hashirama asked, poking at the slanted headband. He never told us, but I figured that it was from a teammate who used to be an Uchiha. He isn't the type to steal things just for their power. And he kept it hidden. Almost like he was ashamed of it. I know the chakra cost was also quite high for him. Naruto replied with a shrug, his voice smoother and calmer. A transplanted Sharingan. Makes sense if he's related to Tobirama. Would mean he has Senju blood. Anyone else in their body would probably reject the transplant. Hashirama mused, Naruto dropping the henge as the compound gates came into view. He looks like an interesting shinobi. He added with a warm smile, one tinged with the regret that he'd never meet the man that was probably his great-nephew. He was amazing, Naruto agreed somberly. Their grave conversation was interrupted by two red-haired women rushing towards them, both instantly flying into a barrage of curses and promises of great bodily harm for making them worry so much. Naruto chuckled and simply grasped Asuna in a large bear hug, squeezing just hard enough to prevent her from being able to draw in her next breath to begin the next round of dark promises. Can't breathe. She managed and Naruto loosened his hold. He knew he'd just teased Hashirama about leaving them all behind, and some might say that he'd settled down with Asuna. But few seemed to remember that Asuna was older than him by several years, making her more like a sister to him than anything else. There were times where he thought about it, but he just couldn't get past the fact that it was weird. He just couldn't see it past attempting to kiss her. His mind would kind of stop, his heart would freeze and he just wouldn't feel right. But it was there, a small something that hadn't gotten much bigger than a small something. As much as he felt he was at home with the Uzumaki, he just hadn't found someone he'd settle down with. He didn't mind, not really, but he had been reminded that as the clan heir, he needed to think about preventing the same situation that had caused himself to be clan heir in the first place. Not everyone was as apt to learning such vast amount as quickly as he was. But that was a problem for later. Everything is fine, Asuna-chan, he just wanted to talk. Naruto assured the angry Uzumaki, releasing the hug at the same time. He can be reasonable, even for an Uchiha. But I sensed fighting. Asuna challenged. I didn't answer him very clearly. It was my mistake. We sorted it out. No harm, no foul. Naruto grinned, spreading his arms to show that he was unharmed. Next to them, Hashirama was trying to convince Mito of the same thing. But she was a bit more hot-headed than Asuna, and not so quick to accept Hashirama's quiet assurances. She pouted at him, arms crossed over her chest while waiting for Hashirama to say something that would dig his own grave. And the baka would. Naruto grinned and stepped right up to the smaller Uzumaki and whispered in her ear, "Congratulations Mito-chan, I hope you name this one after me." Naruto ducked away from the blow that was sure to make his head spin until morning and said much more loudly, "Weren't we having a feast? Food's getting cold." The silent order to fall back and move on with the evening was obeyed. If the clan head said it was fine, then it was not their place to question it. Mito's father gave Naruto a strange contemplative look but otherwise didn't comment. Hashirama pulled Mito towards him and whispered, "I'll tell him that it's a girl later. It'll break his heart, but I'll enjoy doing it." The grin on Hashirama's face showed that he was only joking, only a little, but joking all the same. 0.0.0.0 Naruto took a deep breath before getting into a meditative position. He'd be meditating until this got done. It was time to bring the clans together. Konoha needed to be built. He'd already sent seal-reinforced shadow clones to both the Senju and the Uchiha compounds. They were now waiting, in undetectable henges, for his command to storm the compounds. A few burning buildings here, a few roughed-up shinobi there, and presto, 2 clans that hopefully were scared enough of this new threat to join forces. Once joined, the visions of peace and prosperity together could finalize the bonds. Naruto had sensed the weariness in the clans for a long time. They'd welcome the peace given the right incentive. In his original timeline, the clans hadn't joined until years later, and even then it was only after Izuna had died. That couldn't happen this time. So they needed to be joined sooner. Naruto's clones weren't there to show power. No, not power, but rather intelligence. That even though the Uchiha and the Senju were powerful, they could still be outsmarted. He needed to make them feel insecure in their own compounds. Naruto. The blonde jumped, having been so lost in thought that he hadn't sensed the clan head's approach at all. "What are you doing?" A tone that warned him not to lie. "Something that must be done." Naruto replied slowly, trying to move the topic away from having to give the absolute truth. He didn't think he was going to get that lucky. An ornate, bright orange scroll was tossed towards him and he caught it reflexively. "Try the simple approach, Gaki, always the simplest approach first." The clan head turned to walk away and Naruto was left blinking owlishly after him. "My second grandchild is coming and I want you to hurry up as well. You're an Uzumaki, you should know better than to think you could hide something this big, Naruto-kun. I'm not very impressed that you thought you could. But your ceiling in the matter was stupendous. The best I've seen in some years. So I can forgive you there. How much do you know?" Naruto sprang after the clan head, not ready for the conversation to end. "Only I know. If that's what you're worried about. Being the clan head and living as long as I have, you get to have certain advantages that others do not." The clan head chuckled. "You're young, brilliant, but young. In the face of experience you'd lose every time. See, based upon your emotional responses, it was impossible that you and the Uchiha and Senju Gakas did not know each other. You 5 have been planning something, your chakra is too comfortable with each other. They twist and dance together like leaves in the wind. Hashirama-san and Madara-san are exceptionally well versed, even for shinobi that clash as often as they do." The clan head paused to look at Naruto contemplatively. "Unlike other Uzumaki sensors, I see chakra, not feel it. It gives me a rather unique perspective. Like how the chakra around your eyes has shifted since that day with Hashirama-san." "That's amazing." Naruto felt like he had just met the clan head all over again. He was awed and inspired, feeling like a child being told the greatest bedtime story in the world, only this one had the added bonus of being completely true. "My eyes seem to have retained the senjutsu, allowing me to see seals as physical manifestations. I imagine it's very similar to how you see chakra. But at this point I don't really see a use for it. I know the sealing arts very well by this point, so it seems somewhat redundant to me. And I wasn't sure if it would fade in time." Naruto explained, deciding that honesty at this point would be best. He looked down at the scroll, wondering what it was. "Open it," the clan head stated with a soft smile. He didn't comment on Naruto's strange new ability, silently agreeing with Naruto on his assessment of it. Naruto undid the small clasp, realizing the importance of the document just from that small addition. Scrolls were rarely locked, and if they were, it usually meant that it contained information too valuable for enemy eyes, and even some clansmen's eyes. He looked at the words elegantly scripted onto the glossy paper, his mouth flopping open at the sheer boldness of the request. "You really think it'll be this simple?" Naruto asked, his voice cracking with his surprise. I mean, they're so used to fighting each other. You underestimate the loyalty they have for their clan leaders, as well as your own ability to inspire. The clan head looked to the sky as he contemplated his next choice of words. I have not seen anyone bring the clans together as you have. The friendship you five Gakis display is a sight that I have not seen in years. I am old, Naruto-kun, I am tired. I have lived this life for longer than you realize. I would like to spend the last of my days with my daughter and her children. It may seem odd to want to move away from the Uzumaki, but if I'm not mistaken, you aim to change all that, don't you? It wasn't really a question. Just grant me this one request, Honorable One, where is it that you truly come from? Naruto gaped at the man, not really soaking in the words that were being said. Was he serious? Did he truly understand what was at stake here? Of course he did, but was he ready for it? I come from a long way away, Naruto stated softly, looking down with a small smile. From a time when the Uzumaki did not exist and the world was much different than what it is now. I come from the place I'm trying to create. Oh, so a time traveler, eh? That's definitely the most interesting thing I've had the pleasure of witnessing in all my long years. It also explains a lot about you and the mysteries you present. I won't tell anyone. It's not wise for this information to become well known. Although I'm sure young Hashirama-kun knows. He and Madara saved my life. Traveling here depleted all my chakra and then some. It was not a planned trip. I don't even know how I got here. Naruto admitted sheepishly. I had found something odd in the rubble of my village, but that alone is not the reason I'm here. Still, I think it's connected. He scratched the back of his head contemplatively, glad to have someone to talk to about the wooden scroll. I can't go back, haven't tried. Seems silly to even attempt it as I won't really know what I'm going back to. I now understand the conflict you were facing during your training. Your heart was in two places, even if you didn't realize it. The clan head placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't give up on them. I'm not saying you'll see them again, rather that you should always keep them in mind when doing something here. You want to build your home? So do so, with all those from before in mind. Naruto felt a swell of emotions, but he didn't let the tears that pricked at the back of his throat show in his eyes. He smiled brightly at the clan head and pulled him into a hug. Lead them well, Naruto-kun. I leave for the Senju compound in 2 days. Naruto's smile disappeared at that. He saw the elegant words swim into attention in his mind's eye and started to feel dizzy. I formally stepped down from my position as clan head of the Uzumaki, and name Uzumaki Naruto as my successor. May he lead my people wisely and with a good heart. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.